Chapter 1, Craftly. The harsh alarm clock rang frantically, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. In a slightly messy room, a little rough hand stretched out from the bed, skillfully grasped the alarm clock by the bedside, and cut off its bell. Click! As the alarm clock was cut off, a monkey at the bedside playing an idol was pulled by something, and fell straight back, knocking the back of his head accurately on an inconspicuous button behind it. There was a soft sound of mechanical transmission immediately, and the board of the bed where the owner of the little hand was sitting collapsed, and Craftly, who was still in a hazy state, fell without any suspense. Then, what? Screams that were harsher than the previous alarm clock continued to sound, and Kraft, who was shocked, covered his ears and suddenly sat up from a pile of screaming chickens. Kraft rubbed his chicken coop head and staggered down the stairs. At this time, his mind was still buzzing. Coupled with the low blood sugar caused by the early morning, he was afraid that it would be impossible for a while. Recovered. Faintly, relying on the habits of the past, Kraft took a drunken pace and walked to the table and sat down, staring at the table in a daze, and yawning from time to time. Until Kraft's adoptive father, Mr. Lee, put breakfast in front of him, he was shocked and returned from a wandering in heaven. It seems that the new way of getting up you prepared for yourself works well. Mr. Lee took out 2 bottles of milk from the refrigerator, put one of them in front of Kraft, and added, "It's just a bit noisy, I was shocked downstairs. It's bread and milk again." Kraft ignored the topic of his adoptive father, but picked up a baguette, took a bite, and complained vaguely. "We are of Chinese descent, even if we don't have preserved eggs, lean meat porridge and pancakes, at least we have to eat buns and soy milk." "I'm sorry, Kraft, I don't know how to do those things." Mr. Lee smiled and sat opposite Kraft, and also picked up a baguette. "So you should hurry up and find me a mother," Kraft urged him, waving his pitted baguette. "It must be a Chinese lady who can cook. You urge me to get married all the time, just to find yourself a cook." Mr. Lee's face was dark, and the baguette in his hand instantly disappeared. "Isn't there a saying that says so?" Kraft shrank his head and argued stiffly, "Well, if you have milk, you are a mother?" "That's right. That's it." "Hey, this sentence is not used like that." Mr. Lee sighed helplessly, his words were exhausted. "Oh, that's what it means." Kraft waved his hand grinningly, "Just understand the spirit. If you really want to eat steamed buns fritters, I can help you order food at Fuminlu." Although Kraft is only his own adopted son, the friendship between the two of them is not only as simple as the adopter and being adopted, so Mr. Lee treats Kraft and his biological son no differently. "Forget it," Kraft refused decisively. "The price of Fat Liao's shop is too dark to afford it." "You can still afford it," Mr. Lee showed a gratified smile on his face. "I can be considered a rich man anyway, so I don't need to save as much as before, and can't you also make money yourself? If you are greedy, go to Fuminlu to have a good meal." "Fine, it's not enough. As for Martin, your money should be kept to help those people in feast." After eating breakfast quickly, Kraft picked up the school bag set aside and walked quickly to the door. "I'm going to school first." Completely ignored Martin Lee's roar behind him. "Hey! You haven't washed it yet. Washing your face and brushing your teeth is troublesome." Kraft, who walked out of the house, took out the gum from his pocket, threw it into his mouth and chewed it, then rubbed it on his face and hair indiscriminately with his hands, and it was done. At this time, the school bus used to pick up students also appeared on the corner of the street. "Well, the time is just right." Kraft checked the time on his watch and nodded in satisfaction. "My screaming chicken battle is a big success, it's just a bit too shocking." Thinking of the terrible experience that he had just struggled to get up from a group of screaming chickens, Kraft couldn't help but shiver. "Sure enough, I still need to optimize it further." "Hey! Kraft! This way!" When he boarded the school bus, an acquaintance greeted him immediately. The person who called him was also a yellow-skinned Chinese. It was the young master of Fumanlo mentioned earlier, that is, Fatty Liao in Kraft's mouth. "Good morning, David." Kraft said hello to the other classmates, while walking to the side of David Liao and sitting down. "You were actually waiting for the school bus in advance today, so was the screaming chicken battle successful?" Fatty Liao with a smile on his face asked impatiently before Kraft could sit still. "Success is success, but the trauma is a bit big, it needs to be improved." There was an expression of indescribable expression on Kraft's face. "Oh, it's a pity, I still want to help you sell this wake-up system to Phyllis and the others," Fatty Liao said with regret. "Come on," Kraft gave him a blank look, "I told you that I had to go to their house to modify this thing. It is very troublesome and has no value at all." After a pause, Kraft tilted his eyes to look at Fatty Liao, and asked, "Your son Liao is short of money again? Actually you can see me like this. There seems to be no new game recently, right? Manga Magazine 3 it was only sold a few days ago, what new treasure did you fancy?" Hearing Kraft's inquiry, Fatty Liao, who was originally smiling, changed his expression in an instant, and complained to him with a look of grief, "It's not my mother. I did a good job cleaning up, and they found all my treasures. Under my arguments, my parents agreed that I would redeem all those treasures at the original price." The collection of Fat Liao's mouth is actually the of a well-known magazine, but Fatty Liao has a very picky vision, and the cover girl who doesn't suit his appetite will never collect it. But Uncle Liao and Aunt Liao were actually willing to let him redeem those magazines. Really deserves to be a black shop. Even the children of my own family will not let it go. Deserve it. Not long after the 14th birthday, Kraft, whose interest has not yet transferred to the girl, still can't understand Fatty Liao's pursuit. A woman who can't cook is not as useful as a hex wrench. "Then you don't have any new inventions recently?" Fatty Liao hugged Kraft tearfully and did not let go. "It's really impossible. You can make more brain crash artifacts and locks. I will sell them in other middle schools." "Do not want." Kraft decisively refused. He used to make brain collapse artifacts and locks in order to raise funds. "Don't be like this. I can't live without my treasure." Fatty Liao grabbed Kraft's waist and started wailing. "Don't worry, David, when you are about to die, I can give you a look at my collection and renew your life, how about? Is it a friend?" An African student who has the same hobbies as Fatty Liao joked gleefully with their black machine gun. "Roll." Fatty Liao gestured to the damaging friend, and then sternly said, "The big brunettes in your collection can't be appreciated by labor and capital." "Hey! David! I forbid you to insult my goddess." Then the two old critics of different skin tones had a controversy over their respective aesthetic standards. But soon, Fatty Liao was killed by the Black Brothers' sentence, "What's the use of you saying so much, anyway, your treasures have been confiscated." Only then did he remember his original purpose, and once again he held Kraft's waist and began to cry miserably. Kraft was really impatient by Fat Liao, and said to him, "The brain collapse artifact and the mechanism lock are definitely gone, but I have a new idea recently. Waiting for the equipment I ordered in a few days, we just start work, and when the time comes, we will post the video on the internet to see how the response is." Reading www.ukansha.com. "It's up to you, brother." Fatty Liao patted Kraft on the back fiercely, and Kraft rolled his eyes back and didn't bother to care about him. But the other students got excited at this time, and they leaned over to ask, "Kraft, do you have another invention? Can you tell me what kind of invention it is? Don't be too expensive, the price of the toilet robot you invented last time is too high, I can't afford it at all. That thing was not originally sold to us, okay, it was sold to customers of Jiao Shao channel. I heard that many people bought it. It's nice to have money." Yeah. The Vantas Middle School where Kraft is located is not a prestigious school. Most of the students in it are in general family conditions, and the rest are children of other ethnicities like Kraft and Fatty Liao. Because the board of directors of this middle school, most of them are made up of Asians, so many Asians in New York are also willing to send their children to this school. Although the United States chants slogans such as human rights equality all day long, they are actually bullshit. Non-white people are treated differently in this country. When he escaped from the Magic Gang with Martin Lee, Kraft encountered the ugly faces of those people, so Martin Lee established the Feast Homeless Shelter to help the poor after making money. Kraft once suggested not to accept whites, but Martin refused. It's a pity that I still don't have the ability to make those magical props. Recalling the tragic experience back then, Kraft secretly gritted his teeth to the culprit Magia gang. Chapter 2, Dr. Skilled. Kraft Lee, male, is about 14 years old this year. 7 years ago, he didn't know where he was taken away by the Magias. The Magias carried out many human experiments on him and a large group of people who were also arrested. After a certain experiment, Kara FT began to dream non-stop. The content in the dreams was all about a group of strangers and even other creatures making some inventions and creations. In the beginning, these dreams were not only broken and chaotic, but also endless, which caused Kraft to be in a muddle-headed state for a long time, and with such a large-scale content poured into his young head. Here, he also had a high fever at the time. Then, during his half-dream and half-waking period, the Magian gang didn't know what happened. Those who were caught back found an opportunity to escape from the Magian gang's experimental base. It was rare to have a sober moment at that time. He hugged a fellow with the same yellow skin tightly, and was so lucky to be brought out together. And the man he hugged is Kraft's current adoptive father, Martin Lee. I don't know if it's because of the experiment, or because of too much content in the dream. When Kraft finally got rid of the haunting state, the memory before he was captured by Magia's gang disappeared, even he couldn't even remember his own name, because as an experimental subject, he had only a simple number when he was in the Magia gang. So Kraft took Martin's last name and gave himself the name of Kraft according to the content of the dream. In fact, the first name that came to his mind was Lovecraft. But for some reason he always felt that this name was a bit problematic, so in the end he still removed the previous Love. At first they escaped from the Magia gang with Martin Lee. The two did not even have an identity certificate. Although a fake driver's license in the United States can confuse most inquiries, their Asian identities will always receive some extra to make things difficult. I finally ran to the Chinatown of New York, relying on the help of other Chinese to gradually stabilize my heels. Since they stabilized their heels, the two of them lived as if someone was helping, and suddenly they got better. Martin Lee was even awarded the Medal of Freedom by the President himself, giving him and Kraft a true identity. But even so, Kraft still doesn't have a slight affinity for those whites and blacks, and he is not uncommon about the identity of that American citizen. Kraft's biggest wish is to one day save enough money to return to the other side of the ocean. So when Martin Lee spent a lot of money to buy the clothing store where he used to work and transform it into a Feast homeless shelter, Kraft had a big fight with him. But as Kraft grew older, his extreme personality also improved, especially after meeting a few kind-hearted whites and blacks. Although Kraft still has difficulty in developing a good impression on people of other skin colors, he still will be beaten to death with a stick. After his life got better, Kraft began to try to restore the inventions and creations in the dream. Although the dream was broken at the beginning, it was impossible to sort out the content, but as Kraft got rid of the muddle state, his dreams gradually became coherent and complete, but when he dreamed and what dreams he had was completely out of his control. Because of his own knowledge and skills, Clough talked about understanding a lot of things, and he couldn't even copy it like a cat. Coupled with Martin's death of his pocket money, Kraft doesn't have enough funds even if he wants to try the inventions in his dream. Until one day, Kraft dreamed of an old Chinese man wearing ancient costumes. He claimed to be a disciple of the Mahist school. The content of the dream was probably that the old man made all kinds of weird gadgets with a pile of wood while teaching. A group of children has a technique called organ surgery. After waking up, Kraft took out his poor savings, bought a few basic carving tools, then picked up some discarded wood, tried to make the simplest mechanism lock, and then took this thing. Go to school and bet with people to see who can unlock and earn his first pot of gold. Although it is not enough for his tool money, Kraft is still very happy. Later, he also specifically checked the records about the Mo family, but there were no related books here in the United States. Finally, he went around in Chinatown and asked an old doctor at a Chinese medicine shop before he knew what the concept of the Mo family was. It's a pity that he only had 2 dreams about the Mo family, and then they were replaced with dreams that made him completely confused. The phoenix folded out of paper can breathe fire. Are you serious? No matter how scarce Kraft's knowledge is, he can understand that some dreams did not happen in his own world at all. How can anyone look like a piece of paper? And all the objects in the entire world are made of paper. This is so unscientific, okay. Later, Kraft even dreamed of mahist mechanics several times, but the protagonist of the dream is no longer the old man, and the world may not even be the same. Crafting a mechanism puppet that can do repeated mechanical movements out of wood, Kraft can still understand that if I make a mechanism tiger out of wood, and then engrave it with a few light-emitting runes, it can move freely or even speak. Is it too much? However, even if he often encounters dreams that he cannot understand, he has made a lot of money by relying on other gadgets that Kraft can replicate. Later, Fatty Liao took the initiative to seek cooperation. FT is in charge of production, and Fatty Liao is in charge of sales. Fatty Liao is worthy of his identity as a shady shop owner, and Kraft's income has increased a lot. Later, Kraft dreamed of a long-haired man who claimed to be handmade. Inspired by him, Kraft also began to take part of the production process of his work into a video and posted it on the internet. And gave himself a Drive SID. With the help of Fatty Liao, a business prodigy, self-proclaimed, Kraft's Xiao Xiao channel is now considered to be a small celebrity. Now his products are not only popular in nearby schools, but also have a lot of online orders. Recently he also specially set up a warehouse in Chinatown, intending to transform it into his own private workshop, and now he waits for the equipment to be ordered. Talking and laughing along the way, the school bus arrived at the Vantas Public Middle School where Kraft was studying. Kraft and Fatty Liao stepped off the school bus and walked to the 7th grade classroom. The public school courses in the United States are not onerous, and most of the teachers here do not have the habit of forcing students to learn. They pay more attention to the development of students' autonomy. Students' academic problems should be considered by their parents. But in order to better understand the content of the dream, Kraft doesn't have to worry about Martin in learning. Although many times the knowledge gained from school is not useful in dreams. The kind of technology that ignites flames to melt metal and then summons lightning out of thin air to forge it into flying swords, even if Kraft mastered all the knowledge in the Library of Congress, it would not be possible to do it. It seems that my life is going to be a technology fate. Kraft didn't know why such a thought came into his mind, but he thought it was really appropriate. Those inventions and creations involving magical celestial arts, magic and other mysterious side methods can only be viewed as animated CG. If you have an eye addiction, you have to really come up with something good. Rely on dreams related to pure technology. For example, Dr. aka, whose real name is called Doctor, whether it is an anesthesia watch or foot strengthening shoes, is a great invention. Thinking of this, Kraft touched the watch on his wrist. He hasn't been able to make foot strength shoes yet, but the craftsmanship of the anesthesia watch is not difficult. The core technology is that it can be quickly anesthetized and is non-toxic and harmless. The anesthetics of the world, but only need to be deployed according to a specific ratio, and there is no difficulty in making it. The only thing that puzzles Kraft is that many of the people in the dreams related to pure technology are Japanese. In reality, there are not many Americans at the forefront of technology. Is Japanese technology in other worlds so advanced? To be honest, Kraft was very curious about it. After so many years of dreams, Kraft can be considered as a summary of some rules. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The protagonist is the dreamland of a celestial person. Generally, they are things that cannot be imitated without special abilities, such as alchemy tools, or they are forging some magic weapons that are of little use to him, although the sword that blows hair, and cuts iron like mud is indeed very awesome, but in this era, no matter how strong a cold weapon is, it can't do a gun, and the selection of materials is so demanding that Kraft can't afford it. Then there are the big men of Japanese ethnicity on the technological side, but most of them are making all kinds of robots. With Kraft's wallet, they can't afford these heavy industrial manufacturing, like Dr. Aha, who always invented some grounding gas. The scientist of the product still dreamed too little. In reality, Americans who stand at the forefront of technology are not without dreams, but most of them are doing human experiments, and they are all biochemical roots. Kraft will never touch this kind of cheating stuff, and not to mention that he himself was a victim of human experimentation. Just thinking of the overwhelming tide of zombies in his dreams made Kraft's heart lingering. The rest are some rather messy dreams, which only exist in fantasy literature, such as elves, dwarves, and goblins. The things they make basically involve magical elements, which can only make Kraft greedy but can't learn. The horrible thing, and some alien technology, basically belong to the part that Kraft can't understand at all, and many of them are not used at all. For example, an alien with on the back of his head, they give self-made equipment is not suitable for humans at all. But thanks to these weird dreams, Kraft is now not only proficient in multiple languages, but also a language that is impossible to use, such as the Elvish language. He usually uses it to fool his classmates. It is very interesting to install a linguist online. Chapter 3, the video is on fire. Hi, hello everyone, this is the channel of Dr. Handyman. In Kraft's personal studio, he was speaking to the camera with his opening remarks. As early as the day when the production tools he ordered arrived, Fatty Liao, who was eager to spend money, urged him to start making the new things he said. The things were actually already done, and the related production process Fatty Liao also edited. Almost there, Kraft is now just making up the opening remarks and product introductions. As everyone knows, I have a good friend David, he is more plump. Kraft said, making gestures near his belly. He has always wanted to lose weight, but he couldn't find an effective way. I believe that many people have the same troubles as him. As a good friend, I decided to help him find a way, so I have this set lost weight loss suit. This time the product is still learning from the dream of handcraft. Although Kraft has been able to make some more technical and practical things, such as the invention of Dr. Ali's anesthesia watch, these things he intends to use it for self-defense, and does not intend to sell it to the outside world, and if he really sells these dangerous items in such a grand manner, he is afraid that he will be found by the police uncle. On the contrary, this interesting invention of handcraft is more suitable for making videos. It is not only safe, but also full of gimmicks. In the videos released by Kraft, product videos produced by handcraft are always among the best. Just a while ago, Kraft dreamed about the treadmill and the diet fitness and weight loss refrigerator lock, so Kraft packaged them together to make a video. After letting Fatty Liao appear on the scene to experience the effects of the two new inventions, even if all the material for the video is filmed, Kraft has always lost the follow-up work to Fatty Liao. He is basically taking care of the account of the Xiao Xiao channel. Anyway, he is only responsible for making products. Fatty Liao is a profiteer, but he is still very reliable as a partner. After the things were done, Kraft stopped paying attention to it, and tried to make full-strength shoes in his workshop. Anyway, his current video income is actually more from the website, and the product sales are now on the contrary, it is a small head, and even if someone buys large items such as a treadmill and a diet fitness refrigerator lock, they are usually made to order. It will be his turn to wait for Fatty Liao to discuss with the customer. Clang boom! An empty can was kicked into the air by Kraft, screaming and hitting a wooden board in the distance. The specially reinforced wooden board was directly smashed out of a hole under the impact of the can, and the can was just stuck in the hole. Success! Kraft clenched his fists and cheered. After several failures, he finally made the foot-strengthening shoes. There is a problem with the quasi-head. Kraft looked at the can that almost flew out of the board and scratched his hair in annoyance. So why do you want to develop footwear? The accuracy of kicking is obviously not as good as throwing by hand. Isn't it good to make gloves? But after this production, Kraft has mastered the core technology of foot-strengthening shoes, and it should be no problem to develop arm-strength gloves. That is, the funds are not enough. Kraft calculated his remaining money and sighed helplessly. This workshop has already spent most of his savings. When making foot-strengthening shoes, he also spent a lot of money on shoes. Even if Kraft tried to choose cheaper shoes, it also cost a lot of money. After all, the quality of the shoes is too high. It doesn't work if it's bad, it doesn't make sense to kick it and scrap it. Kraft. Something big. While Kraft was distressing whether he rushed to make a batch of locks for some money, Fatty Liao rushed in with a laptop under his arm and rushed through the studio door. What's wrong? Your treasure has been discovered again. Where do I get the money to replenish the collection now? Fatty Liao was furious and retorted. No. It's not the time to talk about this, something really happened. Now our channel is truly famous. Qin let Fatty Liao put aside the topic of his own collection. It seems that something really happened, but looking at his fat face with open eyebrows and smile, it should be a good thing, right? Kraft pulled Fatty Liao's arm and walked outside. He didn't like having other people staying where he was working. So, David, my old buddy, what happened? As he walked out, Kraft asked. You come and see this. Fatty Liao opened the notebook in his hand, clicked on the video they had taken before, and quickly pulled down the comment area. I saw that the top comment at the top of the comment area read, interesting idea, I plan to give one of my bodyguards. Commenter's ID, Tony Stark. There is also an exaggerated certification mark on the front of the ID. This mark is the only one on the whole network, which proves that Tony Stark is the original genuine. There is also a rumor about this logo. In the past, Tony Stark quarreled with people on this video site. Someone questioned his identity. Then this guy bought the entire video site and added his ID. This unique anti-counterfeiting mark. Kraft is not clear about the authenticity of this incident, but the sign at least shows that it is Stark himself. So, Stark contacted you? Kraft asked lightly, not taking Tony Stark too seriously. Although Kraft is still basically only able to copy the inventions in his dreams, he is also very interested in scientific research. According to reason, Kraft should admire the genius of Tony Stark very much. Scientists are right, but because of his childhood experience, he has always been unable to give a good impression to guys with different skin colors. Unless he gets along for a long time and is recognized by Kraft, he will look at him differently. Stark, Kraft. White scientists who have never been in contact with him are naturally not within the scope of his worship. Why are you not excited at all? This is Tony Stark. Fatty Liao pulled his throat excitedly, unable to understand Kraft's plain attitude. Don't be stupid, David. Because there is no fan filter, Kraft can see clearly. Do you think it's difficult to replicate my little gadget with Stark Industrials technology? This thing is just a gadget that Stark bought at hand, just like the rattle you bought on the street. Do you really think you can get online with Stark with this? After being splashed by Kraft's cold water, Fatty Liao gradually calmed down. He slapped his lips and said with some regret, well, you make sense, but Fatty Liao sternly defended, "I don't like playing rattles at all. I bought the rattles for the brother of the leader at the beginning." Kraft didn't want to talk to him. "You don't like playing rattles? Who was the second fool who ran 3 streets with a rattle?" What happened after that was just like what Kraft said. The one who was in contact with Fatty Liao was a worker from Stark Industries. He was not as thirsty as he had imagined, and there was no arrogance. He was just ordinary from here. After buying something, Fatty Liao carefully quoted a price that was not too dark, and the other party did not bargain. He gave him an address that most New Yorkers knew, the company building of Stark Industries, even if the transaction was completed. Fatty Liao couldn't help but sigh, if he knew his price would have been higher. Kraft thought it would be over here, but he still underestimated the traffic that Tony Stark can bring. Near the school and residence, suddenly a bunch of unfamiliar or even unknown people often come to say hello. There are also some guys who sound like scammers and don't know where they got their phone number and email address. I sent a message saying that I would partner with myself to create the brand union. Later, there were even reporters who came to Vantas, an unknown public middle school, UU reading www.uuganju.com conducted an interview with Kraft, and the content of the interview actually appeared on the headlines of several newspapers, and even a TV station specifically recorded a program for this. This carnival-style expansion made Kraft and Fatty Liao, who had never had a similar experience, dumbfounded. It was Martin Lee who expressed his calmness. "Capital is just like that. It will fire a heat to make it more popular, and then they will get benefits and traffic. They don't care about the hot spots after the harvest." Martin Lee rubbed Kraft's little head and explained with a smile. "Like the Medal of Freedom I got back then, do you think the President of the United States really cares about our rootless duckweed? He just wants to set an example to improve his political performance. This person can be me or someone else, just I seized the opportunity and gained a lot of benefits for myself." Kraft scratched his head in confusion. He didn't quite understand why Martin had to say this to himself. He didn't care about it at all. Or, because of the media hype, his order for his weight loss kits soared, and he was too happy to have time. So while this craze hasn't passed, you put 2 sets of that smashed boat suit into Feast, and it also brings me a wave of traffic, and I will pay you the money at the price," Martin said with a sly smile on his face. "Is this the world of your adults?" Kraft sighed helplessly. Although he despised Martin's way of getting hotter, he still agreed. "What else can I do? After all, Martin is also his own father, he can only do so. He will pay anyway." Chapter 4, Happy is not happy anymore. "Mr. Stark, there is your courier at the Stark mansion." Looking at Playboy in his villa, Tony Stark, who was choosing his bed partner tonight, was interrupted by artificial intelligence Jarvis. "My courier? Why don't they bring it home?" Stark, who was interrupted by Princess Election, was very unhappy and stabbed. "This thing is for Happy, and it will be sent directly to the company." "These are your original words?" Jarvis replied dutifully. "A gift for Harpy." Stark recalled it, but did not find any relevant memories. "When did I buy him gifts? I never give gifts to men." Jarvis did not speak, but directly projected Kraft's video in front of Tony Stark and Stark's own message below the video. "Oh! I remember it." Stark laughed, threw the in his hand aside, and shouted to Jarvis, "Get the car ready for me, I will go to the company now. Contact Harpy by the way and tell him that the holiday is over, let him hurry go to Stark Tower." Drove the sports car all the way to the Stark building illegally, when Happy was already waiting at the door. "Tony, what happened? You will come to the company." Throwing the car key that Stark had handed over to the porter, asking him to deal with parking and illegal matters, Happy approached Stark and asked curiously. "Oh, it's not a big deal." Stark smiled and led Harpy into his barely used office, where there were already 2 huge boxes. "Happy, Come and see the present I bought for you." Stark happily said to his bodyguard, patting one of the boxes. "Oh no, Tony, I don't think I need this." Because of the media's carnival, Harpy already knew what the so-called gift was at this time, and he was very resistant to it. The kid who came up with this invention must be the devil sent to the world by Satan. And Tony, he must have been confused by the devil too. "Are you sure?" Tony Stark stared at the round belly of his bodyguard, and said ruthlessly, "As far as your body is, if you don't explain in advance, others will think you are my chef instead of bodyguard. If one day I am really in danger, do you really have the strength to protect me? After all, you seem to have to take a breath after 2 steps." Of course there is no problem. His professional level was questioned by employers, and Happy seemed very excited. "My figure will not affect my skill." "I doubt it, Happy." Stark spread his hands and shook his head. "Think about your body shape when you first joined the job, and look at it now. When you lower your head, you can't even see your toes. Maybe I really need these things, maybe." Harpy lowered his head when he heard the words. Although he could still see it on his toes, the situation was indeed dangerous. He thought about it and felt that he had indeed been too slack over the years. "Well, Tony, I accept this gift." Happy collapsed his shoulders in despair, as if he had seen his future miserable life. "Farewell, my favorite hot dog. And burger cola fried chicken popcorn burrito. Marvelous." Stark patted the palm of his hand, and took the melancholy Happy to the treadmill. "Quick, you try this first, let me see how it works. You have been possessed by the devil, Tony." Kraft naturally didn't know that the bodyguard of a certain rich man was in deep water because of his invention. He and Fatty Liao are now taking advantage of the weekend to deliver Martin Li's order to the feast tramp. In the shelter. "Kraft, it's been a long time since I saw you, you have become famous recently." As soon as he walked into the asylum, a middle-aged woman with an older look came up and touched his little head and praised. "Hello Aunt May." "Hello, Aunt May." Kraft and Fatty Liao greeted Aunt May obediently. May Riley Parker, who has been a volunteer in the feast shelter all the year round, is one of the few white people who can be looked at by Kraft. A kind-hearted person like her is worthy of respect regardless of his skin color. After exchanging a few words with Aunt May, Fatty Liao instructed the freight workers to place the weight loss suits in a prominent position in the shelter. With this group of homeless people in the shelter in a hungry state, it was impossible to use it. Kraft's weight loss kit. But Martin Li said that this can attract people who are interested in weight loss kits to visit and try. The shelter can collect fees and also take the opportunity to advertise the nature of the shelter in order to obtain donations. Kraft doesn't know whether Martin's words can be realized. Anyway, he has no interest in helping homeless people. When he was wandering with Martin before, he didn't see anyone to help him. But according to Martin, he didn't seem to have just built this shelter with good intentions. Kraft scratched his head. The adult world is really complicated. Just then, from a room in the corner, a dumb guy with glasses came out. "Aunt May, what else can I help?" Immediately, he saw the worker who was breaking the weight loss suit and Kraft who was talking to Aunt May, and the expression on his face suddenly became excited. "Kraft!" Peter Parker ran up to Kraft in 3 steps and 2 steps, grabbed his arm and shook it. "I heard that your invention was favored by Mr. Stark, it's really enviable." "What's so envious, isn't it just selling something to him?" Throwing away Peter's hand in disgust, Kraft curled his lips and looked at this guy 4 or 5 years older than himself with contempt. Although Peter Parker is Aunt May's nephew and often comes to the shelter to help, Kraft doesn't like him very much, but it's not annoying. The main reason is that he doesn't like Peter Parker's usual solitary way. "But, wouldn't it be possible for you to have a conversation with Mr. Stark like this?" Peter's thoughts are exactly the same as the previous Fatty Liao, but Kraft no longer wants to explain it again, and instead of patiently explaining, Kraft is more often to diss Peter. Even if you catch a conversation, it's my business. What are you so excited about? And, even if you can catch a conversation with Stark, do you look open? You squat even talking to Mary. This is different. Peter Parker flushed, and he wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Kraft dis Peter, it can be said that it is a repertoire of the asylum. After hearing it, everyone around them burst into laughter. Even Aunt May happily watched the play again. She is actually not very satisfied with Peter's cowardly character, so she is happy to see Kraft stimulating Peter. Maybe her nephew will change because of this? It's a pity that Peter Parker disappointed her, and after hesitating a few sentences, Peter found an excuse to slip away. Ugh! Aunt May sighed with disappointment. She didn't mean to blame Peter. It's normal for Peter to appear inferior after losing his parents and poor family. Just looking at the little guy Kraft, Aunt May suddenly felt a little bit I understand what this kid meant by other people's children. Seeing Peter confess to slip away again, Kraft opened his hands to Aunt May and shook his head helplessly. He could only help Aunt May to get here. No matter how much he hates people of other skin colors, the 14-year-old Kraft will not ridicule others casually for no reason, not to mention the relationship with Aunt May. He is aware of Aunt May's distress, so from time to time, he would help Aunt May stimulate the idiot Peter Parker. Of course, bullying a senior student who is several years older than him will also make Kraft a sense of accomplishment. The same goes for the other people in the shelter. They are also helping to stimulate Peter together. Kraft is not as popular in the shelter as Peter. Most of the staff here are volunteers who come to help spontaneously. He is the adopted son of Martin Lee and is particularly biased towards him. Thank you, baby. Aunt May stepped forward and gave Kraft a hug. She really liked this kind of extreme but very sensible child. Reading www.youcanshu.com is Martin Lee, who will soon adopt it first, otherwise she wants to take Kraft home. You still don't want to be this bad guy anymore. Peter's character has been set, and it is impossible for him to change this level of stimulation. Touching Kraft's little head, Aunt May said with some relief, trying a few times to no avail. She also felt a little distressed for her nephew, and decided to let him go with the flow. Anyway, it was just a cowardly character, no big deal. Don't, Kraft said cheerfully. It's rare to have a fair and honest reason to bully Peter. I'm too happy to have time. You kid. Whatever you want. Aunt May gave Kraft an angry glance, and then added, don't bully too hard, your brother Peter's mental capacity is not very good. I know Deo. Kraft lengthened his voice, and reluctantly agreed. After chatting with Aunt May for a while, Kraft and Fatty Liao left. The work in the shelter is still relatively busy. He doesn't want to help, and there are new experiments waiting for him, so it is better to leave early. Martin Lee's prediction is very accurate. Due to Kraft's production capacity, the Feast Hobo shelter has caught up with the tail of the craze. The slimming kit has indeed brought a lot of traffic here, and it has also gained a lot of value. Filipino donations and monetary assistance are second, mainly the job opportunities given by some bosses, which is relatively rare. But this craze itself has no foundation, so it comes and goes fast, and Kraft's ears are quieter. It's a pity that he's only been quiet for 2 days, but Tony Stark is messing up with him again. Chapter 5, Swimming and Fitness Understanding 1. Originally, after handing over the weight loss package to Happy, Tony Stark basically forgot everything about Kraft. This was originally his unpretentious and boring life of a rich man. The small dressings are not much different from the magazine cover girls who were forgotten after he slept. But after a few weeks, Stark suddenly noticed that his bodyguard, Happy, had undergone a surprising change. Stark stared at Happy, who hadn't seen him for a few days, and Stark asked in surprise, "You actually succeeded in losing weight?" Stark said as he patted Happy's already small belly. His surprise is completely justified. As Stark's bodyguard, Harpy's job is too leisurely. Apart from driving him and blocking reporters, he basically has no other tasks. When Tucker's inspiration bursts into the laboratory, he will get a vacation of variable duration. Back then, Harpy was also a sturdy man with 8-pack abs, and it wasn't that this decadent life changed his appearance. Harpy also had a plan to exercise, but laziness is one of the original sins. In the absence of work pressure, Harpy did not hold on for long and gave up. Until Stark gave him the weight loss kit, and Harpy mistakenly thought that Stark was starting to be dissatisfied with his work attitude, and then he made up his mind to exercise himself hard. However, which fitness instructor is so good that he can actually reduce the fat? You lose weight all at once, but I'm not used to it. Listen, is this human? Happy trembling lips, pointed at Stark so angry that he couldn't speak, his eyes full of accusations. Mr. Tony Stark was confused and had no idea what his bodyguard was excited about. It's not because of your gift. Happy, who had been holding back for a long time, finally yelled. After opening the chatterbox, he kept complaining to Stark about how hard he had worked in the past few days, and how miserable he was. And you have forgotten all about it. Happy looked at Stark's gaze more and more angry. Oh, okay, I apologize, Harpy. I didn't expect the effect of that kid's weird invention to be so obvious, and you misunderstood what I meant. Tony Stark raised his palms and calmed his bodyguard and friend softly, but his tone was a little weird, apparently holding back a smile. You are still laughing. Sorry, Happy. No longer wanting to stimulate Harpy, Stark quickly covered his mouth, but the smile in his eyes couldn't stop. After patience for a while, Tony Stark, who was accustomed to letting himself go, still couldn't hold it back, and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, Happy, this is really funny, ha 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 ha. After a frantic laugh, Stark finally used his usual and easy-to-use banknote ability to appease Harpy, but it was precisely because of this that Stark became interested in Croft's invention again. Jarvis, bring me up the channel of the little guy who invented the weight loss treadmill. After dismissed Harpy, Stark took advantage of the fact that he still remembered it, and ordered Jarvis to call up Croft's handy channel and start browsing his past videos. Most of the videos uploaded by Croft are made by hand, and the technical content contained in them is not that high. The main reason is that the weird brains are very interesting, so Stark basically watched it for fun. Until he discovered Croft's videos about Mahist locks. Hey! This puzzle is quite interesting. With Tony Stark's wisdom, he could see the ingenious design core of the mechanism lock that Croft showed in the video at a glance. He quickly turned off the video because he didn't want to be spoiled by the video. This kind of thing it's interesting to disassemble it yourself. Jarvis, all types of mechanical locks in the Xiao Xiao channel, is this the name? Buy them all for me. Forget it, just give me a copy of all the products. Stark waved his hand proudly, activated his money abilities, and began to scan for goods on Croft's channel. Then the major media in New York suddenly discovered that Tony Stark, the darling of the news, did not know when he liked to take out a few strangely shaped wooden blocks from his pocket in his spare time and fiddle with it, even some at that time. Even the beautiful lady came up to talk to him, but he just ignored it. Playboy Tony Stark turned sex. This major discovery made the media in New York and even the United States crazy. All major headlines and TV shows began to discuss the recent changes in Tony Stark and various in-depth analysis of the reasons for this change. Of course, naturally, someone traced down who made the little wooden block that made Stark ignore the beauty. It's Dr. Kraft Lee again. This discovery made the media's carnival even more noisy, especially when Tony Stark said in an interview, "These little wooden blocks are very interesting, much more fun than the Rubik's Cube. The kid Kraft has a great idea, if he can go smoothly." After graduating from the university, Stark Industries' door was opened for him at any time. The New York media rushed to Chinatown frantically and began to dig out everything related to Kraft. Fortunately, Martin Li's power at this time is not small and can be covered. What these media have unearthed are some bright things, such as some of their dark history after being escaped from the Magic Gang, and before being taken abducted for human experimentation. Martin had covered it up, and the reported information was even rarer, which saved Kraft a lot of unnecessary trouble. But Kraft is still being harassed so much. Now he can't even go to school. He can only stay at home and in the workplace to do research. No matter how much he likes to do these things, he is forced to do so. It's annoying to keep doing it, not to mention the bunch of lock orders that Stark brought up. Kraft can't wait to squeeze all these locks into Tony Stark's throat. Just when he was in distress, it was Martin Li who stood up again. "Don't be so frowning, Kraft." Martin Li sat down beside Kraft with a smile, put his hand around his shoulder, and patted him lightly. "Didn't you keep saying that your experiment lacks funds? Now this is a good opportunity." Seeing that Kraft still had an unclear expression, Martin explained to him patiently. "Your mechanism lock is different from the previous weight loss kits. It has a deeper mass base, and Stark, the media darling, also actively advertised them. As long as you expand the sales of the mechanism locks, not to mention replacing the Rubik's Cube, at least you don't have to worry about your funds, and you don't need to spend your experience to make locks in the future. You just need to produce new drawings from time to time and leave the rest to the factory." Kraft's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words, but he quickly slumped. "Where can I get so much money to open a factory to expand production? Are you stupid by making things?" Martin smiled and patted Kraft's head. "I will come out the funds, and the staff can be recruited from the shelter. You only need to be responsible for the design and wait for the money to be divided." "Ns. Oh. Martin. I love you so much." Kraft jumped up happily, and shouted, holding Martin's neck. Martin Li and Kraft said before that when his career had improved and he had already made a lot of money, Kraft had no idea. What he thinks is that he made a lot of money, probably because Martin allowed them to move to a relatively high-end residential area in Chinatown, and there is extra money to relieve the homeless people. After all, the cars Martin drove were just ordinary Fords, not even sports cars. Where could he get the money? But when Kraft saw a call from Martin, a series of work on the company, factory, trademark, and sales channels of the agency lock were quickly completed in just a few days, and he was surprised by what his adoptive father said. "A lot of money, I am afraid it is really a lot of money. Selling those bottles and cans actually make so much money?" Actually, what specific business Martin is doing now, Kraft doesn't know very well. He never pays attention to these. Reading www. What he knows at uyugonshu.com is that Martin used to sell some bottles and jars and some strangely shaped statues, which are said to be antiques. Although he was surprised at Martin's ability to earn money, Kraft immediately became happy after being surprised. At least he doesn't have to worry about Martin being dragged into bankruptcy by that shelter, and he will have enough funds to go to the locked factory when he is opened. Try the more high-end inventions in the dreamland. As for the dexterous channel that caused him a big trouble, Kraft is ready to give up. No. After hearing the news, Fatty Liao leaped forward and started wailing while hugging Kraft's thigh. "We have agreed that we have a win-win cooperation. You can't just leave me alone. And isn't this too much for the fans who support you?" Facing Fatty Liao's dead skinny face, Kraft was also very helpless, but after all, he was a small partner in the initial startup with him. It is obviously inappropriate to leave him in this way, and what he said at the end also makes sense, not because of Stark. That bad guy easily gave up the fans who subscribed to his channel. "Okay, well, I will still shoot some interesting invention videos to you in the future, I don't care how you operate it." Kraft kicked impatiently. "Get up and drive, I'm dead again." "I knew Kraft you are a loyalist. You are simply Zhou Batao reborn, and Guan Er Yi reborn." Fatty Liao stood up at a speed that did not fit his body shape. The fat face that had been crying changed into a bright smile in a second. He happily slapped Kraft on the back, flattering without any bottom line. Stand up. Get out. Chapter 6, Upper Class Prom. The popularity of Kraft has gradually decreased over time, but the impact has not completely disappeared. Like all New York middle schools' joint exchange ball. Kraft frowned, and asked suspiciously, "What kind of is this?" The black boy who brought the news, that is, Michael, who discussed aesthetics with Fatty Liao on the school bus before, drew his dreadlocks on his head, and explained to the classmates around him at a very fast speed. The so-called All New York High School Joint Exchange Ball has been held for many times, but although it is nominally all New York, there are dozens of high schools in New York. Apart from a few prestigious schools, the rest all of them are private high schools, such as the Vantas Public High School, which is not well known, and the personnel composition is mostly other ethnic high schools, and they are not eligible to participate in it. If it weren't for Kraft's recent real fire, the school he attended was also famous once, and this year's dance party did not have their share at all. But even so, Vantas Public High School has extremely limited participation places. At this time, the senior management of the school is asking about the details of the previous dance to decide who to participate in this time. But anyway, as the main factor in getting an invitation, Kraft is definitely indispensable. Can I not go? Kraft curled his lips. He is not the kind of party creature commonly seen in the United States, and he has no interest in prom or anything. Isn't the vice fragrant? Why waste time on boring things like dancing? Impossible, Kraft. Others can find excuses to refuse, but you are absolutely indispensable. You must know that you are the main reason why our school can receive invitations. The school says nothing will let you be absent. Michael shook his head and replied. In fact, Kraft understood the truth, he just complained casually. Although Kraft was very reluctant, when the headmaster of Vantas Middle School came to him and spoke earnestly, he also had to pinch his nose to take on the task as the school leader with two other students go to the All New York High School Joint Exchange Ball. That's right, although Vantas Middle School received the invitation letter, there were only 3 places, and one of them was locked in Kraft and could not be replaced. Time soon arrived on the day of the prom. Kraft put on a small suit that made him very awkward, and combed the messy hair that had been messy all year round with wax to look like an adult. Martin Lee stood in front of Kraft, adjusted his collar for him, then put his hands on his shoulders, and looked at Kraft's shape with satisfaction. Yes, a handsome guy. Then he sent Kraft out the door and handed it to the other 2 students waiting outside. Kraft will trouble you. He is relatively young, so take care of him. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Francisco is the oldest of the 3. He is a Latino in the 12th grade. He is also the chairman of the student council of Vantas Middle School. He is good at social entertainment. Kraft is only the nominal leader. In fact, the school delegated the main communication tasks to Francesco, and the principal had also confessed to Kraft about these matters, so he actually only needs to show up in the past and eat and drink. There is also a place for an Asian senior in the 10th grade. She is not a figure in the school. She is very ordinary in all aspects. The reason for being selected is simply because his father is a school manager, and the position is relatively heavy. School manager. Hello, this is Amy, please advise. The senior sister bowed 90 degrees and introduced herself. Senior sister is Japanese. Seeing Amy senpai's movements, Kraft subconsciously communicated with her in Japanese. Hi. My mother is Japanese, and Lee Jun speaks Japanese really well. Amy senpai covered her small mouth, and replied in a weird Japanese accent in surprise. Let's talk in English. Kraft-kun, this girl's plastic Japanese is not as good as her own pronunciation, it sounds awkward. Kraft is really amazing, not only invented so many interesting things, even Japanese is so good. Francesco, a long-sleeved dancer, seized the opportunity and praised him. Hee, it's okay. Because of his dream and mastering many languages, Kraft, who has not made any effort, raised his hand in shame, and habitually wanted to scratch his head. After touching the stubborn hair, he remembered that he did it today. Hairstyle, and dropped his arms in a jealous manner. The three of them got into a car specially prepared for them by the school, and drove to the place where the ball was held, the party-only campus of a private high school with amazing tuition. You can understand why the high school tuition is so high by listening to the prefix of this campus. NS. A fairly pleasant conversation let the three of Kraft pass away the boring time when they were on the road. It's exaggerated. After arriving at his destination, Kraft looked at the so-called party-only campus in front of him and slapped his lips with all kinds of envy and hatred. Since it is a dance party, there is a ballroom. It is not the kind of dance hall, but the kind of banquet hall used by the upper class that Kraft only sees in film and television dramas. In addition, there is a large green space outside the ballroom, equipped with a diving platform and a swimming pool with a waterline, and there is even a racecourse behind. Kraft glanced at the student who was in charge of the reception who was introducing him here. The arrogance and contempt in his eyes did not hide at all. When introducing him, he also had a tone of "you haven't seen the world." The three of Kraft were very upset, and even Francisco, who had always been smiling and welcoming people, stretched out a face. In fact, the past exchange dance party did not use such an exaggerated venue. This dance party is plainly an activity where the descendants of a group of so-called superior people expand their contacts with each other, but whenever there are untouchables like Kraft when they want to become a new member, they will use similar methods to give the new member a good start. If they can make them happy, then it does not matter to add an interesting follower. If they find it meaningless, they will not send an invitation next time. Letter. Regarding this matter, in fact, the principal of Fantas also mentioned to Kraft and the others vaguely. At the time, Kraft did not pay much attention to it, because the principal said, "You may be a little unaccustomed to attending for the first time. Maybe it will be rejected by some people." Kraft thinks that the so-called rejection is to ignore them and not talk to them. But I didn't expect these guys to be no different from those street gangsters. Kraft lowered his eyes in silence. He didn't want to come here. Since they are not welcome here, he naturally has no interest in maintaining a superficial peace. Anyway, the principal did not say that he must join them. He just said to come and see you. Meet the world. Is indeed an eye-opener. The student who was in charge of the introduction wanted to take them inside and continue to see the world, but Kraft was not interested in continuing to listen to him being weird in that yin and yang. He turned directly away from the team and headed for the banquet hall. Go. Even if you have to leave. You have to fill your stomach before leaving. Kraft is a thrifty, great guy. Long before Kraft and the others arrived, the people from other schools were almost there. After all, bullying newcomers is a rare activity for their group, so they all ran early to watch the show. At this time, I saw Kraft leaving the line and walking to the banquet hall. There was a commotion. They are happy to see the resistance of the newcomers. Echo worms are too common in their daily lives. Only by bullying a dignified hardbone like Kraft can they feel more fulfilled. In the banquet hall, the leaders of several small groups winked at each other. After a silent exchange, one of the leaders and several of his followers came out more and more, and walked over to Kraft. You are Kraft, right? The leader raised his head, imitating his father's way of talking to people at the banquet, and seemed to introduce himself to Kraft with restraint. My name is Slade, Slade Hammer. I am glad to meet you. Kraft took a sip of juice, helped his throat swallow the stuffed snack, and curled his lips. You are too happy. Then, before the stunned Slade recovered, Kraft continued to sarcastically, your performance is not even as good as the third-rate actors in the trash hours on TV. No matter how elegant you are, you can't hide your inferior nouveau riche temperament. What nouveau riche temperament Kraft, of course, can't be seen, but in his opinion, this group of people are big dogs anyway. It is correct to scold the nouveau riche, but he did not expect him to scold it. Slade Hammer's father is the president of Hanmer Industries. As a newly emerged consortium in recent years, Hanmer Industries is indeed a nouveau riche in the eyes of those established consortia, otherwise Slade would not come to Clough. It's very troublesome, as the descendants of those old chables are sitting firmly on the Diao Yute at this time, watching the show safely in the distance. Slade's face twitched, trying to maintain the smile on his face, gritted his teeth and said, "Jealousy is the original sin, classmate Kraft. I can understand how ordinary people like you see the exquisite life of the upper class. That kind of uneasy feeling, but it's not necessary. I really don't have to resist it. I just came to make friends with you. It has nothing to do with whether your family is rich or not." Speaking of the back, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com. Slade gradually recovered his sense of superiority at the beginning, and pointed at Kraft in a bird's-eye attitude. However, when he heard Slade's words, Kraft laughed out. Sure enough, he is a nouveau riche, although the news reports have been suppressed. The name Martin Lee should not be unknown in your circle. Bar. After Martin Lee came out to help him with the related procedures of the agency lock, Kraft also went to learn about the financial strength of his adoptive father, and then discovered that nearly 80% of the industries in New York's Chinatown are related to Martin, and more than half of them are related to Martin. Martin's industry is dominated by Martin, so Martin Lee has a place even in the wealthy New York financial circle, and this Slade doesn't know the situation of his family. Obviously the nouveau riche he said before should it's a crooked hit. Slade's face changed drastically when he heard this. Although Hanmer Industries and Martin Lee's Industries did not have much intersection, he had heard of the name. Was pitted. Slade, who had long been accustomed to intrigue, quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at the guys who had encouraged him to come forward, and saw that they were getting together at this time, talking in a low voice, and aware of Slade. After Chi-Chi gaze, Chi-Chi showed a mocking smile at him, and the others were also laughing at him in a low voice. Slade, who lost his big face, couldn't stay any longer, apologized to Kraft with a dark face, and then left with his followers embarrassed. "It looks like it was used as a gun, an idiot." Kraft curled his lips and continued to taste the food on the table. Not to mention the bitch's attitude, the food prepared was quite delicious, and it shouldn't be wasted. Chapter 7, Kong Fu. If only Kraft was alone, he would definitely pat his and leave after filling his stomach, and was too lazy to spend time with this group of boring guys. However, Francesco and Amy are also passing with him. Kraft does not need to make false claims with these people. It does not mean that the two of them do not need this opportunity to expand their contacts. Other ethnic groups are in the United States. Life is hard, and not everyone is as extreme as Kraft. Kraft also understood the difference in the way people deal with problems after a lot of experience, so he has now learned to try not to interfere with other people's choices with his own likes and dislikes. It's a pity that even if Kraft wanted to spend this time quietly, others wouldn't give him this opportunity. Martin Lee is indeed a financial tycoon now, but his skin color determines that he is destined to be unable to penetrate into the circle of whites, and Martin's power is basically limited to Chinatown, so in the eyes of the rich and old, Martin's status is even worse. The ugly hammer had just appeared before. So when the vanguard, Slade Hammer, lost, soon someone came forward to tease Kraft, who was wandering around to eat. "Hey! What weight loss refrigerator of yours, can you build muscles like mine?" A sturdy white man blocked Kraft's way. He proudly bulged the biceps on his arms in a very rude manner. "Why don't you buy one and try it yourself? I don't think you look like you can't afford it, or did you spend all your pocket money on buying protein powder?" The other party is so rude, Kraft will naturally not give a good face, he looked at the muscles in front of him and curled his mouth in disdain. Regardless of the muscles of this guy, Kraft is not afraid of him if he really fights. He used to fight with those street gangsters when he was out wandering with Martin Lee. I've learned a lesson, and I'll be confused when I see a little blood. Just be careful not to be knocked down by him at the very beginning. What's more, he still has the technology products in his dream to defend himself. Kraft touched the wristband on his hand. This is an arm strength wristband that he improved based on the foot strengthening shoes. He has tested it, and after turning it on, he just walked Fatty Liao with one hand and played. I won't spend wrong money on your deceptive toys. Muscle Stick deliberately raised his voice, making a look of irritation, and then screamed out a line that was probably prepared a long time ago. Liars are not welcome here. Don't think that you are a big man if you are a little famous. The acting is true or false. If you want to find the difference, just say that this roundabout way of provocation is not suitable for you, a stupid big person, and your intelligence is not enough to complete such a complicated job. The idiot's hot-eyed performance made Kraft completely lose his patience, and he simply turned to the crowd of onlookers. If you want to make trouble, can't you find two smart guys? Or do you only have this kind of idiot here? That's really disappointing. Kraft gave a thumbs up and nodded the muscle stick behind him, sarcastically. Who are you, stupid? You yellow monkey! The angry muscular stick reached out and grabbed Kraft's shoulder. Kraft, who had been prepared for a long time, bent over and turned around, dodges the palm of the muscular stick, and kicked his abdomen, but this muscular stick was in the same body. The muscles weren't for nothing. Kraft kicked it up, like it was kicking on a car tire. The muscular stick just took 2 steps back. If nothing happened, he patted the dust on his stomach, and laughed. It doesn't hurt at all. Don't you all Chinese people know how to do it? Just jumping around like a monkey. The one. It's just a few words over and over again. I'm so tired of hearing it. Kraft dug his ears with a look of disgust. Don't you group of white-skinned pigs have any fresh words? Oh, it is, after all, you guys. In total, it only has a history of more than 200 years. Even the language has been inherited from Great Britain. I am asking too much. While going back tit for tat, Kraft quietly turned on the switch hidden under his 2-handed wristbands. Although his own strength is not worthy of the muscle stick in front of him, the difference in physical fitness lies there, even if he can win. He was also hurt a little too, and Kraft didn't think such a fool was qualified to be hurt for him. Look, I won't kill you, yellow-skinned monkey. The muscle stick slammed his fist towards Kraft, still cursing. As soon as he saw the way the muscular club punched, Kraft laughed. Not only did this man have no actual combat experience, but he also didn't learn boxing skills, but the charging speed was not slow. He probably played some rugby. Confrontational sports such as ice hockey, it is no wonder that the group of dudes will be pushed out as guns. This kind of direct attack is best dealt with. It can get out of the way by slightly lowering the body, but Kraft, whose arms are blessed by scientific power, gave up avoiding, and chose to face the muscle stick. Kraft quickly grabbed the fist that was thrown towards his head, and abruptly stopped the movement of the muscle stick, and then his lower body remained motionless, but the hand that grabbed the muscle stick fist randomly flicked to the side. The muscular man, who was 2 heads higher than Kraft and a few laps bigger than him, was thrown by Kraft several meters away and fell on the lawn next to him for a long time without being able to get up. Kung Fu, have you seen it now? Kraft slapped his palms twice easily, and put his hands behind his back as the master-level figures in the martial arts movies, with a calm expression. The previous group of students who were whispering and waiting for a good show were stunned. Kraft's counterattack obviously exceeded their expectations. After an awkward silence, the security guard, who had not seen the track, and gave him Kraft and the person in charge who led the way, finally didn't know where they got out. What happened here? Who is making trouble? The person in charge pretended to shout, and then stared sharply at Kraft, who was surrounded by the center, trying to put a little pressure on him. However, Kraft didn't mean to cooperate with him at all. While tidying up his already neat cuffs, he looked back at him with a smile. After looking at Kraft for a while, the person in charge found that the eye offensive he had learned from his elders had no effect. He had to withdraw his gaze in a hesitant manner, and then turned his head and shouted at the 2 security guards behind him, "Why are you still stunned? Hurry up and send Louis to treatment." The security guards here have long been used to the mess that these young masters make from time to time, and they don't deal with similar things once or twice, but who makes the school pay a high salary. After responded casually, the 2 security guards walked up to Louis, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dizzy because of his embarrassment, and tacitly racked him up from left to right, and walked outside. At the same time, a senior boy came out from behind the student who was in charge of reception. He had an elegant temperament in his gestures, which was clearly different from the upstart of Hanmer. The arrogant person in charge in front of FT showed a dog-leg smile when he appeared, and quickly stepped aside to let him make his debut. "I'm very sorry, Louis is an idiot with only muscles in his head. I apologize to you for him." The man walked up to Kraft and leaned slightly. Phelim Jones, an 11th grade student of Dalston Elite Private High School, and also the president of the student union, is fortunate to be in charge of this dance party. Dalston Elite Private High School. The party campus where Kraft and the others are now belongs to this high school. Simply put, it is the host of this dance party. "It's okay, I won't suffer anyway." Kraft shrugged his shoulders, and replied without a smile. "The means are a little naive, which disappoints me a bit." Phelim's smile remained the same, and he pushed back, "After all, there are so many participating schools, right? I'm just Dalston's student chairperson. I can't control the thoughts of other school students, although I don't welcome it either. You're interim students, but we still have basic etiquette in Dalston." Papa. Kraft applauded and sighed softly. "If you let others do bad things, you just have to watch the show and wait for the good show. You are more shameless than the upstart before." Kraft believes that Phelim has no plans to find fault with him. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com, but does he need him to find fault? Among this group of so-called elites, it is much more troublesome to find himself and his party. He does not need to take the initiative to leave. As the host of this prom, he has made it clear that he has not stopped the actions of other people. My own position, what basic etiquette is still talking to him? Kraft sneered, ignored the cheeky guy in front of him, and walked around him. "Senior Phelim, this kid is too ignorant of good and bad, do you need someone to teach him a lesson?" The students in charge of receiving Kraft and the others leaned in front of Phelim, angrily showing loyalty, and by the way, he wanted to use Phelim's hand to give himself a sigh. From his point of view, he was in a confrontation with Kraft's eyes. It is a shame to lose the battle. If given a chance, he naturally wants to win back a city. This person's careful thoughts can't be concealed from Phelim, but he didn't say anything, but waved his hand indifferently. "We won't have any intersection from now on, there is no need to find one more enemy for ourselves." Most of the students who were watching the play coincided with Phelim's ideas. They have seen the play, and Kraft has also shown his toughness and strength. If the trouble continues, it is likely that he will be involved, and they too. They all chose to calm down like Phelim. This group of core members settled down. The guys who pointed to them to beg for life would naturally no longer be boring. The scene of Kraft throwing Louis out with one hand was quite bluffing. As a result, the 3 people who had been onlookers were immediately isolated. When Francisco and Amy saw this, they also put out their thoughts in the circle of this group of people, and followed Kraft to experience the life of the noble school. Again, without waiting for the ball to officially start, I left early. Chapter 8, This Unscientific. After the unpleasant dance party, Kraft's life finally returned to the right track, but because Tony Stark brought himself a series of troubles with a casual sentence, he was already in Croft's heart. Labeled as a troublemaker, Croft no longer wants to have more intersection with him if he can. After the popularity of the smart hand card mechanism lock has subsided, it has gradually stabilized. Although Tony Stark said that the mechanism lock is more interesting than the Rubik's Cube, it is still far less popular than the Rubik's Cube in terms of popularity. Earning money during this time was enough for Croft to start experimenting with more complicated inventions. Failed again. Looking at the pile of scrap iron in front of him, Croft put down his tools in frustration. Although the funds are in place, Croft's own knowledge and experience can't keep up. Even if he repeats the steps in the dream step by step, he will always make mistakes in some stages that require meticulous operation. Even if occasionally lucky to make one or two pieces successfully, the success rate in the second production is still not high. Sure enough, are you still too anxious? Croft sat cross-legged on the ground and began to reflect on the reasons for his recent failure. Because the funds were in place, he asked Martin for help as soon as his head got hot. He set up a private workshop again and bought a lot of production tools, but in fact he was not familiar with these equipment at all. It's normal. The steps are too big, it's an egg. Croft couldn't help but think of this saying. After trying to understand it, he temporarily put aside those overly complicated inventions, intending to try some inventions in dreams that he could barely understand, and then step by step, slowly improving his technology. After finding the right method, Croft's success rate has finally improved, and the progress he has made is much greater than the pure copy before, which makes him more addicted to his laboratory. Most of the free space-time is soaking in here. When he got home, Croft threw his school bag on the sofa, thinking about running to his small workshop, but Martin Lee suddenly jumped out of it. Don't be busy, tell you something. Are you at home? Martin Lee is a busy man. He usually goes out early and returns late. He often doesn't always come back when Croft sleeps. Originally, Croft was still distressed by Martin's hard work, but he accidentally discovered his nightclub VIP card. Later, Croft began to urge him to find a company for himself. Martin Lee went home early, of course for his reasons. I have something to do these days, and I need to travel far away. It will take 10 days to come back. I said hello to your Uncle Liao, and you just go and eat. Oh, got it. Croft waved his hand. Martin would go to the far door from time to time. He had long been used to it. The friendship between him and Fatty Liao was also constantly getting stronger in the midst of eating together. One more thing, 3 days later is Aunt May's birthday, and Aunt May would like to invite you to her birthday party at her house. Croft would naturally not refuse Aunt May's invitation, but he wanted to make a gift for Aunt May in 3 days. It is probably too late, and the strange inventions in the dreamland are not suitable to be honest. Give it to Aunt May. Fortunately, Croft is rich now, and it is not difficult to buy a reliable gift. Martin Lee left the house in a hurry after the explanation, and Croft gave up his plan to go to a private workshop to continue his research, instead ran to Fatty Liao's house. He is going to give Aunt May a set of kitchenware. Fatty Liao's family runs a restaurant, so it's okay to ask him as a staff member. Fatty Liao went to the store to choose a complete set of kitchenware. After packing them in a gift box, the two returned to Fumanlu to eat an authentic Chinese meal, and stayed at Fatty Liao's home to play video games with him for a while. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Croft wandered back home with the gift he had prepared for Aunt May. After a brief wash, Croft went back to his room and fell asleep. Then he dreamed of Dr. aka after a long absence. Croft's dreams seemed to evolve, from being broken at the very beginning to being gradually complete later, from being awake and unclear to remembering the content, to being able to remember the entire dream, and now to be able to stay awake in the dream. And you can browse and use the items that appear in the dream at will. It's just that Croft's range of activities is limited, and he can't leave the protagonist of the dream too far, and the items he gets from the dream do not affect the use of the characters in the dream, but like a copy of a projection onto his hand. Dr. Ari's laboratory Kraft has long been familiar with, whether it's the various inventions he piled aside, the piles of scientific magazines and various materials on the bookshelf, and a small number of mystery novels. Take advantage of Dr. Ali's break while flipping through it. So this time he didn't scurry around, but stood calmly next to Dr. Ari, watching what he was messing up with. This is a tape recorder. After Kraft saw the items in Dr. Ali's hands, he was completely relieved. Dr. Ali's invention is much more practical than handmade, but it often explodes. Although Kraft will not be bombed. But that kind of sudden explosion was not very friendly to his little heart. I saw that Dr. aka removed all the main components of the tape recorder, installed it in a new, smaller case, and then stuffed it into a bow. Kraft looked at the fat doctor in front of him who added external speakers and controllers to the bow in his hand, scratching his head frantically. What does Dr. aka want to do? Isn't it another detective item for the kid named Shinichi? Although he had never seen the kid named Shinichi, Dr. Ali had several calls with him during the production process, so Kraft probably knew that there was such a kid. Anesthesia watch, foot power enhancing shoes, tracking glasses, and detective badges, etc., were all invented by Dr. aka for him. I have to say that Dr. Ali is really fond of that kid named Shinichi. After making the bow tie that was probably used for recording, Dr. aka turned on the old computer at his hand and started typing the code. Hey? I have to type code? So this thing is not a pure recording device. Kraft thought at first that what Dr. aka was going to do was something similar to a voice recorder, but it was right to think about it. If it's just a secret recording device, then just use the voice recorder. Leaning his head in front of the screen, Kraft looked at the string of codes that Dr. Ari had typed out. His programming skills were quite good, and it was not difficult to understand these codes. Kraft's procedural skills can be extraordinarily outstanding, thanks to Fatty Liao, a pig teammate who is still addicted to food. After playing a video game together, Kraft gave Liao angrily. Fatty wrote a cheating software, and since then, as long as there is something that Fatty Liao can't play, he will ask for Kraft, and there are more and more things. What is too strong will weaken the game experience. It's best to be a fool-like plugin that can be adjusted independently. The role of this game is too ugly. Give me a mod that can easily change the skin. After all, he is a small friend who has been in his house all the year round. Kraft basically met the requirements of this rookie, and his own programming skills have been honed in this way. Audio recording. Track analysis. Audio adjustment. Kraft understands the function of this program roughly. To put it simply, it is a sound recording and imitating program, but what's the point of this? Kraft continued to scratch his head frantically. Dr. Ari's code is actually not too complicated. The main track analysis link is not much different from the software used to compare the sound to determine the master. The sound can be imitated. There is a 3/4 imaging that is the sky. But Kraft thought about it again. This thing is probably a toy for the kid named Zinyi. A 3/4 image is enough, but it's a little bit lax compared to the previous inventions. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is another useless invention, probably only used as video material. Kraft thought with disappointment. Dr. AKA's invention often pulls the hips. After careful calculation, it turns out that the props for children to play detective games are the most practical, but now there is finally a useless detective prop. Just as Kraft thought about it, Dr. Ari had already installed the written program into the Bowtie onomatopoeia, then opened a video on the computer, and collected a recording from it for testing. Ahem, hello, my name is Dr. Ari. Dr. AKA put the bow tie to his mouth and spoke. Kraft? What just happened? Kraft pulled out his ears hard, and looked at the bow in Dr. AKA's hand with an incredible expression. The sound from inside the bow is not only 30 to 40% similar as Kraft estimated, but 1 hair. 1 sample. Is that a lie? Kraft's worldview has been impacted. Unlike some inventions that are not within the scope of his knowledge, Kraft can understand all the steps of this bowtie onomatopoeia. It is precisely because he can understand that he finds it incredible. According to the production method of Dr. Ari, this onomatopoeia is absolutely impossible to have such an effect. This unscientific. Kraft suddenly sat up from the bed. After the things were made, the dream naturally ended. However, Kraft woke up still as if he was in a dream, with a confused look on his face. No, I have to practice. Suddenly opened the quilt, Kraft quickly changed his clothes, and then ran to his private workshop. Chapter 9, Goodbye to My Beloved Dream. The genius at this time has just been bright, but many people in Chinatown have already got up, and they are out of stalls and sports. When they saw Kraft running madly, they all showed surprised expressions. Oh! Isn't this Martin's doll? You actually got up so early today. The grandparents who were getting together in the morning exercise greeted Kraft one after another. Kraft stopped and greeted them politely before replying, "It's just that I suddenly got some inspiration to do some experiments in the laboratory. I knew that your kid would have a great future." An old grandfather slapped Kraft on the shoulder, grinned and praised, then turned his head and boasted to his old friends. "What did I say back then? This kid Kraft looks like a smart baby, you still don't believe it? Bah! Lao Zhang, do you want to be shameless? It was Xiao Li who fixed the radio for you at the time. You didn't want to pay the labor fee and just said casually. I still don't know what your stingy character is." "Yes, yes, yes. What are you pretending to be, Zhang? And I still remember, in the end you really didn't pay for it." A group of old men did not show the face of Old Man Zhang, they took down the stage one after another. Old Man Zhang naturally refused to give up, dropped Kraft, and began to fight against the Confucians with great momentum. "Don't worry about those stupid old men," an old grandmother with a big red fan pose crafted to her side, "you have not eaten breakfast yet, baby? Here, this is the rice cake made by Grandma. You can use it to cushion your stomach. Just eating rice cakes and choking, I still have a bottle of milk." Another old lady also came over and handed a bottle of milk. Several other old ladies also contributed their food. "Thank you, Grandma." Kraft didn't be polite with them either, took the food, put them all in a bag, and waved goodbye to a few old grandmothers. "I rushed to the laboratory, so I left first. What a good boy, if only my grandchildren were half as good as him. Yes, I heard that this kid made a lot of money by making things. Even the TV station went to their school for interviews. Good looking, gentle, how do you say that word? Bookish. Yes, just like the great wits of ancient times. No, such a good young man, I can't let go. I have to call Martin someday. Let's talk and see if we can have a family. You are so beautiful. Your fat granddaughter is more suitable for the Liao boy. Kraft wants to be my grandson-in-law." Following those old men, the old ladies also quarreled because of Kraft. And Kraft, who had already left, didn't know that he had a few more fiancées inexplicably. At this time, he had already brought the food in his hand to his private workshop. But now Kraft is not thinking about breakfast, so he just put the food on the table aside, he pulled out a tape recorder from the pile of materials, and began to disassemble it. Because there is no bow tie at hand, Kraft directly made the sound device into a trumpet shape. After getting it done, he turned on the computer on the table, recalled the code written by Dr. Ali in the dream, and kept it verbatim. Knocked up. When everything was finished, Kraft learned that Dr. AKA also clicked on a video, recorded a sound ray from it, and then put the small speaker in his hand to his mouth. "Hello, how are you? My name is Kraft Lee. Fuck. This is actually true. I heard the changed voice in my ear, which was exactly the same as the sound source in the video, and the Kraft people were stupid. This is unscientific. Inserted his fingers deeply into his hair, and Croft's thinking fell into confusion. Looking back now, the foot-strengthening shoes seemed to be very abnormal. Just relying on the electric current to stimulate the muscles can make you throw a strong man of more than 100 pounds out for several meters with one hand, and there is no side effect. It seems that this is also it's too exaggerated, but Kraft doesn't know much about bioengineering, so I didn't notice this before. So, what mysterious attributes does Dr. Akase's world actually have? After thinking about it for a long time, Kraft could only guess like that. He hadn't dreamt of similar technological worlds blessed by other special powers. It was just that the special powers of those worlds were more obvious, and Dr. Ari's this was too hidden. Deep, he always thought it was the same ordinary world as here. So, I can actually master those mysterious powers. Thinking of this, Kraft became excited again. He has been greedy for a long time with the mysterious products of Taoism, magic, etc. that appeared in his dreams, but because he didn't know how to cultivate immortality and magic, he had always watched it as a movie. That's it. But now it's different. Now that Dr. Ari's magical power Kraft can be replicated, doesn't it mean that those flying methods in the dream world can also be learned by yourself? Although Kraft hasn't tried those mysterious methods before and failed, maybe it's just not the time before? As if his dreams are constantly evolving, maybe he can master these magical powers now. Kraft couldn't wait to dig out a previously made mechanism bird, and then recalled the runes and spells used to activate the mechanism in the Mahist school. Then he picked up the carving knife and carefully sealed the runes on it. Then he said the words, "Mo, think about it, talk about it, and move it, ha." Learning the movements of the Mo family in his dream, Kraft shouted and pointed his finger at the mechanism bird on the table. The mechanism bird was motionless, and there was no sound and light effect like that in the dream. Why failed? Kraft tried a few more times unwillingly, but unfortunately, no matter whether it was the mechanism bird he made before or his new mechanism dog, there was no response. Damn it! Did I guess wrong? Or does it mean that Mahist institutions are not supported in the land of the United States? Kraft, who didn't intend to give up easily, changed his mind and tried magic. And he also guessed that maybe this method that requires the use of mysterious power to be blessed cannot be mastered temporarily. It has to be like the invention of Dr. Ari, which can be directly made into a finished product. Kraft recalled that the only option in the magic system that can meet the conditions seems to be the option of refining potions. Although there are basically alternative tools in the laboratory, it is best to try to do this kind of magical things. It fits the original equipment in the dreamland, and there are no materials for refining potions, so I have to repurchase it. It's no use worrying now, let's fill up your stomach first. Kraft touched his stomach that was making complaints, and finally calmed down. After tossing for so long, it was almost noon. Not only did he not eat breakfast, he even ran away from the morning class. Kraft took out the food presented by the old ladies, and made a call to Fatty Liao. "Hey, David, it's me." Kraft chewed on the rice cake and said vaguely, "I forgot the time when I did the experiment. I just remembered that there is still class today, but the experiment hasn't been completed yet, and I won't pass this afternoon. You help me ask the teacher for a leave." Even if there is no such thing as Tony Stark before, with Martin Lee as the manager alone, Kraft doesn't need to care too much about the school rules, but he is not the kind of person who doesn't know what is good or bad, so he still confessed to Fat Liao. After the phone call, Kraft quickly swept away the food, and then went out non-stop to buy the tools and materials needed to refine the potion. The tools for making potions are not complicated, but among the materials used in most potions, many are magical creature materials that Kraft has never heard of. He picked and selected for a long time before he found one. To get the potion of materials on the earth, Kraft wandered all over Chinatown, and finally went to a crawling pet store to get all the materials. Dried toad, lizard's tail, ink ghost umbrella. Kraft put the materials one by one into a simple crucible in order. Crucibles are an indispensable part of many chemical experiments, so Kraft does not lack crucibles, but the crucibles used in modern science and the crucibles in the magical world of the Middle Ages are quite different. Just in case, Kraft Swift still went to find a similar crucible, which was found in the antique shop under Martin's name. According to the pharmaceutical steps in the dreamland, Kraft stirred while still learning the witch-chanting words. It took more than an hour and finally the potion named Smoothing Potion was boiled and completed. Pour the liquid medicine into the prepared beaker. Kraft took off the mask on his face and fell into thought. I made the potion out of my head, so now the problem is, who should I drink this stuff for? Kraft put his nose to the edge of the beaker and sniffed gently. Oh! The smell that went straight to the sky made him almost spit out all the food he ate at noon. Reading www.uuganshu.com. Something is wrong. The smooth potion in the dream is not like this. In Kraft's dream, the smoothing potion was used by the witch lady to beautify her skin. After refining it, she couldn't wait to drink it. At that time, Kraft also touched her finger with her finger because of curiosity. I tasted the remaining liquid medicine. Although it tasted a bit weird, it was definitely not as rancid as the one in front of me. It looks like it failed again. Kraft had been mentally building for a long time, but still didn't have the courage to try the weird liquid in front of him, and finally poured it into the waste disposal bucket. Have fun in white. In addition to the potion, Kraft did not give up to test the magical creations in other dreams, but the results were still not ideal. The tired and paralyzed Kraft lay on the floor of the laboratory, sighing helplessly. So those inventions of Dr. aka are really pure scientific creations. The creation of mysterious power cannot be replicated, so it shows that the foot-strengthening shoes and bow-tie onomatopoeia do not contain any mysterious power. Is it because of the different physical rules in different worlds? Then why can't I copy it? Although it is a good thing to be able to master this strange power, Kraft is still very curious about the specific reasons for this situation. He wants to find someone to test whether only he can make such an unscientific scientific creation, but so doing so is likely to expose his own special features, and Kraft has no plans to spread these more magical props, so he finally chose to give up and continue to investigate. Chapter 10, My Name is Red Scarf. 3 days passed quickly. Kraft brought the gift he had prepared for Aunt May and hitchhiked to Queens. Aunt May, happy birthday! Walked into the yard of Parker's house and gave the gift in his hand to Peter Parker. Kraft stepped forward to hug Aunt May, and then greeted the middle-aged man next to her. Uncle Ben, long time no see. Hello, Kraft. Benjamin Parker stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, I was shocked when I saw your news on TV some time ago. Kraft curled his lips. It wasn't the troublesome fellow Stark who made trouble, I was almost annoyed to death. Hey! How can you say that to Mr. Stark? Peter Parker is fighting for his idol. Why can't I say that he is not my idol? He is a big trouble for me, nothing more. But your products are sold so much because of Mr. Stark's promotion. Peter Parker said plausibly. Oh? Do you think our family will be short of that little money? Kraft lifted his chin, his expression disdainful. The way you are now is really annoying. Kraft. You have become the way you hate the most. Yes, because I just learned Tony Stark's usual way. Kraft shrugged and mocked. Look, after removing the fan filter, you actually hate Tony Stark too. This is not the same at all. Peter Parker retorted stiffly. At this time, Aunt May walked over and played round the field. She supported Kraft's shoulder and pushed him into the house. Okay, well, don't bully Peter anymore, come an apple pie. Oh okay, I am a 7th grade kid bullying an 11th grade big kid, it's really a bit awkward. Kraft spread out his hands and walked into the house following Aunt May's strength. Go, Peter, come with me to get the grill out. Uncle Ben patted Peter on the back as a comfort, and then he walked in with him. "Oh! Look who this is! Our little genius Kraft Lee." As soon as he entered the room, the fat Ned Liz ran over with his fat body, shouting loudly in an exaggerated tone. Kraft is still relatively friendly to this fat man who is also Asian. He stretched out his hand and slapped Ned, and then humbled, "Come on, Ned, the technical content of the things I made is not counted." "Hi, hasn't there been a lot of imitation products? The copyright law of the United States is already very strict, but capitalists can always find loopholes in it." After the agency lock was caught on fire by Stark, various puzzle-solving locks that were similar but different soon appeared. And compulsive fitness equipment similar to the treadmill. But none of them were recruited by the famous Tony Stark, did they? "Oh, stop kidding." Kraft rolled his eyes. "Do you really think Tony Stark looks at me differently?" He just said it casually. Kraft, who doesn't have a fan filter, is still sober. With Tony Stark's inconspicuous character, he might forget his name after the interview. Talking to Ned and walking into the living room, Kraft picked up a piece of apple pie made by Aunt May and looked at the others in the living room as he ate it. Some familiar faces should be the staff in the asylum, and there are 2 or 3 who don't know each other. Maybe they are friends of Uncle Ben, but there is no one else. It seems that there are not many people. Kraft swallowed the apple pie in his hand and looked at Ned with some wonder. With the good character of Aunt May and Uncle Ben, the friend should be more than that. Martin had done too for Aunt May in the asylum before. Back to the birthday party. Which time is it? Not the loud gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, crowds of people. Ned replied grumpily, "Is the Peters house just such a big place? Can I invite so many people to stand?" "Well, I'm the one who made the fool." Kraft patted his forehead, then looked around. "What about Mary? Why didn't she come?" Mary's full name is Mary Jane Watson. In addition to being Peter's neighbor, classmate, and crush, she is also the niece of Aunt May's friend Anna Watson. So logically, she should also attend Aunt May's birthday party. It is said that Aunt May gave Peter the task of inviting Mary, and then, you know. Ned shrugged and said helplessly. Kraft narrowed his eyes and showed a sly smile like a fox. There is a Chinese saying that it is not as good as neighbors to call distant relatives, and it is impolite for Aunt May not to call Mary on her birthday. Say that to Peter. Ned shook his head and picked up the 4th piece of apple pie. This was the amount Kraft saw when he came in, and he must have eaten less before then. Reached out and patted Ned's big belly, Kraft exclaimed, "Seeing you, I seem to see David's future." "David? Oh, that's the one who opened the restaurant at home." Ned licked his lips, and soon recalled the identity of Fatty Liao. "Their food is delicious. It's too expensive." "Wait. Didn't we just talk about Mary Jane? Why did you talk about my figure again?" Ned slapped Kraft's hand that was harassing his belly and took a deep breath, trying to make his belly look less round, but unfortunately, he failed. "What Mary Jane?" Hearing the name he cared about, Peter, who was busy, quickly leaned over, and then stared at Kraft with a vigilant look. "Don't mess around." "Kraft. Why am I messing up?" Kraft retorted bluntly, "Should I call chaos when I call Mary to the party?" Peter's face flushed suddenly, and he stubbornly said, "But, will it be too late to inform her now?" Kraft looked at the 10,000 willing but undecided gangsters with contempt. "Who is the reason for the delay?" "Hey!" Peter Parker hid his face in shame and fled. Ned shook his head helplessly and sighed. The character of his friend is indeed a little weaker. He was actually bullied to death by a child 4 or 5 years younger than him. "Let's go." Kraft tugged at Ned's arm. "Let's go call Mary over." "If you call Mary, can't you be alone? It's next door anyway." While Ned was talking, he kept his eyes on Uncle Ben, who was walking outside carrying raw meat steaks and hot dogs, and swallowed his saliva from time to time. You're so fat, forget it. Kraft said with a black line on his forehead, really not going? Then wait and don't say I won't take you to play. Hey? Are you planning to cheat Peter again? Ned pulled his attention away from the barbecue and looked at Kraft with a serious face. As a good friend of Peter, Ned has seen how the bear boy in front of him changed ways to bully Peter, and he took a deep breath when he thought that Peter would be pitted by Kraft again. Please take me. Kraft craned his neck and looked around. Peter was being grabbed by Uncle Ben to help him, and he didn't pay attention to it. Then he grabbed Ned's arm and quickly ran outside. The two ran out of Parker's house and walked back to the downstairs of Mary's house. Ned watched Kraft take out a palm-sized electric horn from his pocket, fiddled with it a few times, and put it to his mouth. Hi Ned, it's me, Peter Parker, your best friend. From the electric horn, it was Peter Parker's voice. Huge gift crab. Ned's fat face squeezed out an exaggerated expression. He hacked away the horn in Kraft's hand, brought it to his mouth and tried to say a few times. I, Peter Parker, are Ned Liz's most loyal little brother. Wow! This thing is amazing. Kraft, your kid is such a genius. Ned reluctantly played with the electric horn in his hand and gave Kraft a thumbs up. Reaching out and taking back the onomatopoeia horn in Ned's hand, Kraft adjusted the loudness of the loudspeaker to the maximum, then pointed the horn at Mary Jane's house and shouted in Peter's voice, Mary! I miss you. Mary! I think you can't sleep if you want to. After finished shouting, Kraft quickly put away the onomatopoeia and ran away. Ned was taken aback for a while, and quickly followed him. The amplified voice not only alarmed Mary Jane who was resting in the house, but also alarmed Peter Parker who was battling Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Who is it? Actually confessing to Mary. Peter Parker felt nervous. When a person was speaking, the voice he heard was somewhat different from the voice heard by others, so he did not hear that the voice just now was actually his own voice. But Uncle Ben and Aunt May are familiar with Peter's voice. Peter, the one just now seems to be your voice, right? Uncle Ben scratched his head suspiciously, and subconsciously reached out and touched Peter in front of him. He still hasn't realized what is going on. My voice. Although the young Peter was persuaded, there was no problem with his intelligence, even his intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary people, so he quickly wanted to understand the cause and effect. Kraft. Peter Parker dropped his work and ran towards Mary Jane's house. Then happened to hit Mary Jane who opened the window and probed to look out. Peter. The red-haired Mary Jane raised her eyebrows, with a smile on her face. She and Peter Parker are classmates even if they are neighbors, and their elders are still best friends, so they are very familiar with each other. Mary can naturally detect Peter's good feelings about herself, but this guy can't hold a fart for a long time. Are you so bold today? No, not like this. That. At this moment, Peter Parker seemed to be caught in the biggest crisis of his more than 10 years of life. Chapter 11, Insignificant Parker. Come on. Peter. Confess to Mary. At the corner of the street, Ned stuck out a half of his fat face, looked at Peter, who was dazed and bewildered, and kept cheering him on in a low voice. Don't bother in vain. Just like Peter, you may not even be able to say a whole sentence in front of Mary. Kraft put his arms around his chest, leaned against the wall and laughed. The development of the matter is just like what Kraft said. After Peter hesitated for a long time, he finally calmed down. No, that voice was a prank by Kraft just now. Peter waved his hands in a panic, explaining to Mary Jane who was smiling with his hands on the windowsill. Although I don't know how he did it, I didn't really do it. Kraft. After listening to Peter's explanation with a smile, Mary stretched out her hand and stroked her long red hair, with a more smile on her face. Because of the relationship between Aunt May and Peter, she and Kraft are familiar, especially Kraft. From time to time, using her own name to tease Peter, Mary not only doesn't feel annoyed, but finds it very funny. Mary Jane actually has some good feelings for Peter Parker, but his unique character makes Mary very unhappy, and her childhood experience makes her very insecure, and Peter, no matter how good he is, but as long as he still has such a character, Mary could not be his girlfriend. This is also the reason why Kraft used her to molest Peter. Not only did she not get angry, but sometimes she cooperated deliberately. Yes, it's him. Peter nodded his head frantically, and finally did not forget to take this opportunity to invite Mary Jane to Aunt May's birthday party. Actually, today is Aunt May's birthday. He invited you to the birthday party for me. It is a pity that this opportunity is not very good. So, if it wasn't for him to come to the prank, you wouldn't plan to notify me, would you? Mary Jane frowned and made an angry look. In fact, she was also a little angry. Regardless of her relationship with Peter, she had always respected the elders like Aunt May. She didn't want to be because of this. The reason was absent from her birthday party. Ah, no. I just forgot to inform you temporarily. I plan to come back before the party. In anxious situation, Peter casually talked about a perfunctory panic full of loopholes, which made Mary Jane even more unhappy. I see, I'll change my clothes and go there. Mary colded her face, dropped the bewildered look of Peter, and left the windowsill to return to her room. Oops! Seeing Mary's figure leaving from the window, Peter drooped his head with a look of disappointment. Ned, who could not hear their conversation, knew that Peter must have been counseled again, and he punched the wall angrily. What a great opportunity! Why did Peter let it go? While he said that, he ran towards Peter, who was shuffling back. You idiot! What a great opportunity just now! Why not take the opportunity to confess to Mary? Ned. Peter, who had been staring at the ground, raised his head and saw that his friend was staring at him, scratching his head inexplicably, and then reacted afterwards. You saw it all. Peter panicked when he thought of his embarrassment being seen by his friends, but soon he became lost again, because there was one more thing that made him sad. I seem to annoy Mary. How did you do it? Ned gasped, and was shocked at Peter. Kraft, who slowly walked over by Ned, also stood up to Peter. He only realized that Mary had some good feelings for Peter, so he would tease him like this again and again. In theory, Peter didn't take the opportunity. Confession, then Mary would not be angry, if only because of this situation, then Mary would have been angry with Peter. I don't know why. Peter grabbed his hair with an annoyed look, and explained his previous conversation with Mary to Ned. Ned. You just said that you wanted to inform Mary, and then I was intercepted and used to make a prank. Kraft, who was following the two of them, was also convinced, and he rolled his eyes and spit out. Then Peter was taken aback. Kraft? When did you come? Shook his head speechlessly. Kraft really had nothing to say to Peter, this idiot, and walked past him and Ned to Parker's house. Peter also understood that he had said something stupid. He was silent for a while before remembering to settle accounts with Kraft. Wait! You kid cheated me again. Peter walked 2 quick steps to catch up with Kraft, grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back. I am clearly creating opportunities for you, but you are too unkind to seize the opportunity. Kraft broke free of Peter's palm with a look of contempt. I don't need you to create any opportunities for me. Peter insisted. Oh, Peter, forget it. If it weren't for Kraft, you wouldn't dare to talk to Mary at all. However, this good friend of Ned also pierced the knife at this time. If you rely on yourself, you won't be able to chase Mary Jane in this life. Hey! Ned! It's useless to shout at me, admit it, Peter, you were a coward when you were in front of Mary. He doesn't always go anywhere boldly. Kraft pouted his lips mockingly. Oh no, I'm just not ready. Peter did not quarrel with Kraft leisurely at this time. If you continue to prepare, Mary will become someone else's girlfriend. I have heard that the guy Lightning has been showing great hospitality to Mary recently. After Ned said this, Peter became even more depressed, and he also heard about it, but considering the gap between himself and Lightning Thompson, Peter had no confidence that he could be a beautiful woman. "Hi Peter, are you interested in going to the movies with me next weekend?" Just when Peter became depressed because of Thompson, Mary Jane's voice suddenly rang in his ears, making him instantly refreshed. "Interested? I am very interested." The ecstatic Peter looked back abruptly, but he didn't see Mary, except that Kraft, the bear kid, was holding a small horn and grinning at him. "Then the movie tickets are up to you, I want to see the latest Ghost Street." Kraft continued to molest Peter with Mary's voice. And Ned was laughing to death from the side. Kraft. At this moment, Peter finally knew what Kraft was using to imitate his own voice. Is really an interesting invention, and I don't know how it works. As Peter chased Kraft, he thought in his heart that even with full of anger, Peter was still full of interest in the trumpet in Kraft's hand. Although Peter is a few years older than Kraft, Kraft adjusted his foot-strengthening shoes early. With Peter's weak physical strength, it is naturally impossible to catch him, and he is fleeing back to Parker. After home, with the partiality of Aunt May and Uncle Ben, Peter had no way of taking Kraft. Soon, Mary Jane also came to Parker's house after she changed her clothes. Fortunately, America is not very particular about gift-giving, otherwise Mary only received the notice at this time, and she would not have time to prepare the gift. But even so, she didn't have a good face to Peter Parker, and she ignored Peter until the end of the party. Seeing Aunt May and Uncle Ben have been shaking their heads helplessly. After the happy birthday party, Kraft's life was restored to peace again, and Martin Lee was not at home, so he could go to Fatty Liao's tooth sacrifice every day. Don't live a small life too comfortably. The only thing that annoys him a little, in terms of Dreamland technology, it was slightly caught in a bottleneck. Because he dreamed that something was not controlled by Kraft, which caused him to have faults in many technical aspects. Even if he could study by himself when he was awake, he could not get a lot of related textbooks and materials. Many of the things that Kraft has the ability to manufacture now are either without equipment or materials, otherwise it is too dangerous. Just as Kraft wondered if he would take the opportunity to rest for a while, a new character appeared in his dream. "This is Unscientific." Kraft woke up again from the bed, and then he held his head and began to doubt life. This time, the one who appeared in the dream was a Japanese again, and like Dr. aka, the name was directly Dr. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Judging from the technology she showed in the dream, she was also worthy of it. The name of Dr. But the problem is only 8 years old. What the is it? Japanese elementary school students, is this going against the sky? The just famous detective Shinichi Kudo, who had never met before, was already exaggerated. The 8-year-old Lori Toon Dr. Toon made an intelligent robot like humans alone, too unreal, right? Kraft, who had mastered a lot of science and technology by relying on his dreams, was somewhat complacent, but after seeing Dr. Dong Yun, a little lowly who was against the sky, he was really shocked. I must be dreaming. No. I was dreaming originally. It turned out to be a dream, then it's okay. Kraft was so shocked that his thinking was a little confused, and finally he deceived himself and lay back on the bed, pretending that nothing happened. When he woke up again, Kraft had completely accepted the fact that he was not as good as an 8-year-old lowly. Only then did he have the time to recall the bit by bit when Dr. Dong Yun made the robot in his dream. Then he found out. With my technique, it seems I can do it. Kraft became excited all of a sudden. A robot that is almost indistinguishable from humans in appearance and behavior can be made with such a bunch of relatively simple technologies. This Dr. Tomo must be like Dr. aka, and belong to some kind of unscientific scientist. If he can really replicate the same robot, it means that his dream is definitely not just about imparting knowledge. This kind of weird science can be copied, so can those magic and fairy skills be far away? Kraft couldn't help but fell into a reverie. Chapter 12, My Robot Sister. After calling Fatty Liao very skillfully and asking him to ask for a leave of absence, Kraft took milk and bread from the refrigerator for breakfast, and then ran towards his studio. Pushing open the door of the studio, Kraft opened the lid of the milk and took 2 sips, swallowing the bread stuffed in his mouth on the road. I almost choked to death. Kraft gently beat his chest with his fist, and poured another 2 mouthfuls of milk to suppress his shock. Throwing the empty milk box into the trash can, Kraft began to draw the robot's design. Although Kraft does not need to design drawings, he can copy the production process step by step according to the memory in the dream, but this will not have much effect on his own technical polishing. Anyway, he now has enough funds and time. Quite ample trial and error cost, it is natural to choose a method that can hone the technique more. Kraft does not intend to change the design of the initial version, although there are many designs in it that are a bit inexplicable to him, such as toe USB head toaster and the large size that the robot cannot remove by itself. Clockwork. But in order to be stable, Kraft tried not to modify it when he first tried to make it. Kraft, who was drawing the design, suddenly turned his head and looked back suspiciously. Then he stopped his work and called up the surveillance in the studio. However, in the surveillance studio, he was the only one in the studio from beginning to end. One person exists. Illusion. Kraft scratched his head and glanced vigilantly behind him. When he was drawing the design, he vaguely felt that someone behind him was peeping at him. Kraft's intuition was very sensitive, and he had a memory. From the beginning, this peculiar intuition has always existed in him, and he has saved himself several times when he was wandering in the past, so he still believes in his intuition very much. It's just that occasional intuitions are wrong, especially when Kraft first finds that his intuition is very useful. He becomes nervous when he is a little disturbed, but later he finds that it is his own psychological effect. Kraft it also took a lot of time to adjust, so after checking the monitoring and still not finding any strangeness, he didn't care about it anymore. Kraft, who returned to work, quickly finished drawing the design, and then he actively blocked the memory of Dr. Dong Yun when he made the robot. This operation is already familiar to him. This is also related to the characteristics of his dream memory. The dreams related to invention and creation, unlike ordinary memories, are like files that can be recalled at any time, a bit like the so-called memory palace, but they are only effective for Kraft's dream memory. After shielding the related memory, Kraft started to make the robot according to the design drawing he drew. I spent more than a week in the studio. Martin Lee returned from a business trip, but Kraft still stayed in the studio. Dr. Ming Dong Yun made the robot in less than a day. Kraft only shielded the production-related memories, he still has the impression of other details. I knew it a long time ago and blocked it together. Kraft grabbed the hair that had become messy because it hadn't been taken care of for a long time, and lamented in his heart. Hey! Kraft, did you stay up again yesterday? Martin Lee came in carrying a bag of dumplings, and frowned as he looked at Kraft's red eyes. No. Kraft hurriedly waved his hands. His production was nearing the end. It would be a shame if Martin was forcibly caught back at this time. I just used my eyes too much. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance last night. I went to bed after 11 o'clock. Really? But you promised me to go to bed before 10 o'clock. Martin said with a calm face, staring at Kraft. I'm too dedicated to my work and forget it. Kraft approached Martin and smiled flatteringly. I order an alarm clock today and I will definitely go to bed before 10 o'clock. Anyway, it will be over today, let's just fool around. You said it. Martin didn't know the little abacus in Kraft's heart. He reached out his hand and nodded twice at Kraft's forehead, finally showing a smile on his face, and then passed the Xiaolong Bao in his hand. Hurry up and have breakfast. Oh! David's Xialong Bao. Kraft was about to reach out to pick it up, when Martin suddenly retracted his hand. You haven't washed yet. All right. Kraft's hands froze in midair, then helplessly lowered his arms, and moved his head back to the bathroom one step at a time. After eating the breakfast Martin brought, Kraft moved his hands and feet, and once again invested in the production of the robot. At this time, the whole robot has been basically built, and it is almost complete to supplement the details and connect the final power source. The so-called power source is not the huge clockwork on the back, but a device that uses food to transform energy. This device is placed on the abdomen of the robot in the design drawing. In short, Dr. Dong Yun really gave the robot a stomach was designed. It depends on the intake of food to convert it into motivation or something. Is really unscientific. After returning from a business trip, Martin Li, whose work became more leisurely, did not rush to leave, but watched with interest as Kraft assembled the robot girl that was about to be completed a little bit. The child has grown up. Looking at the cute face of the robot girl in front of him, Martin Li rested his chin and cast a meaningful look at Kraft. Kraft? Hey! Martin! Why are you looking at me with that strange look? Kraft, who was staring uncomfortably, couldn't help protesting. No, nothing. Martin Li retracted his gaze, and then said to him earnestly, although this robot looks cute, it is not a real human being after all. Of course I know this kind of thing, I did it myself. Kraft rolled his eyes at Martin inexplicably. Oh, well, I might have misunderstood. Martin slapped his lips, and Kraft's reaction made him realize that he might be wrong. The gods are babbling. Kraft curled his lips and didn't delve into what his adoptive father had misunderstood. The production of the robot had reached the final stage, and at this time he had no intention of paying attention to other things. Put the last energy device on the robot, Kraft closed the lid on his abdomen, tore off and smoothed the rolled-up clothes. Kraft excitedly activated the last switch. Ticket. Following the rotation of the clockwork behind her, the robot girl slowly opened her eyes. Kraft. The robot girl tilted her head, and based on the data in her head, she called out the name of the boy in front of her. Ha ha ha. I made it. Kraft hugged Martin beside him excitedly, then shook his head frantically. Yes. It's me. Kraft rushed to the robot girl and put his hands on her. It's really incredible. Wait. The robot girl shyly guarded her body and cried in a soft voice. HR bad behavior. You big head. Kraft waved his hand and slapped the robot the forehead. You are a robot. What's so good about you? Awoo. The robot girl let out a cute cry, squatted down while clutching her forehead, and with tears in her eyes she complained of Kraft's atrocities. Martin Li watched his adopted son interacting with the robot he made with a dull face, and his heart was in a mess. Is this TMD a robot? The robot made by Kraft has surpassed Martin's expectations. He thought that Kraft was at best making a robot that looks like a human, but in fact it is a large toy robot, but now he sees the robot girl in front of him. Rich expressions and intelligence when communicating. Remove the clockwork on the back and it's no different from ordinary humans, okay. After interacting with the robot enthusiastically for a while, Kraft turned his head to look at the calm surface, and the stormy Martin Li in his heart. Martin, can you help Alice get a proof of identity? Alice. Martin recovered and looked at Kraft. Well, the name I gave her. Kraft pointed to the robot girl he made, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com told Martin about the settings he had already thought of. Alice Li, Chinese name Li Ming-ne, your distant niece, my cousin. There is no need to give Naono an identity of Japanese descent, just keep a name. As for Alice, it is derived from the meaning of Alice in Wonderland, which has something to do with dreamland. But, she is obviously older than you. The seniority is up, seniority. Kraft waved his hand with an unhappy expression, who made Ming Nai in the dream look like a high school student, but he definitely couldn't call her his sister. All right, Martin smacked his lips. It was Kraft who did it by himself anyway, so he could call it whatever he wanted, but... Martin pointed to the clockwork on Alice's back. With this thing, other people will doubt Alice's identity? Can't it be removed? Sure. Kraft easily tore off the clockwork from Alice's back. This is just an ornament. Hey? Hey? Alice Lee looked at the clockwork in Kraft's hand with a shocked expression on her face, and asked her soul, then why do you want to install this for me? Mom. Kraft pondered for a moment, and then responded with Dr. Dong Yun's original words, because this is more cute. Kraft said as he slipped the clockwork back. Ticket ka. The spring inserted back turned playfully a small half-turn. Alice Nano Lee, that's not cute. Kraft, I suddenly understood the reason why Dr. Dong Yun designed the clockwork. Chapter 13, Da Vinci. Kraft molested Alice with enthusiasm for a long time, and finally it was Martin Lee who had a black line in his forehead, and asked him to take down the meaningless clockwork. Aren't you going to be her brother? That's how you should be. Martin gave Kraft a thump, grinning and cursing. Okay, okay. I see. Kraft rubbed his head, muttering to remove the clockwork behind Alice again. Too good. Alice wept with joy and hugged Martin Lee. Thank you, Uncle Martin. After, things are very simple. With Martin's current power, it is too easy to get Alice's identity certificate. But Kraft didn't arrange Alice to go to school immediately. One thing is that he wants to observe for a while. Although Kraft has already input most of the common sense to Alice, it makes her look no different from ordinary people, but her essence is still a robot after all, so she still observes more. A while is better. Actually, if it weren't for the trouble, Kraft didn't think there would be any problem with Alice revealing her identity. The second reason is naturally due to age issues. Although Alice's external age is older than herself, although she is considered to be a big brother in generations, it's a fact that Alice's external age is older than herself. Although she can rebuild her body, Kraft thinks it doesn't make much sense, it's better to wait 2 years for his own age to go up, and then go to the 9th grade with Alice. That's good, Martin Lee said to Kraft, tasting the meal cooked by Alice. I'm often away from home. I can rest assured that Alice will take care of you. As he said, Martin glanced at the robot girl who was eating with relish, and felt speechless for a while. A good robot, actually has to eat. I really don't understand what young people are thinking about now. But the craftsmanship is really good. Martin let out a laugh, shook his head and continued to taste the food on the table. Alice's good craftsmanship is a must. Kraft urges Martin Lee to marry every day. Doesn't he just want a breeder who can cook Chinese food? So when inputting information for Alice, he also stuffed a bunch of recipes in extra. Next time, ask Fatty Liao to see if he can get some recipes for Fuminluo's signature dishes. Kraft was picking up the meal quickly, planning unsatisfiedly in his heart. After a good lunch, Martin Lee looked at Alice, who was doing housework consciously, and felt quite settled. Regardless of the strange grooves on this robot, at least it is very practical in terms of practicality. He can safely throw Kraft at home and devote himself to the plan of revenge against the Magic Gang. I still have a job, so I will leave first. Martin Lee patted Kraft on the head and reminded him. If you have time, prepare yourself some whole cards. Recently, I have a bit of a business conflict with others, and they may come to you for trouble. Here again. Kraft frowned. This is not the first time this happened. Otherwise, why would he give himself some weird equipment such as anesthesia watches, because he has had similar experiences before. But that was an early thing. After Martin set up the asylum, it didn't happen again. Aren't you all a millionaire now? Why would anyone come to trouble you? Because I am more powerful now, this kind of thing will be more, but the previous opponents are not strong. I have not found you before, I have been solved by my men, but this time the opponent is different. Martin Lee rubbed Croft's head, knelt down and said with a serious expression, I need to mobilize a lot of people to deal with them, so you might be negligent here. Is there a problem? And Kraft have been together for so long, Martin Lee still knows him well. His adopted son is not as gentle as he looks on the outside, so he did not treat Kraft as an ordinary child. No problem at all. Kraft patted his chest confidently and replied. Don't worry, I have so many means. For example, when did you learn Kung Fu? Martin raised his eyebrows, jokingly. Hey. Kraft touched the back of his head embarrassedly. After that ball, Martin asked curiously what was going on with Kraft. Naturally, he wouldn't have anything to hide. He took out the arm strength wristband he made to Martin and showed it to Martin. Martin also did a set, but was rejected. You are not the only one with hole cards. Martin at the time patted Kraft on the shoulder meaningfully and said. After confessing to Kraft, Martin Lee left the house. What he said to Kraft was true and false. The Magic Gang's revenge was expected by Martin, but to say that he has no staff to ensure Kraft's safety is a lie. But Martin wants to see how far his adopted son can do it. By the way, dig a pit for Maja who came to steal the house. Is something dangerous going to happen? Alice listened to the outline, and after Martin left, she cautiously leaned over and asked in a low voice. It's not a big problem to feel at ease. Kraft did not pay much attention to Martin Lee's reminder. He was still very confident in his inventions. Besides, after being calm for so long, Kraft was not as vigilant as before. It was a lot of slack back then. But I still have to strengthen your arms. Although he is not too concerned about Martin's so-called business opponents, Kraft is a drip-proof guy, or he wants to be a drip-proof wise man, so he will not forget the precautions he should have. After all, Alice's attack method, except for a pair of rocket-flying punches with more stereotypes than practicality, is only the wrist soybean machine gun used to make fun. Hey? Me, do I want to fight too? Alice waved her hands in a panic. I can't, fighting or something, it's terrible. Is also weird. Obviously Kraft adjusted her personality a bit when inputting information for Alice, but in the end she was still as soft and cute as in the dream. Kraft can't do anything about it, artificial intelligence is still too advanced for him, and he doesn't dare to move too much. Don't worry, just strengthen your self-protection ability, just in case. Comforted Alice softly, and Kraft stood up and stretched. I'll take a nap and go to the studio in the afternoon to help you upgrade. Then I should sleep first. Did my brother prepare a room for me? Alice also yawned, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and asked. Kraft. What does Dr. Toon think? The robot has a nap. There is also the physiological reaction of yawning and tearing. How exactly did it do it? Although Alice was assembled by herself from beginning to end, Kraft felt that even if he had mastered all the robot-related knowledge of the world, he could not understand the mystery of some of these unscientific functions. Come with me. Shaking his head to put aside these messy thoughts, Kraft took Alice to an unused room and took out an air mattress and pillow quilt from the cabinet. You will do it first, help you upgrade in the afternoon, and then take you to buy some daily necessities. Hi. Even if Kraft set Alice to be of Chinese descent, she still has some habits and oral habits that Japanese people have, but this is not a big problem, so Kraft didn't care too much. It's more cute than that. Helped Alice simply tidy up the room, and Kraft went back to his room and fell asleep. From time to time in the dream, he can acquire all kinds of knowledge, so Kraft has developed a good habit of taking a nap, but it also has a bad effect. That is, when he wakes up in the morning, he is also used to sleep back, otherwise Kraft will also I won't get myself a screaming alarm device. Accompanying Kraft into his dreamland, a middle-aged man in a white coat with sparse hair on his head appeared in his dream. Good luck these days. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Looking at the standard white coat, Croft's eyes lit up. With this costume, it basically shows that this dream is a scientific way, and that the middle-aged man in front of him is still a new face that he has never seen before. This gave Kraft a lot of anticipation in his heart. "Brother, it's time to get up." Alice, who was awakened by the alarm clock, got up from the bed and knocked on the door of Croft's room gently. "Come in." Croft's voice came from inside, and it didn't sound like he was in a good mood. Alice opened the door and stuffed her head through the crack in the door. "I saw Kraft sitting on his bed with a black face and an angry look. Did I bother you?" Was touched by Croft's salted pig hand before, Alice was still very afraid of him. She asked carefully, for fear that Kraft would sprinkle the air of getting up on her. "Nothing dealing with you." Kraft saw Alice's little hamster-like expression, rubbed his cheek vigorously to make his expression not so ugly, and soothed softly. Rolled off the bed while pinching the bridge of his nose, Kraft calmed down his anger while leading Alice to his studio. "What the is a solar flashlight? And that kills you 3000. Can this trademark also be called an invention?" Is in a white coat and bald, looking at the appearance of a tech-savvy guy, it turns out that he is walking the same way as a handmade gang? Wrong. The invention of this product is not as good as manual. I'm furious. Do you have a face called Da Vinci? Chapter 14, Lively Hell's Kitchen. The plan begins. Martin Lee, who left home, pressed the Bluetooth headset in his ear, and gave orders to the demon who had been prepared. "Understood, boss." The low and hoarse voice was transmitted back to Martin's earphones through the radio waves, and the demon's gang hidden in New York's Chinatown took action and flocked to the largest gangster gathering place in New York, Hell's Kitchen. Soon, Martin Lee's cell phone began to ring frantically. "What do you want to do?" "Negative film." A muffled questioning sound came from the phone. "It's just a personal grudge, Jin Bin, you know." Martin Lee's appearance has changed at no time. The whole person is black and white like a film negative, and his voice has become the same as that of the demon gang, low and hoarse. "Just trouble with the hammer. Just trouble him. If you do something extra, you should know the consequences, film. Don't worry, Jin Bin, I don't plan to be an enemy of the entire New York gang. So much the better." After trying a few sentences with each other, Jin He hung up the phone, and then ordered to his men next to him, "Pay attention to all the movements of the demon gang, as long as they don't provoke us, don't do anything." Except for Jin Bin, all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen were agitated by the actions of the demon gang. Those gangs who know the inside story and can contact Martin Lee are relatively calm, but more unknowing little gangs gather in their own territory in fear and guard against the invasion of the demon gang. However, the invasion of the devil gang did not wait, but many gangs took advantage of this chaos and began to wantonly annex their counterparts around their territory. The superheroes active in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, Punisher, etc., became nervous because of this, but after learning that it was a gang fire, most of the superheroes chose to stand on the sidelines. Without the intervention of a third party, the members of the demon gang drove straight in and successfully invaded the territory of the Magia gang. As an old opponent of the demon gang, the Magia gang has always been following the movements of the devil gang, so they were not caught off guard, but had been waiting in their own territory early on. Although the boss of the Magia gang, Hammerhead Joseph Harrow, has not yet figured out why the demon gang has been targeting himself. Martin Lee, who became Mr. Negative, is personally strong, and the demon gang is slightly better than the Magia gang, but when the two parties exchanged fire, they fell into a stalemate. The Magia gang has a bit of advantage to fight at home, but more importantly, the devil gang is a mainly Chinese gang, and its territory is in Chinatown. It is impossible to connect with the horses in the Hell's Kitchen in terms of contacts. Compared with the Gia gang, after sensing the movement of the demon gang, the Hammerhead quickly contacted his allies in the Hell's Kitchen, so that it was able to support it under the demon gang's full offensive. Hey! A bunch of trash! Although the negatives didn't think they could take Maja away in this way, their resistance was beyond their expectations. The negatives snorted and used negative energy to create a demon mask. He got his own face, intending to join the battle personally. Martin's true identity is not a secret thing in the underground world of New York. It's just that he is a philanthropist who has won the Medal of Freedom. In addition to the concern of craft, he usually uses Mr. Film when his identity is active. He will wear a heart demon mask to conceal his identity. This is also the reason why Hammerhead hasn't figured out when he offended the demon gang until now. With the addition of Mr. Negative, the demon gang's offensive suddenly became destructive. Under the guidance of the negatives, the demon gang lost 3 important sites of the Magia gang within 1 hour. Now the big boss Hammer can't sit still, and he hurried to intercept him with his own hands. Negative Film. As a Mazzy, Hammer lifted the Chicago typewriter in his hand and gave him a shuttle as soon as he saw the film. However, the negative just raised his arm at will, creating a negative energy shield in front of him, and easily blocked the bullet. Go to hell! I don't feel that I need to talk to the Hammer. With a big wave of the negative, the members of the demon gang continue to attack the Magia gang, while he carries a negative energy sword and rushes towards the Hammer. Compared with Martin Lee, Joseph Harrow does not have any special abilities. He just suffered a severe head injury in a gang fire, and then replaced himself with an iron skull, so that he would not be shot again. Give a headshot, and after some training, he can easily use his iron head to knock over cars and crash walls. This is also the origin of his nickname Hammerhead. But in the face of the negative energy of Mr. Negative, the iron head of Hammerhead, which is invincible in ordinary gang battles, is not worth mentioning. In just a few minutes, the Hammer's head was chopped to pieces by the negatives, and the scarred head was cut open again, revealing the skull with metallic luster inside. Although Hammer has never seen the power of negatives as an enemy, he has collected some information about negatives, knowing that he is a character with special abilities, and this kind of character is not rare in Hell's Kitchen. Boom! A huge figure broke through the wall and rushed out of the building next to it. It slammed a shoulder onto the unprepared negative film, and then pushed him forward, collapsing several walls one after another, only to be exploded by Mr. Film negative energy. Flew out. Ahem. Damn. The film struggled to stand up from the pile of rubble, his left hand was weakly beaten beside him, he gently stroked some of his left ribs, and he felt a tingling pain. Obviously, the injury was not light. Although the negative energy obtained after the human body experiment has brought superhuman strength to Martin Lee, this force is more inclined to stimulate the mental and energy attacks of others, which can improve one's physical fitness, but it also not much. Alexei. The negative stared at the attacker just now, and his name was squeezed out between his teeth. Like Joseph Harrow, Alexei Mikhailovich Sisaevich is also a rascal, but he is different from the Hammer that lays down a large area. He has always been a thug with a simple mind. His identity was mixed in the Hell's Kitchen, and later he was pitted for human experimentation. He was forcibly put on a layer of rhino leather, and as a result, he gained almost invulnerability and a physical quality far beyond ordinary people. Rhinoceros Alexei got up from the ground, shook his dizzy head, sprayed a rough air from his nostrils, and stared back at the film. Alexei's intelligence is not high, but his fighting power is one of the best in Hell's Kitchen. It is not a home township that he comes to help Hammerhead, it is purely paid by others. And if someone pays him, he has to work hard. Alexei's brain circuit is that simple. What? Alexei lowered his head, pointed the rhinoceros horns on his head at the film, screamed and exerted force at the same time, really slammed into him like an angry rhino. Hey, troublesome! The negatives produced several negative energy spears and threw them at Alexei. At the same time, the negative energy on the soles of his feet exploded, and his body shot aside. The pitch-black spear slammed into Alexei's body, causing him to let out a painful cry, but it couldn't cause much damage to his body. Instead, he was smashed into Kikai by Alexei. The negatives that returned to his subordinates narrowed his eyes and looked around. The hammer was nowhere to be found at this time, leaving only a group of subordinates and Alexei to intercept him here. "Let's go!" Pursed his mouth, the film still reluctantly gave the order to evacuate. In addition to creating swords and energy attacks, the negative energy of Mr. Negatives is actually the most powerful ability to invade negative energy. To put it bluntly, it is to magnify the negative emotions in others' hearts. It is natural to deal with ordinary people or those who have experienced special grief. It's always bad, but if you deal with the villains in Hell's Kitchen, the effect is not so obvious. If he had not been attacked, he would still be able to entangle with Alexei, but now his body injury is not light. Unable to stop this arrogant rhino man, the demon gang has no outstanding personal combat power except him. The existence of Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com's continued fight will only be upset by Alexei. I still underestimated Hell's Kitchen. The negatives left the Hell's Kitchen surrounded by members of the demon gang, and looked back at the Magic Gang's resident unwillingly. As one of the biggest gang leaders in New York, it's certainly impossible for negatives not to pay attention to the special place of Hell's Kitchen, but his sphere of influence is in Chinatown after all, even if he knows that there are Jin Bin, Alexei, Daredevil, etc. These special characters exist, but there is no specific contact. Most of the intersection with the Hell's Kitchen is to retaliate against the Magian gang. That's why Alexei was caught off guard. Just as the negatives don't know about Hell's Kitchen didn't know much about Mr. Film's strength before, so this time he didn't finish his work. After that, it will be more difficult to force the hammer out again, even if it is forced out. Hammer, then he must be fully prepared. However, if you want to destroy the Magia gang, you are not the only option to kill the hammerhead. As long as you continue to destroy the Magia gang's business and industry, the hungry wolves in the Hell's Kitchen will naturally fall into trouble and swarm the Admiral Magia gang. Divide and eat. Even if this will hurt the enemy by 1000 and self-damage by 800, Mr. Negative will not hesitate to take revenge, but as an outsider, the demon gang can launch a large-scale raid on the Magia gang, but if it becomes a long-term confrontation, Jinping will not agree to the big guys in Hell's Kitchen. With the example of Alexei, the negatives will not underestimate these people. Notify others to retreat. The film was holding his ribs, and he was unwilling to give orders. Croftness sent a few more people to ensure his safety. Chapter 15, You Have No Future. Uncle Martin isn't coming back. Alice put the hot meal on the table and asked Kraft, who had just answered the phone. Yet. Maybe he thinks you can take care of me. Kraft sat down at the table angrily, and muttered, he must have long thought I was troublesome with dragging the oil bottle, and now it's not good to be chic in the nightclub. Hey? Nightclub. Alice's face quickly turned red when she heard such a stimulating word, and her hands began to shake. You are a robot, what's so shy about you? Kraft glanced at Alice silently, and then saw the crumbling soup bowl in her hand. The soup is going to be spilled. Reached out in time to support the soup bowl in Alice's hand, Kraft grinned and put it firmly on the table. It's hot. After putting down the soup bowl, Kraft yelled and threw his hands up. He was not separated by a rag like Alice. You are a robot, why are you afraid of getting hot? Although Alice made it herself, Kraft still couldn't understand her operating mechanism. Yes, I'm sorry. Alice dropped the rag in her hand and hurried to get the medical kit. Ugh. While compressing his hands with the rag that Alice dropped, Kraft sighed helplessly. Alice is almost getting used to this kind of reckless situation. Although it is a bit of a headache, it really makes Kraft feel like a sister. Is actually quite warm. Brother. The medicine box is here, oh. Watching Alice fall to the ground, she slapped her in front of her with a crack, the medicine chest she was holding scattered all over the floor, and Kraft sighed again. I must have just twitched my head to feel warm. Woo woo woo. Alice rubbed her nose and raised her head, looking at Kraft with tears in her eyes. Martin actually thinks you can take care of me. Kraft sighed 3 times and pulled Alice up, and then sorted out the overturned medicine cabinet with her. Ah! The unreasonable Alice groaned and retorted unwillingly. But without me, no one will cook for you. Yes, that's right. Kraft reached out amusedly and touched Alice's head, then he grinned again when he touched the burned area. We Alice are the most important. Don't treat me like a kid. Alice protested fiercely, waving her fists. Although Martin Lee, an irresponsible parent, does not have a family every day, Kraft's life is still full of fun. This made him completely forget Martin's warning before. At the very beginning, Kraft also slightly warned whether there were any strangers around him, but after more than 10 days passed and there was no movement at all, Kraft left the matter behind. Boom! The sudden impact interrupted the brothers and sisters' fight. The fragments of the windows were mixed with broken glass, which made a mess of the food on the dining table without moving the chopsticks. Kraft turned his neck stiffly and looked at the broken window of his house. A few airy gangsters are turning in from there. Oh, there is still a little girl. One of the guys who had a row of lip rings on his lips looked around the room, and then looked at Alice with a silver smile. Don't worry about it. The strongest of the intruders slapped the man with the lip ring on the back of his head, and shouted in a low voice. Hurry up and complete the boss's mission. It will be in trouble when the police arrive. What did you do to someone else's dinner, jerk? In a rage, Kraft adjusted the on his wrist to the maximum, then grabbed a medicine bottle beside him and smashed it at the group of gangsters. The Hammerhead's men just showed a disdainful smile. They heard a stern whistle. The medicine bottle thrown by the target character came to them in a blink of an eye, and hit the man with the lip ring with great force. On the nose. The lip ring man couldn't even make a scream, he was smashed and fainted, and the small medicine bottle flew out from the gap in the window with his body. Damn! The target is not ordinary people. The brawny man in the lead drew a pistol from behind, and the other invaders also took out weapons one after another. Switchblade knives, steel pipes, iron chains, and the like are quite in line with their gangster identity. If you don't want to get hurt, just give me good, hey. The leading brawny raised his pistol and pointed it at Kraft. He was about to say something cruel when he saw Kraft laying his left hand flat and facing him with his watch. Before the brawny had time to wonder, I felt something pierced my forehead, and then a drowsy rush came crazy. Hey! Hey! While his eyelids fell rapidly, the strong man couldn't hold the gun in his hand and fell to the ground. Then he fell to the ground softly as if he had taken out his strength. Alice! Fuck them to death! Kraft closed the cover and shouted at Alice. Hey! Hey! Alice, who was in a daze from start to finish, finally recovered from Kraft's reminder and raised her hands to aim at the panicked intruder. Fire, rocket flying fist. Hey! Along with Alice's sweet drink, a puff of white smoke erupted from her wrist, and she fired a pair of fists out, hitting the bridges of the 2 gangsters' noses, and also exposed the cannon barrels on her wrists. Da-da-da-da-da-da. After Kraft's modification, Alice's wrist cannon will naturally no longer be beans, but anesthetic bombs filled with Dr. Aha's special anesthetic. Soon, the gangsters full of anesthetic bombs lay on the ground. A bunch of bastards. It's lawless. Is this really Hell's Kitchen? Kraft, whose dinner was ruined, gave the stunned intruders a violent kick, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and prepared to call the police. No need to call the police, Master Kraft. The sudden sound outside the window stopped his movements. Kraft followed the reputation. A Chinese man in a black suit appeared there at some unknown time. Behind him, there were people wearing the same clothes as him who were putting the lips around. The man towed away. A bit familiar. Kraft frowned and looked at the Chinese who appeared suddenly. Hey! Are you not the security guard of Martin's antique shop? In order to find a suitable cauldron when making witch potions, Kraft once met him. Master Kraft has a good memory. The security guard showed a blunt smile, and then said to him, "We just leave the finishing work to us." As he said, he rushed to the side and shook his head. A group of Asians in black suits filed in and carried all the intruders out of the room. When they left, they also cleared away the debris in the house. "Then, let's say goodbye first, and there will be workers to repair the windows tomorrow." The security guard, who never mentioned his name from start to finish, nodded to Clough, and then walked away with a group of black suits without looking back. Damn it! Martin calculated it. Now, what else Kraft doesn't understand? Any shortage of manpower is bullshit. Martin just wants to see what whole cards he has. Although a little upset, it's not worth getting angry, but Kraft is a little curious. What is Martin doing? Why doesn't it feel like you are doing serious business? If it's just an ordinary business competition, is it necessary to use a gun? The behavior style of the group of people just now is not like some corporate thugs, but more like the style of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen. Elder brother picked up her hands and put Alice in front of Kraft, and carefully touched his sleeve. What? Kraft, who was thinking, came back to his senses, smiled and patted Alice on the shoulder. Good job. Hey hey. Alice, who was praised by Kraft, touched the back of her head shyly, showing a silly smile. The two simply cleaned up the messed up table, cooked 2 bowls of instant noodles and dealt with the dinner. Go. Kraft patted his full belly and waved at Alice, let's go to the studio. Although it was easy to solve the group of people just now, judging from their performance, it is not as simple as a commercial competitor, and when Martin, this guy, should be cruel, he won't be polite with himself. The ghost knows that there will be a second or even a third or fourth attack, so Kraft felt that he should be more prepared. Compared to his own residence, Kraft feels that his studio is more secure. We lived in the studio before the matter was resolved. Pack a bunch of food and daily necessities, Kraft said to Alice. As for Kraft, I don't plan to go to school for the time being. What if the group of people goes crazy and destroys them in school? This is all for the sake of not disturbing the innocent. It is definitely not that Kraft wants to play truant. After living in the studio, in addition to adding defensive measures to the studio, Kraft kept sleeping. Unfortunately, although he dreamed of a lot of magical props, most of them were not used. They needed either mysterious powers or special ones. Material. From time to time, he would run a character similar to Da Vinci to come out funny, making Kraft so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Kraft. Are you dead? While Kraft was busy making self-defense props for himself, Fatty Liao suddenly ran over and kicked the studio door open. If Kraft hadn't given the image of Fatty Liao a green light in the surveillance system, and automatically turned off the defense system when he came over, he would have been a fat man by then. Seeing Kraft not speaking, but looking at him with a disgusting expression, Fatty Liao was immediately unhappy. You reading www.yuyukanshu.com. You bastard! I am so worried about you, at a loss. What is your face? Fatty Liao rushed forward, grabbed Kraft by the collar, and shook it vigorously. It's okay. Kraft broke free from Fatty Liao, straightened his collar and said helplessly, didn't I say something? I have something to be busy, don't come over if you have nothing to do. I'm not afraid that you will die in the studio and no one will know it. Fatty Liao kicked Kraft lightly. He usually stayed in the studio and ordered some takeaways at his own house. But this time there was nothing. He thought it was Kraft's. There was a problem with the experiment, and I played myself in the laboratory. Don't worry, David, it's just that there is something on Martin's side. I am worried that it may involve you, so I told you not to come over. Kraft also knew that Fatty Liao was kind, so he could only explain it briefly. Uncle Li's business has a problem. Fatty Liao couldn't help with this kind of thing, so he quickly changed the subject. Then what do you usually do when you eat? Isn't it the instant noodles that you always eat? Fatty Liao hadn't waited for Kraft to respond. He saw that the door in the studio was opened, and a cute girl who grew up to his aesthetic standards from head to toe came out from inside. Brother, you can eat now. Damn it! When did you guy have such a cute sister? Fatty Liao grabbed Kraft by the collar again, then quickly released his hand and gave him a hug with his backhand. Uncle! You will be my biological uncle from today. Kraft sighed. Give up, you have no future. Chapter 16, Here in my field, you have to listen to me. Give up, you have no future. Kraft's words sounded like a bolt from the blue sky, blasting into Fat Liao's ear. Why? Fatty Liao's excited saliva fluttered, pointing to Kraft's nose and jumping up and down. Could it be that you, a guy with big eyebrows and big eyes, still have a bad heart for his sister? What nonsense are you talking about? Kraft pushed Fatty Liao's head away with a dark face. When he was about to explain to him, a group of people rushed in with weapons in their hands. Damn! Fatty, you really didn't come at the right time. Kraft quickly turned on the switch of the two-handed wristbands under the cover of Fatty Liao's body, and then pulled him behind him. You hapless guy, you came across looking for trouble as soon as you came. No, we just followed this kid in specially. The man in the lead combed a big back and explained slowly, as if he was holding the winning ticket. This time the intruder seemed to be more stylish. Not only did he not have as many bits and pieces as the punks, but he also unified his uniform, a black suit of one water, which was obviously a pot that the Godfather had seen too much. So, those stray dogs and vagrants from a while ago were your ghosts. Not long after they moved into the studio, they once broke into a stray dog, and then they were stunned by Kraft's initial defense system. After that, several more appeared one after another, and finally one came. The tramps, after being stunned by the studio's defense system, were thrown back into the street by Alice. He didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Thinking about it now, there has been no attacker for such a long time. Obviously it is not normal. It turned out to be pre-tested. Kraft pursed his lips. This kind of brainy guy is much more difficult to deal with than the previous group of punks. Fortunately, I am now at my home court. As expected to be the genius boy whom Stark has fancied for, the big backhead lightly patted his palms. After all, the people sent before have failed. It's always good to be careful. Kraft, did I trouble you? Fatty Liao spoke weakly. Well, Kraft snorted as an answer, and then comforted, but the problem is not big. Oh? Do you have any other means? The big-backed head curled up his mouth, thinking that Kraft was just bluffing. Could it be the so-called Kung Fu? But we are not defenseless rugby players. Big Back showed the Beretta M92F in his hand, and revealed a little bit that he didn't know anything about Kraft. The group of black suits behind him is also a relaxed look. That's right, they are more than a dozen adults with guns. Are they not able to catch the three unarmed little ghosts? Brother, what should we do? Alice walked to Kraft in small steps and asked in a low voice that although Kraft had added a lot of equipment to her, she still looked like weeping. So the personality that I adjusted for you before is useless at all? Kraft looked at Alice like a frightened hamster with a black line on her face. Don't worry. I will protect you. Fatty Liao, who was obsessed with color, ignored the gunmen who surrounded them, and patted his chest to offer Alice courteously. Alice looked at Kraft at a loss, then at Fatty Liao, and then gave him a polite but awkward smile. Alice, hello, ready to fight? Kraft dragged Fatty Liao back behind Alice and shouted loudly. The battle begins! The battle begins! A green ball-shaped ornament on Kraft's desk suddenly opened its two round wings and made a mechanical synthetic sound. With the sound of harrow, a steel wall rose up around the studio, shutting everyone inside, and then a few openings were opened at the top of the wall, and more than a dozen machine guns protruded from it, all aimed at them. The group of people with a big back. Defense mode. Alice, who stood in front of Kraft and Fat Liao, also snorted. Her back suddenly opened, and several steel plates and bulletproof glass quickly formed a huge explosion-proof shield in front of her, protecting the three of them. After removing the useless spring for Alice, the device used to turn the spring on her back was naturally useless. Kraft removed it and made a lot of space, just because he was out of dreams. A bearded man named Laurie Swan learned a lot of quick assembly techniques and used it on Alice. In fact, most of the raised steel walls and machine guns are also from Swan's technology, but Kraft gave the control to the artificial intelligence hero. This. The situation turned so fast that Fatty Liao couldn't even speak clearly in surprise. I said you have no future. Kraft shrugged at him and said helplessly. Is it time to say this now? Fatty Liao, who had recovered his language ability, was so excited that he grabbed Kraft's shoulder and shook it vigorously. You guy, you have mastered such a terrible black technology silently. Although Kraft is very fulfilled to see Fatty Liao's surprised look, but now is not the time to be seduced, he broke away from Fatty Liao's hands and looked at the cold sweaty big back. Now you know my method. He. I think there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. The big back quickly put Beretta in his hand, took out a white handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then roared loudly to the men behind him in Italian, "What are you doing? Quickly! Put away the weapons for me." It turns out to be the Italian mafia, no wonder it's the same as the Corleone family. Kraft curled his lips, but it was a pity that the truth was revealed as soon as he fell into the wind. As expected, he couldn't expect anything from this group of gangsters. I'm really sorry for disturbing you, but we also take money to do things. If we know that Mr. Kraft is so capable, we will never wade into this muddy water. After wiping off the sweat, the big backhead has somewhat recovered his previous demeanor, but now the situation is better than others. He put himself in a low position very carefully. So, who is the person who really wants to trouble Martin? Why do you want to target him like this? Kraft asked curiously. Martin refused to disclose to him, then he would not take the initiative to ask, but it does not prevent him from getting information from other people. We usually do things with money, and employers basically don't pay attention to things. The big back spread his hands helplessly, but he quickly added, but I know the person we handed over, it's Maggie. Black Wolf, a capable cadre of the Asian gang, has heard that the business of the Magia gang has been very targeted recently. Maybe it has something to do with your father. Magia gang. Kraft was taken aback for a moment, then a big smile appeared on his face. Then I know what's going on, thank you for your doubts. After nodding to thank the big back head, Kraft patted his palms and ordered the little green ball on the table. Hello, change the anesthesia bomb. Anesthesia bomb preparation. Anesthesia bomb preparation. Hello flapped his wings and made waves of electronic sounds, and the machine guns on the wall also made a sound of switching magazines. The big back head was relieved. He straightened his collar and smiled bitterly at Kraft. The Gambino family will remember your friendship. Then he fell asleep with the men behind him. The battle is over. The battle is over. Under the order of hello electronic sound, the machine guns on the wall retracted one after another, and the steel walls sank to the ground. Brother, these gangsters are terrible. Alice retracted the explosion-proof shield and screamed to Clough with tears in her eyes. Aren't they killed all at once? Kraft rolled his eyes and tapped Alice lightly. But it's still scary. Alice grumbled and replied, which made Kraft completely abandon her plan to use her as a combat unit. Boom! The door of the studio was pushed open again, and the security guard also rushed in with a group of black suits last time. Come again. Fatty Liao was frightened and jumped a step back, then quickly recovered his calm expression and patted Kraft on the shoulder. Quick! Kraft! Get them done! After speaking, he voluntarily shrank behind Alice. "Didn't you say you want to protect Alice?" Kraft glanced at him contemptuously, and then explained, "Don't worry, these are my own." The security chief nodded to Clough, waved his hand, a group of black suits quickly lifted another group of black suits, and then left without a word. "Wait. Bring me a message for Martin so that he can come back when he is free." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Kraft stopped the unknown security guard, and Martin went to Maja for revenge without telling himself. He can no longer pretend to be ignorant. "Kraft. You can make such a great thing." After the black suits were gone, Fatty Liao returned to his former liveliness. He picked up the small green ball on the table and looked up and down, exclaiming non-stop, "Thank you for the compliment, thank you for the compliment." "Hello," flapping his wings happily, said to Fatty Liao. "Hey, what is this?" Kraft whispered, his vision is much higher than Fat Liao. "Harrow, this intelligent robot is just a gadget, those huge humanoid mechas in the dreamland are the romance of men. It's a pity that he can't make it now." "Oh. I can move freely." Fatty Liao looked at his arms and legs, and Harrow running around on the table exclaimed again. Kraft patted the back of his head with a black line on his face, "Are you stupid? I have made a simulation robot as big as Alice, so what's Harrow?" "Oh, yes. Alice is actually a robot. I am broken in love again." Fatty Liao, who had been decadent for 2 seconds, suddenly jumped to Kraft's side and hugged his shoulders tightly. "Kraft. We are good friends, right?" "Right." Kraft replied hesitantly, mainly because Fatty Liao's eyes were really scary. "Please make me a cute girl robot too." Fatty Liao's eyes burst into green light, "Having a robot made is the biggest wish of my life. Get out." Chapter 17, The Man Behind the Scenes. No matter how Fatty Liao rolled around, Kraft did not agree to his request. If it was the time when Alice had just been made, Kraft might have agreed with him when he was impatient. However, after getting along with Alice during this time, he can no longer simply treat Alice as a robot, so Kraft cannot agree to Fatty Liao's request. However, in order to appease his friends, Kraft still agreed to make him a simple version of Harrow. In addition to the most basic artificial intelligence, Kraft does not intend to add too many functions to Fat Liao's Harrow. The main thing is to use Come to help him play games and cheat. Under the lure of the game type Hello, Fatty Liao decisively forgot his biggest wish in his life, and flattered Kraft's flattery. He is very proficient in this business. After sending away Fatty Liao, Kraft and Alice continued to nest in the studio, and then a few hours later, the dusty Martin Lee appeared here. Martin looked at his adopted son with a complicated expression. According to the news from the manpower he had arranged before, after Kraft was surrounded by Black Hands, they planned to find a chance to raid and rescue, but they were suddenly razed. The copper wall and iron wall were kept out, and when Kraft took back the copper wall and iron wall, the group of attackers had already lay on the ground. Originally, the appearance of Alice had already surprised Martin Lee, but after he was surprised, he did not take it too seriously, because no matter how much Alice looks like a person, it doesn't make much sense to him. In his opinion, Clough's special talents should not be used all on these weird inventions, but to make more practical props similar to arm strength bracers. That's why Martin wanted to put some enemies to attack Kraft, so that he would shift his mind to his personal armament. The first batch of gangsters only made Kraft more vigilant, and the second batch of mafia, Martin wanted to teach Kraft a lesson, and then prepared him for the trial. Unexpectedly, his carefully selected testers were actually solved by Kraft lightly. This is very embarrassing. Can you tell me how you got the Italians? The father and the son stared at each other for a long time. Martin Lee, who was still guilty in conscience, turned his eyes away, cleared his throat and asked curiously. Martin Lee hurried over after receiving the news, without time to interrogate the mafia. "Hello, start combat mode." Kraft clapped his palms and ordered. The combat mode is on, and the combat mode is on. Harrow on the table flapped his wings, and the studio instantly entered the copper wall and iron wall mode. Looking at the rows of machine guns protruding from the wall, Martin Lee's mouth twitched constantly. Although he wanted Kraft to equip himself with some self-defense equipment, it was too exaggerated. Var. Don't worry, Martin, these guns use rubber bullets, electric shock bullets, and anesthesia bullets. They won't kill people. Seeing that Martin's face was not right, Kraft patted his arm comfortingly. Am I worried about this problem? Glancing silently at Kraft, who hadn't grasped the point, Martin squeezed his eyebrows and explained, no matter what bullet you use, if such a large-scale armament is known by an official organization such as the FBI, there is no good fruit to eat. Kraft curled his lips and retorted, you ran to provoke the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen. Are you afraid of being targeted by the official organization? Hearing Kraft's grievances, Martin rubbed his head with a wry smile, isn't your wish to go back? If you have a case here, it's not so easy to go back, so Margia just leave it to me to help. Kraft pursed his lips and said categorically, my wish is, we will go back together. If you can't go back, then I won't go either. You don't want to leave me. Martin Lee, who was touched, gave Kraft a hug, then smiled and said, even so, don't think that I agree with you to trouble Magia's help. Why? Kraft 10,000 unconvinced. Because the Magia gang is not that simple. Martin Lee's expression was solemn, and he tapped his temple with his index finger. The equipment is much more advanced than your small workshop, and the scale is much larger. What do you think does this mean? Although Kraft's studio is only a private workshop, with his current capital and technology, the equipment in it is not the most cutting edge at present, it is at least above the average level, and the technology has advanced in recent decades. The speed is changing with each passing day. It is obviously abnormal that the equipment used by Magia Gang, an ordinary criminal organization, was even more advanced than its own studio 7 years ago, and the scale is huge. There are other people behind them. Kraft's face also became ugly. Compared with Martin Lee, he knew more about the technical content of the equipment in his studio. Even if the Magia Gang is the largest gang in New York, it is not so easy to have a large-scale test base, let alone there are several more powerful gangs on top of the Magia Gang. The intervention of large consortia or official organizations of the United States, Kraft does not believe it. Did you find out who it is? It's been too long, and there are people from the Magia Gang. I can't find clues at all. Martin Lee shook his head and replied, so I have begun to slowly withdraw my hands, and wait for the hammer to relax my vigilance. I'll check it out secretly. Hammer. The leader of the Magia Gang, Joseph Harrow, is nicknamed Hammerhead. Are you calling me? Are you calling me? The small green ball stretched out his hands and feet, hopped up to Martin and Kraft, waved and asked. Martin Lee and Kraft Lee. These little guys you made, all have personality. Martin Lee twitched his mouth and gave Kraft a sideways look. Ha ha ha, right. Kraft smiled and scratched his head, his expression was very embarrassing. Because of Harrow's interruption, the conversation between the father and son couldn't go on. Martin patted Kraft on the shoulder and stood up. The matter about the Magia Gang cannot be resolved in a short while, so let me give it to me for now. You are still young and not yet. When you bear these. Kraft nodded depressed. Even if he had full confidence in the inventions in his dream, he still didn't think he could now fight against the American consortium or even the official. But sooner or later, I can create props that can push everything, and even if I don't directly conflict with the Magia Gang, I can still use the technology in my dreams to investigate secretly. Kraft lowered his head and rolled his eyes. He was not an obedient baby. What did Kraft Lee promise to do with his Dr. Handyman? Want to inquire about the news? For Kraft, the optimal solution is naturally to use his own technology to collect information from the internet. Alice, a robot that is more cute than practical, will not be mentioned. As an auxiliary artificial intelligence, hello, don't look at being silly when communicating with people, but on the internet, you don't have to cover the sky with your hands. At least the ordinary level of security protection is basically nothing to it, even if it is. Harrow also comes and goes freely in the database of the New York Police Department. You have to ask how Kraft knew about it. Of course, he had let Harrow go around for a while. On the first day after the creation of Harrow, Kraft tested its capabilities on the internet. The firewalls in public institutions such as police stations, banks, etc. could not stop Harrow's invasion at all. It can't even be detected, and the more famous agencies such as FBI, CIA, IRS are not Harrow's opponents, but compared to other departments, they can detect Harrow's invasion. Although Harrow is allowed to attack, it is not impossible to break their defenses, but Kraft has no head iron. After knowing that Harrow was detected, he decisively let it give up the invasion and easily get rid of the tracking. In addition, there are several more powerful defensive databases. Harrow failed to invade successfully, and even Kraft was almost caught by one of them. Fortunately, Harrow's ability was reliable enough. In the end, it was successfully got rid of the tracking, but from Harrow's feedback, it seems that the other party is also an artificial intelligence. And that database capable of anti-tracking, reading www.uugonshu.com is also the only thing Kraft can determine the right person positioning comes from Tony Stark's manor in New York. I have to say that although the is annoying, but the technology in his hands is really hard. After testing Harrow's ability again, Kraft never let it invade other people's networks, not because he was afraid of being caught by Stark's artificial intelligence, but the information he needed was in his dream. There is no need to hack into other people's databases. The previous test Kraft only asked Harrow to crack those firewalls, and he didn't move the information inside. But it's different now. In order to collect information from the Magia gang, Kraft had to ask Harrow to go around the internet again. Of course, Kraft doesn't plan to touch those dangerous places for the time being, so let's go to the police station in New York first. The invasion begins. The invasion begins. Hello stayed in its dedicated concave link slot, quickly browsing the internal database of the New York Police Department. On the computer screen next to it, countless characters were walking quickly. Keywords Maggie Gang, search is complete, search is complete. Soon, the information related to the Magia Gang was packaged by Harrow and downloaded to Kraft's computer. Hammerhead Joseph Harrow. Hell's Kitchen Fire and Devil Gang. Mr. Negative. Kraft carefully checked the information downloaded by Harrow. There was no content related to human experiments. It was obviously covered by that unknown force. But Demon Gang? Mr. Negatives? Kraft scratched his head. Isn't this Martin? This naming ability is really weak. Chapter 18, Too Active in School, Thinking Problems. It took 2 days to wipe out all the databases he had the ability to invade, but Kraft could not find any information related to the Magia Gang experiment. The only thing that touches this point is that in the intelligence of several official agencies such as the police station, there was a mention of an attack on the site of the Magian Gang 7 years ago. However, there is no information on who the attacker was. Kraft considered it for a long time, but still did not let Harrow attack the database of intelligence organizations such as the FBI. Although with Harrow's ability, even if the invasion was not successful, he would not be caught by the tail, but except for those intelligence organizations, there is also Stark and the network power of several mysterious forces that can make Kraft jealous. He is not sure if he will be copied by them when he invades. So after thinking about it again and again, Kraft gave up this idea. Anyway, his technique will continue to improve over time. There is no need to expose himself because of this little thing. After waiting for 7 years, it will not be bad. It took this little time. Collecting intelligence did not achieve any results, Kraft continued to put his mind on the invention in the dream. In the past, Kraft had been strengthening the defense of the studio because he wanted to guard against Martin's so-called commercial opponents. Now that he had free time, Kraft began to conduct a test that he had long wanted to understand. Can other people copy the unscientific equipment in my dream? Because of keeping secrets before, Kraft has been unable to find a chance to experiment. Now that Alice is an obedient little girl, she is of course the most suitable candidate. The most suitable prop for testing is the onomatopoeia device of Dr. aka. It is not highly technical and the operation is not complicated. Even the cute Alice can be copied like a cat. The results of the test gave Kraft a mixed blessing. The onomatopoeia made entirely by Alice shows the same effect as Kraft predicted. It is not as magical as the one made by Dr. Alien himself, but as long as Kraft's participation is achieved, a certain degree of participation is achieved. The final finished product will have a qualitative leap, from ordinary scientific creations to some kind of magical props that are completely unscientific. And the magical props made by Kraft, if they are disassembled and assembled back in the original form, the magical effect will disappear. In such a situation, at least Kraft doesn't have to worry about technology leakage, but on the contrary, Kraft wants to mass-produce these magical props is also wishful thinking. But in general, Kraft is still quite satisfied with the results of the test. Technology is only valuable if it is monopolized, and it does not mean that Kraft cannot be mass-produced at all. Even if there are many props, it is also a good product to get rid of those unscientific effects. For example, Kraft's new solar skateboard learned from Dr. Ari, without the unscientific ones that can chase the speed of the car. Among them, the efficient use of solar energy is itself a very powerful technology, which is more powerful than those on the market today. The conversion efficiency of the equipment is at least 2 or 3 levels higher. As for Da Vinci's solar flashlight, which also takes the solar route, I don't know how the funny guy did it. No matter how Kraft adjusts it, the energy converted from solar energy is only enough to light the bulb on the flashlight. There will be no more or no less. This is probably also in Dreamland technology. It's an unscientific phenomenon. As the members of the Demon Gang gradually withdrew from the Hell's Kitchen, Kraft didn't have to stay in the studio every day. Under the urging of Martin Lee, he reluctantly returned to the school to go to class. However, his research has not been put aside because of this. In addition to constantly absorbing the new dream knowledge, Kraft also took out the solar energy conversion technology mentioned before, and handed it over to Martin Lee to develop it. He guaranteed his own research funds and allowed Martin to quickly make up for the losses he had previously attacked the Magian gang. It's a pity that I still can't replicate those inventions with special powers. Kraft glanced at the magic core that failed again on the table, and sighed helplessly. He hadn't had many dreams during this period, and they were all mysterious dreams, or they needed a lot of manpower and equipment. Of heavy industry products. Kraft doesn't want to be noticed by the official agencies of the United States for the time being. Naturally, heavy industry can no longer be played, so he can only try some mysterious creations, but unfortunately all of them have failed. The only mechanical prosthetic technology he can master recently, its own technological content is not too high, that is, the core neural link technology is a bit interesting. In fact, Kraft was more interested in the technique called alchemy used by the freely movable armor. Unfortunately, the protagonist of that dream was a young lady who installed a prosthetic leg for Xiao Doubting. There was no alchemy in the room. In books related to art, Kraft tried to copy the alchemy circle drawn by the armor man, but there was no response. It should be that certain core technologies were not shown in the dream. It would be great if I could dream of that armored man or that little beanie, or I could dream of an unscientific scientist like Dr. aka. Kraft tidied up his workroom, pulled his hand on his messy head twice, and walked slowly to the house. I'm back. Kraft opened the door and saw Alice sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating snacks and laughing while watching the soap opera on TV. Ah, welcome back. Alice patted the snacks in her hands, smiled silly at Kraft, and then dashed to the kitchen with small steps. Supper is ready, I will bring it out. Ugh. Kraft raised his forehead and sighed, Alice's leisurely look, how can I tell that she is a robot? We will arrange for her to enroll in the next semester. Thinking that he had to go to school hard, but Alice would stay at home and play happily, Kraft's heart was very unbalanced. Originally, he planned to let Alice start studying in high school. Now he decided let her start reading with herself from the 8th grade. Anyway, it was only a year away, no difference. When Kraft told Alice of the decision, she was very happy. Kraft? There is a problem with this robot. Would actually like to go to school. No matter how surprised Kraft is at Alice's weird hobby, she still has to eat. Although Alice is always stupid, her talent in cooking is surprisingly excellent. At first, he could only make ordinary level meals according to the recipes, but now he has evolved to the point where he can study the color of the dishes independently, and the taste is not inferior to that of Fatty Liao's cook. So I tossed for a long time, just made myself a cooking robot? Gobbled up the delicious dinner prepared by Alice, and Kraft patted his belly contentedly. Is fine, at least there is no need to urge Martin to find me a mother. After dinner, they washed the dishes with Alice, and the two of them sat in front of the TV and started playing games. America is good for this, there is almost no homework. Although in Kraft's memory, he only went to American schools, but his subconscious mind told him that he had a learning experience with heavy homework. This should be caused by the memory he once lost. A similar feeling is Kraft. FT didn't meet it once or twice, so he didn't care about it at all. The two of them played until the play that Alice chased was about to start. Kraft went back to his room and finished the poor homework. After washing, he lay down on the bed. Although tomorrow is the weekend, Kraft still sleeps very early, because in addition to research, games and food, his biggest hobby is sleeping. After all, there are everything in his dreams, which is much more interesting than those soap operas on TV. And the appearance of dreams is irregular, and there is a sense of anticipation of scratching the lottery ticket every time you fall asleep. There is an old saying that goes well, if you never forget, there must be an echo. Probably because Kraft has been chanting for a long time recently, Dr. Dong Yun once again appeared in his dream. The unscientific degree of the invention in this dream is that this robot is even more unscientific. It was a simple, red, triangular scarf, and it took Dr. Dong Yun a few hours to make it. And the effect of this scarf is to make animals talk. You are making trouble. No matter how you look at it, this scarf is just an ordinary cloth scarf. There is no chip in it, and there is no magic. What is the principle of letting animals talk like this, bastard? And from Kraft's observations, this scarf is not only for animals to talk, but also has a certain degree of intelligence. In other words, it not only gives animals the ability to speak, read www.uugonshue.com also allows animals to have a thinking mode close to humans. This is simply unscientific. Although this invention is unscientific, and it does not seem to be practical for Kraft, when he woke up from a dream, he jumped off the bed for the first time and wanted to buy it at the pet store. A pet came back. Regardless of the principle of this thing, whether it is useful or not, Kraft has done it. Because this is so fun, isn't it? Hey? Brother, you got up really early today. Alice, who was preparing breakfast, heard the movement and poked her head out of the kitchen to say hello. Can I have wonton for breakfast? Anything will do, I'll go out first. Kraft hurriedly changed his shoes and was about to run out. Brother, where are you going? Isn't it the weekend today? Alice looked confused. I'll buy a pet back, Alice, what animal do you like? Thinking that it's impossible to take care of pets in normal times, this matter will eventually fall on Alice. Kraft thinks it's better to ask in advance, although Nanano, who came from the same source as her in the dream, seems to like cats very much. But who knows whether there will be any changes after the change of origin. Hey? Pets. Alice looked very happy. She lightly tapped her lips with her finger for a moment. Cats and dogs are fine, I like them as long as they are fluffy, but... Alice stretched out her right hand to reveal the electronic watch hidden on her wrist, then tilted her head and reminded Kraft, at this time, the pet store shouldn't be open yet, right? Kraft. Chapter 19, Mr. Quinn. Because he was eager to try the invention in his dream, Kraft accidentally ignored the question of time. Under Alice's reminder, he calmed down again when he was excited, and then yawned greatly. Then I will go back to sleep first. Kraft, whose excitement disappeared, dropped his eyelids all at once, dragging his steps weakly to his room. You are half past, no, come and wake me up in an hour. Since I had Alice, Kraft has abandoned the screaming chicken wake-up device, and let her cute robot girl wake you up. Isn't she fragrant? What more screaming chicken? I got it. Alice agreed, and went back to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. I slept calmly during this recirculation sleep, and Kraft was awakened by Alice before he could dream of those special dreams. After getting up again, Kraft finished his breakfast and took Alice out to buy a pet. There are still many pet shops in Chinatown. In addition to the popular pet shops selling cats and dogs, there is also a very traditional flower and bird market. Not only are there a variety of birds for sale, there are also insect pets such as grasshoppers and crickets. But Alice is not interested in those bugs, and they can't wear a scarf, so Kraft chose to go to the most common pet shop. According to Kraft's habit, the first test will try to restore everything in the dream, so his first choice is naturally to buy a small black cat. He even thought of the name, so he followed the name of Mr. Sakamoto in the dream. Transliterated here, it's called Sakamoto. However, when he entered the pet shop, Kraft's gaze was attracted by another creature. He refilled the shape of his face with a red scarf, always feeling extremely familiar. Did I have a dog of this breed before? Kraft habitually scratched his hair, and then asked the clerk at the pet shop, "Hello, is there a grey-colored breed of this dog?" "Sorry kid, Shiba Inu has only 4 coat colors, they are red, black, flax, and white. There is no grey breed." The clerk shook her head and introduced Kraft kindly. "Moreover, the number of white firewood is relatively small, and we don't have it now. The little guy in the cage belongs to red firewood. We also have black firewood and flax firewood here, but they are not displayed outside. Do you need to take you to see it? There is no ash." Kraft raised his eyebrows. He had seen Shiba Inu before. It was indeed red or yellow. He hadn't paid special attention to it before. It was just that this time when it was linked to the red scarf, he always felt that it should be the grey Shiba Inu. Never mind. Kraft shook his head. It doesn't make sense to continue to entangle this kind of unclear things. If there is no grey, then find a similar color. Take me to see Black Chai, please. Kraft said to the clerk. Please follow me. The clerk's lady took Kraft into the back room. Inside, there were neatly stacked cages with pets. As the two entered, they alarmed the cats, dogs, and dogs inside. In an instant, the cat howling and the dog barking, one after another. Be quiet, and be cautious again, be careful that I deduct your rations. The shop assistant soothed the noisy pets skillfully and brought Kraft to a cage. This is black firewood, and the messy coat next to it is flax firewood. It's a bit different from what I thought. The hair color distribution of black firewood is very different from that of Chi firewood, and it is also far from the grey firewood in Kraft's impression. Then choose the red firewood outside. Kraft is not a mother-in-law. In comparison, the she-shy outside feels closer to the dog in Croft's memory. Okay. The clerk who made a business was very happy. She led Kraft out again, put the red firewood outside in a convenient cage, and gave Kraft its pedigree certificate. There is a small bag of dog food and a toothstick that the dog likes very much. Alice, have you chosen it? Kraft carried the dog cage and found Alice, who was squatting in the corner to the cat, knocked her head and asked. Ah! These kids are so cute, I forgot. Alice squatted on the ground, holding 3 kittens of different colors in her arms, with a happy expression on her face. As expected, this guy is unreliable. Kraft sighed helplessly, scanned the nearby cats, and picked a Bombay cat that was 7 or 8 similar to Mr. Sakamoto in the dream. Go to the front desk to pay the bill with pet supplies. Go. Kraft knocked Alice on the head again, and then handed over the cage with the little black cat and a big bag of pet supplies to her. He picked up the cage with the dog in one hand, and pulled Alice in the other and walked out. "I'll let me breathe for another 5 minutes." Alice was dragged out of the pet shop by Kraft with a look of dismay. "Don't you have a cat in your hand? Go back and hold it and it enough." "Oh. That's right." Alice suddenly realized, then she held the cage in front of her, rubbed the cage lightly with her cheek, and apologized to the little black cat with a petting look. "I'm sorry I actually left you in the cold. By the way, brother, we have to give them a name first." After apologizing to the little black cat, Alice walked 2 steps quickly and came to Kraft to remind. "Well, just call it Mr. Quinn." Kraft raised the cage in his hand, and without hesitation, said the name that suddenly appeared in his mind. "What about this kid?" Alice raised the cat cage and motioned. Because of the name of Mr. Quinn in front, the Sacramento that Kraft thought before seemed not so appropriate. How about calling it Mr. Bain? "But, this kid is a girl." Then call her Beja." Kraft hurriedly took out Quinn's pedigree certificate, and after looking at the gender marked on it, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Is a male dog. Then there is no need to change his name, it can be regarded as saving Croft's obsessive-compulsive disorder." The two brought Mr. Quinn and Miss Beja to Croft's private workshop, threw the 2 pets to Alice's care, and Kraft plunged into the studio. Unlike when making Alice, Kraft couldn't understand the technology used to make the talking scarf, so he didn't have any moths, and honestly followed the dream of Dr. Dong Yun. Steps to copy it mechanically. Because the difficulty of making is not high, and Kraft does not need to think about it, so the speed of making the scarf is very fast. When Alice is ready for lunch, Kraft also made 2 scarves. "Can you really make them talk?" Alice stared expectantly at Quinn and Beja, who were still ignorant at this time. "It might work." Kraft is actually not very confident, because compared to Alice, the robot, the scarf that allows animals to talk is more like a mysterious side object than a scientific product. So far, the mysterious side creation that Kraft copied has not one is successful. "Try it first, anyway, it's just a scarf, and it won't cause any harm to them," Kraft said as he passed a scarf to Alice, and then tied it up with her 2 pets. "Yes, can you speak?" "Beja sauce." After tying the scarf for the little black cat, Alice couldn't wait to ask. The little black cat Beja first scratched the scarf around her neck with her paw, and then shook her head twice. "You are tied too tightly, meow, idiot." A slightly sharp female voice came from Beja's mouth. Hug, sorry. I'm here to relax you a little bit." Alice panicked and adjusted Beja's scarf. "Is this all right?" "Well, it's much more comfortable." Beja stretched her waist and said with her tail dangling. The original sharp voice became lazy. Surprised? Quinn, who had been sluggishly watching Alice communicate with Beja before, suddenly jumped up. "You can speak." Then he jumped again in hindsight. Surprised? "I can actually talk too." How do you feel that the dog's IQ is not so high?" Kraft touched his nose, quickly took out his phone, and began to inquire. Canine Intelligence Ranking. Shiba Inu. 79 outside, unexpectedly lower than the 3 sledge fools. Slander. This is naked slander. Queen put his nose on the screen of Croft's phone, wrinkled his nose, revealing Bisenson's fangs. Ha ha ha, silly dog. Bea couldn't help laughing after hearing Croft's announcement. Do you want to fight? Queen quickly turned his angry gaze to Beja's body. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't bully Beja. She is a girl. Alice ran to support Beja the first time. Big brother. They bully me. Queen's speed at finding backers is really unlike the dog breed ranked 79 in intelligence. Looking at the dog wagging his tail violently at him, Kraft twitched his mouth, but at any rate the dog he chose came to his head, so I still need to help. Kraft clicked on the phone a few more times. The intelligence of the Bombay cat, one of the 3 dumbest cats. The corners of Croft's mouth twitched again, and his level of pet selection was no 1, so he chose 2 items with worrisome intelligence. What? This is impossible. This lady is smart. Beja stopped doing it now, and screamed at the phone in Croft's hand. Don't make trouble. Kraft raised his hand quickly, avoiding Beja's pounce. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you expect it? You are stupid than me. Queen slapped her nose with a slap in the nose, slapped her tongue and gleefully laughed. You still dare to sneak attack? A beast. Quinn, who was attacked, naturally refused to give up, turning his head and biting at Beja. Eat my trick. Rua. Ah. Can't fight. You guys don't fight anymore. Alice hurriedly persuaded her to get into the frame. I always feel, the home will be very lively in the future. Looking at the scene of cats and dogs jumping in front of him, the corners of Croft's mouth twitched frantically. Chapter 20, Waik. Mr. Negative gave the last command to the demon gang's men, twisted his neck, took off the heart demon mask on his face, and exhaled a long breath. Along with his exhalation, Mr. Negative's dark skin gradually returned to its original skin color, and his white suit turned back to black. Martin Lee walked out of the headquarters of the demon gang, bypassed 2 streets, got in the Ford that he usually drove, and drove home. Before, he fought with Magia's gang and lost both. Although his demon gang did not lose a lot of business channels and territory like the Magia gang, it also cost a lot of dollars and a lot of ammunition reserves. It would have taken a lot of time to recover the blood slowly. Fortunately, Kraft came up with a new type of solar technology, which made the demon gang's recovery speed much faster. But even so, the demon gang has recently been able to recover. There can be no more big moves. Martin Lee has basically stayed with the devil's side to do the final finishing work until just now. This time he failed to get revenge, but Martin Lee is not in a hurry. Although it seems that they have suffered both losses and losses, there are still differences. For example, the demon gang is like losing too much blood. As long as a blood transfusion, they can quickly recover, while the Magia gang it was interrupted, and even if it was reconnected, it was not as flexible as before. So as long as the demon gang recovers, the next time you attack Magia gang, you will be sure of it. It's just that Martin Lee didn't want to get rid of the Magia gang so quickly, but wanted to stun the snake and see if he could draw out the mysterious force behind them. Of course, these are things that need to be considered in the future. Martin Lee, who has been busy for more than half a month, just wants to go home quickly and take a good rest. Parked the car in the garage and Martin pushed open the door of his house. Let me put down the dried fish. You stupid dog. Do you still want to take back the food in my hands? I'm afraid it's not living in a dream. Give me my death. Kill the dog. Who will fight the dog for me? As soon as Martin Lee pushed open the door, he heard a noisy clamor inside, and the 2 noisy sounds looked very strange. Just when he was wondering if Kraft brought his classmates back to play, he saw a black cat chasing a yellow dog rushing down the stairs, all with a bright red scarf around their necks. Have a pet? Martin Lee was stunned. With his knowledge of Kraft, the kid has absolutely no spare time to take care of pets. So Alice raised it. Martin frowned. He has been in the demon gang for this period of time, and he has no sense of closeness to Alice, the robot. At this moment, the little robot girl who was being chanted by him stepped on a frantic step and chased it down from upstairs. You two, stop me. If this happens again, no one will ever want to eat snacks. I was shocked. This stupid dog is clearly making trouble. The cat and the dog who were chasing stopped at the same time, and then quarreled with Alice. My body is so much bigger than Beja, but the amount of snacks is the same. Is this reasonable? Shut up. You stupid dog. No noise. Ah. Uncle Martin, you are back. At this time, Alice discovered Martin Lee, who was messy in the wind, and quickly dropped the two pets that were pulling each other and greeted him. How is this going? Martin pointed to the cat and dog who were arguing in English, and asked stiffly. Ah, these are Mr. Quinn and Miss Beja. My brother and I bought the pets from the pet shop the other day. This is not what I asked. They? Yes. How can they speak? Martin frantically pointed to the cat and dog who was watching to calm down again, and emphasized every word. Oh, this is my brother's invention, Alice explained in hindsight, it's the red scarf. After you put it on, you can make the animal talk. Alice put her hands together beside her cheeks, her voice full of admiration. Brother's invention is really amazing. Is this a serious question? Martin Lee's heart is like a violent wind passing by, and horses galloping. How did that kid Kraft do it? Where are the Kraft people? Martin can't wait to find his adopted son to ask for more information. Brother, he hasn't finished school yet. Alice looked at the digital watch on her wrist, and then exclaimed a little, ah. It's all this time. I'm about to start preparing dinner. Uncle Martin, watch TV here for a while. Beja, Quinn, you two must not quarrel anymore. Alice confessed a few words in a hurry, and trod into the kitchen. Martin Lee. Queen. Beja. One person, one cat, and one dog looked at each other for a while, or the dog was the first to say, are you the eldest brother's father? How should I call you? Quinn tilted his head and stuck out his tongue with a silly look. Stupid dog, didn't you hear Alice calling him Uncle Martin just now? Let's just yell it. The little black cat Beja lightly jumped on Quinn's back and slapped his skull. That's not good. Quinn hesitated for a moment, and decided not to turn his face with Bea. Since he is the father of the eldest brother, he is the owner of this family. It should be given a special title, such as Dad. Category. No, just call me Martin. Martin Lee rejected the Kenyan title with a black thread, then he squatted down and asked the two pets with interest. Do you understand our human language before you put on this scarf? Surprised. As expected of Big Brother's father. Quinn's eyes widened. Big Brother asked the same after putting on us a scarf. After a short pause, Quinn continued to reply, I didn't understand before, I can only understand a little bit of what you humans mean, but now even if I take off the scarf, I can understand what you are saying. That's it. Martin reached out and rubbed Quinn's head. That's amazing. In addition to saying that this situation is powerful, Martin can't find other words to describe Kraft's invention. Even Mr. Film, he couldn't restrain his curiosity when encountering such a miraculous thing. He turned on the TV, but did not put his mind on it. Instead, he chatted with Quinn one after another. Ye kept the cat's cold personality and started licking fur on her own on the sofa. Hey? Brother is back. Quinn, who was chatting with Martin, suddenly straightened up, turned his head to the door of the house, and then quickly ran to the entrance and squatted down. Big Brother. As soon as Kraft entered the door, Quinn greeted him with his tongue out as usual, and walked around his feet excitedly. "Brother, your father Martin is back," Quinn reported to him while circling Kraft, and obviously, he did not listen to Martin's refusal. "Okay, I get it now." Hearing the name Big Daddy, Kraft twitched the corner of his mouth, then reached out and rubbed Quinn's head and walked into the room. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Martin looking at himself with complicated expression. "What's wrong? How did you do it? If you talk about the previous arm-strength wristbands, the defensive devices in the workshop, and even the bionic robot Alice, although Martin is surprised, he can barely understand it, but this scarf that allows animals to speak is really beyond his range of understanding. I actually want to know how this is done." Kraft touched his nose, and said helplessly, "I can't tell, it just feels like this allows animals to talk, and then it's done." "So is it inspiration from a dream again?" Martin rolled his eyes and asked. "Almost." Kraft sat next to Martin, "I don't know the specifics. Anyway, when I wake up, I suddenly have the urge to make this kind of scarf, and then I did it." In fact, Kraft tried to tell Martin Lee about his dreams a long time ago, but he didn't know why. Whenever he wanted to say it, his heart would rise. This kind of strong resistance, to the greatest extent, is only telling Martin that he got inspiration from his dream, so Kraft didn't bother to explain it over time. "All right." Martin Lee rubbed his eyebrows. "Although it is a magical thing for animals to speak, it is not a big deal, but try to keep it secret as much as possible. Don't let other people know about it. There are many Secret Service organizations in the United States. It's troublesome to be watched by them. Don't worry, I take them out when I take off their scarves." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Clough nodded his head. He didn't think so much. He just felt that after being known, he would be seen as a monkey by a group of people like the Stark incident before. He did this because he found it troublesome. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. A green monster has appeared near the coast of Brooklyn. New Yorkers, please avoid it in time. The following is a picture taken by a reporter ahead. While Kraft was chatting with Martin Lee while driving his dog, the host's eager voice suddenly sounded on the TV. Immediately after the TV screen was turned, it switched to a violently shaken lens. His green figure is rampaging in the city, and military aircraft and tanks are constantly firing at him. The chaotic scene lasted only more than 10 seconds, and it soon went dark. The final picture was that the green monster was escaping towards the beach. Meow. Surprised. What is this? The dog in Kraft's arms bounced violently, and the little black cat on the side also arched, his hair exploded, and he was obviously shocked by the green monster on the TV. "Hello. Search me for related information." With Kraft's order, the red harrow, who had been on the top of the TV pretending to be a decoration, spread its wings, and used its mung bean-sized eyes to project a virtual screen on the wall. At the same time, the ceiling of the living room opened and hung down. There are several screens, and the pictures on these screens are switching rapidly, making people dazzling and unable to come across. The search begins. The search begins. Kraft. Martin Lee on the side jumped up. "What have you done to our house?" Chapter 21, Strange knowledge has increased. In fact, Martin Lee can understand Kraft's remodeling of the house, but it just happened so suddenly that he didn't have the mental preparation to make him so gloomy. So after Martin Lee came back to his senses, he quickly squeezed his right hand into a fist, put it to his mouth and coughed twice, and changed the subject decisively and stiffly. "How long will it take you to collect information?" Kraft glanced contemptuously at Martin Lee. "Soon. Search is complete, search is complete." Before Kraft's words fell, Harrow's electronic sound rang, and the pictures of the several screens in the room also stabilized one by one, showing all the content related to the news just now. The main content, Harrow was placed on the screen that it projected on the wall, so after searching, Harrow actively dimmed the lights in the room so that Kraft could see more clearly. Quickly scanned the relevant information on the wall, and Kraft roughly figured out what the green monster was. To put it simply, a car belonging to the military picked up someone from an airport in Brooklyn. When it was driving into the city, the green monster suddenly jumped out of the car. Because the incident happened suddenly and the military had not had time to block the news, Harrow easily found the surveillance screen near the accident site and further traced the incident to the state of New Mexico where the incident originated. However, when he searched further down, he found that they came out of a desert in New Mexico. Harrow will not be able to find out what is going on in the desert unless it invades the military database. Which unit does this car belong to? Hearing Kraft's question, Harrow quickly called out a report and projected it on the wall. The report showed the unit to which the car belonged and indicated that the head of this unit was Thaddeus General E. Ross. Scientists who have been in contact with General Ross for the past 2 years and who have recently stayed in New Mexico have brought me out. Kraft thought for a while, then continued to order. Hello quickly complied. Then Kraft screened out some of the researchers who were obviously showcasing, had been abandoned or had produced results, and those who were unlikely to create green monsters, and finally targeted a man named Bruce Banner. Physicist. Speaking of Bruce Banner, he is also a well-known existence in academia. His level of genius is not inferior to Tony Stark, a playboy, and he has been studying gamma rays in recent years, and gamma rays is a kind of radiation that is very prone to mutation, and it is a well-known existence among all scientists. To be honest, Bruce Banner dared to use gamma rays as his research direction, and Kraft admired it very much. I admire him for not being afraid of death. In addition, in the comics about Captain America, gamma rays are also mentioned, saying that Captain America can succeed. In addition to the super soldier serum, there is also the catalysis of gamma rays. Later, because of curiosity, Kraft also collected a little bit of information and found that most of the content in the comics was not deceptive except for some beautifications in the comics. Of course, Kraft did not find out the specific details of the US team's experiment, but judging from the reality of the comics, and the appearance of this green monster in front of him, it might be true. I don't know what the official people think. Kraft initially thought that adding gamma rays was the wrong direction for the experiment. The United States deliberately dug holes in the comics to pit other countries, but now it seems. Old mill cake. A fresh but apt vocabulary popped out of Kraft's head. So, this is a product of the Super Soldier Project? Lau Mei really likes doing human experiments. Thinking of human experiments, Kraft became even more disgusted with Bruce Banner on the screen. Oh, after all, the military has always wanted to replicate a Captain America again. Martin Lee smiled contemptuously, and said to Kraft, in fact, I suspected that the people behind the Magia gang might be the military at first, but I haven't been able to find any clues. Instead, I found some clues. There is a situation that excludes the military. It may be smoke bombs, but not necessarily. Kraft speculated, but quickly shook his head and denied his thoughts. No, it's not necessary. If it's the military, there is no need to cover it up like this. It's just a few lower nations. Yes, I think so too. Martin Lee nodded and agreed, then he reached out and patted Kraft on the head. This is not anxious, your little robot is indeed very powerful, but remember not to be caught by anyone. Then you can rest assured. It's not me who said, Harrow's intrusion ability may be a bit short, but the escape technique is definitely the world's top level. Kraft patted his chest, proudly showed off a few words, and then looked at Martin Lee with hindsight. I don't know you bastard. Martin Lee glared at him irritably, last time you agreed so easily, I knew you wouldn't let it go. It's just that I didn't expect you to be able to do that. Martin Lee glanced at the red Harrow who was flapping his wings on the TV, and exclaimed heartily. Hey hey! Kraft stroked the back of his head shyly. I don't know much about technology, but the most important thing is to be cautious and don't expose yourself. Martin Lee, who knew he couldn't restrain Kraft, still reminded him. Kraft nodded sternly, indicating that he had listened. As for the identity of Martin Lee in secret, and how many magical props Kraft still has, both father and son tacitly did not question each other. Or we should think about going back. After reading the information about the green monster, the family was sitting at the dinner table having dinner. Kraft suggested again. The US is doing personal tests at every turn. What if another moth comes out someday? Let's talk about this monster today. If he appears near us, my inventions won't stop. Although Kraft was talking about a green monster, what he was thinking about was the terrible zombie virus in his dream. Don't worry, the world is not as simple as you think. There are many people with special abilities in New York. The special crowd Kraft in Martin Lee's mouth actually knew it. He had seen it before when he was collecting information on the Magia gang, such as Rhino, Daredevil, and Superman, but he didn't think these people can fight the fat green guy in the video. Seeing Kraft's disdain, Martin Lee sighed helplessly, and, do you think there are no special humans on the other side of the ocean? Why do you think I don't want to go back? Listening to this, Martin also has special abilities? Kraft gave Martin Lee a surprised look. Although he had guessed that his adoptive father was the so-called Mr. Film, he did not investigate further. Respecting each other's privacy is a tacit understanding between father and son. All right. Think about it carefully. If the zombie virus really broke out like in a dream, it seemed to make no difference wherever it went, so he wouldn't insist anymore. It's only about the technology in the dream, and I have to further study it. Because of the emergence of the green monster, Kraft has a rare sense of urgency. He has to pick up the biological research that he has resisted before. At least when there is a resident crisis, he must be able to find a solution. Ability. In addition to spending more time in the laboratory, Kraft also asked Harrow to continue to follow the intelligence of the green monster. Although soon after that day, the military and a mysterious force were working hard to block the news, but who let that big man make trouble so much? In just a few days, he was surrounded and intercepted by the military, rampaged across the United States, and finally penetrated the entire United States, fled to the border of Mexico, and finally disappeared. It is precisely because of the activeness of this big green man that Kraft has collected a lot of useful information. The green monster called himself Hulk. Judging from his performance in surveillance, besides being very irritable, his brain is not very smart. What made Kraft more shocked was that Hulk's body was actually Bruce Banner. I'm a ruthless man. Actually experimenting with myself. It just feels a bit unscientific. Kraft looked at the intelligence gathered by Harrow and muttered to himself. I think the technology that made us talk about you, elder brother, is actually quite unscientific, and eldest sister, she is actually a robot. Quinn leaned his head in front of the screen www.readaloud.com while sticking out his tongue while spitting out. Because Alice is usually in the state of an ordinary soft cute girl, Quinn and Bea have no idea that she is actually the robot. Just thought the smell and voice on Alice's body were a bit strange. It wasn't until the two of them were fighting too fiercely that Alice had to turn on the trapping net launcher that Kraft had installed on her shoulder and put the cat and dog on the net, that they understood Alice's truth. Identity. Quinn was so scared that he even forgot to say the mantra of shocked. Agree with meow. Beja, lying on Kraft's lap, raised her paw lazily. I'm not talking about it. Kraft rolled his eyes, picked Beja up on the table, and pointed his finger at Bruce Banner, who was transforming in the video. Look at him from such a thin body. He has become a strong man more than 2 meters tall, and sometimes will continue to grow bigger. Even so, his shorts still fit so well, obviously other clothes are broken into rags. Surprised? Quinn's mouth grew, and his long tongue drooped, with a stupid expression on his face, the trousers must be very exciting to bite. And Beja shook her long tail, then turned her head to look at Kraft with a strange look. Why is your focus always so strange? Kraft. When did these two little guys start to like to complain about themselves? Speaking of it, Mr. Sakamoto in the dreamland seems to be a spit. How did I know the word spitting? Kraft touched his forehead, and the strange knowledge that appeared inexplicably in his mind increased again. Chapter 22, Oh my God! You are so tall! Kraft entered his dream again. This time the dream took place in a slightly messy room, but most of the researchers are of this virtue. In contrast, the room in front of me is already tidy. The furniture in the house is mostly wooden structure. There are many gears and bolts on the table. A technically backward but well-made shotgun with beautifully carved patterns is hung on the wall. There is a bookcase next to it. Packed with books full of dang, on the top of the bookshelf, there is also a mechanical doll that is constantly dancing. From the overall style, this dream seems to be in a period similar to that of the Earth in the 16th and 7th centuries, but the strange floating chandelier above the head and the protagonist of the dream who are busy near the workbench prove that things are not that simple. Magic technology? Steampunk? 2077? Some inexplicable words popped out of Kraft's mind. Did not delve into the meaning of those words, Kraft sighed deeply. The sense of age displayed in the scene and the vaguely revealed fantasy worldview made him not have much hope for this dream. But he still walked to the protagonist of the dream. Anyway, it would be good to be able to broaden his horizons. The protagonist of the dream is an old man with white beard and hair. He is not wearing a white coat like most researchers, but wearing a red leather armor and a pair of red goggles on the bridge of his nose. The most important thing is that he is a lot shorter than Kraft, who is only 14 years old. However, Kraft didn't care about this. Instead, he was attracted by the drawings on the workbench. Different from the sense of age shown by the surrounding furnishings, the design drawings on the drawings are very exquisite, and the level of complexity far exceeds the level expected in this era, and although Kraft can't fully understand this drawing, he does. There is an energy core setting, which shows that this thing does not require any special abilities to control. The only question is whether the materials used in it can find a substitute on the Earth. Because he couldn't understand the drawings, Kraft didn't waste time on the workbench. Anyway, he could recall his dream memory at any time in the future, and he could read it again after he understood it. He walked to the bookshelf and glanced at the spine of the book. Unfortunately, there seems to be no habit of marking the book's title on the spine, so Kraft picked a copy and pulled it out. Goblin who doesn't know how to pioneer and innovate. Kraft decisively put the book in his hand back into the bookshelf, and Kraft changed another one. Dwarf engineering is the future. Kraft. Well, at least I understand that the mechanical technology here is called engineering, and there are at least two branches. Kraft looked back at the little old man who was still busy at the workbench. So he was not a human with dwarf disease, but the race was a dwarf? The world is really big. Kraft once again sighed the magic of different worlds, and then continued to browse the books on the shelf. Research with gnomes thinking, stupid goblins who only know explosion, engineering, from beginner to earth, 100 tips for building energy cores, characters of famous craftsmen, for gnomes who have made great contributions to engineering. After reading the names of all the books on the shelf, Kraft directly picked up engineering, from beginner to earth and read it. The things that the protagonist of the dream is making seem to be more difficult. Anyway, Kraft will give a thick copy of engineering, from beginner to the earth to read. The dream is not over yet. After reading the books in his hand, Kraft's gains have already exceeded his expectations. Engineering is indeed a science-side technology that does not require any special ability to drive. In the early and mid-term design, most of the materials needed can be found on the Earth. Even if there is none on the Earth, a close substitute can be found. Product, and will not affect its function. The only thing he regrets is that many engineering creations need to use some magic materials in the later stage, and the role of these magic materials is generally to build the core. He has no choice but to watch this stuff. See if we can replace it with the core of pure technology. Although Kraft looks like he is going to the laboratory to study it, but the production of the dwarf is not over yet, he can't wake up on his own, and he simply picks up the book he pulled out for the first time. Goblin who doesn't know how to pioneer and innovate flipped through it. Although the title of this book is full of prejudice, it should be enough to let you know what the Goblin branch is different from the dwarf engineering. Unlike the dwarf engineering that invented all kinds of weird props, the Goblin engineering is more practical and closer to the industrial system on the Earth. Their main direction is to manufacture various gunpowder weapons and matching goggles, but it is more practical than the Earth's industrial system. Compared with the weapons made by the goblins, the weapons made by the goblins have no advantages, that is, the addition of magic materials makes them more special, but the goggles are a bit interesting, making Kraft a lot of inspiration by analogy. Closing the book, The Goblin Who Doesn't Know Pioneering and Innovating, Kraft is somewhat thankful that he dreamed of dwarf engineering, because even if the prejudices in the book are removed, goblin engineering is not very helpful to him. On the contrary, there are many magical props in dwarf engineering that interest him. Turned his head and glanced at the still busy dwarf. His production is more than half completed, and he looks like a robot. Kraft scratched his head. The drawings I saw before are obviously the shape of a car? But this is also in line with the character of the dwarf engineers who think it is one thing. Although he was a little curious about how he built a robot based on the car's drawings, Kraft simply looked through engineering-related books. It was obviously more difficult to understand the dwarf's show operation, so he turned back again, intending to continue reading. Let's pick a thinner book this time. Kraft's fingers are moving across the bookshelf. The robot is obviously about to be built. Obviously there is not enough time to continue studying, so he plans to find another type of book to relax his head. In the end, Kraft chose a book of characters of famous craftsmen, and while relaxing, he could also learn about the specific conditions of the world by the way. Then flipped through, Kraft found. I seem to have dreamed of this world? Because of the names and major events in this book, Kraft had been in contact with an orc blacksmith, but there were too few books in the orcs family. The orcs of Rage Steel heard it when they were talking to other people. I thought about the visitors of different races to the orc blacksmith, and the night elves, dwarves, five-color dragons, and other races mentioned in this book, as well as villains such as the Burning Legion Lich King. Kraft scratched his head subconsciously. The composition of this world is really complicated. Because in the dream, Kraft can automatically learn the language mastered by the owner of the dream, so in addition to the common language, orc language, and troll language learned in Saru-Anj, Kraft learned here again dwarf languages, dwarven languages, and some elvish and human languages. Useless knowledge has increased. Especially elvish, this should be the most frequent race in dreams other than humans, and the elvish languages of different worlds are also different. Kraft now has more than one hand. Judging from the world view shown in the book, engineering seems to be just a minor branch in this world. The main theme is magic and long swords. This also explains why this world has such a strange technology tree. In addition, judging from the introduction in this book, the owner of this dream does not seem to be an infamous guy, the master craftsman Ovosbach, a figure in the dwarf engineering system, and even created the Iron Forge squirrel. The big runaway incident. After reading the character history, Oversbach's manufacturing is nearing the end. Generally speaking, the content of dreams is the completion of the manufacturing, the test passed or the test failed. You read www.ucanshu.com will then end, and occasionally it will be extended for a while, but the chance of appearing is relatively small. Kraft got close to Oversbach. The dwarf master craftsman made a strange robot. It was much taller than Oversbach himself. The top of the robot had no head and replaced it. It is a seat and console. Gosh! I'm so tall. Oversback climbed onto the robot and cheered happily in a shrill voice. Kraft only realized that the strange shape of this robot is actually imitating Oversback's own clothes. Let's go, you are happy. Kraft looked at this rather stream of consciousness shape, and twitched his mouth. As Oversbark pushed the upper lever on the console, the Oversbark robot made a tweeting sound, and thick black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe behind it. Go ahead. My baby. The Oversback robot raised its foot tremblingly, and started to walk inside the house. Yahoo! Now, enter the combat mode. Oversbark excitedly pressed several times on the console, a mess of weapons emerged from various parts of the Oversbark robot's body, and then its various joints began to sparkle with electric sparks. Oversback's smile froze suddenly. And Kraft was also surprised. This plot. I've seen it at Dr. Ari's. Boom. The Oversback robot exploded unexpectedly, and Kraft woke up. Chapter 23, Me Robot. Since dreaming of the master craftsman Oversback, Kraft has begun to study the dwarf engineering from his dreams. I will not mention the things that require magical materials later, just the mechanical squirrel for getting started. Make Kraft delighted. Bolts, copper ingots, malachite. These simple materials have turned into a mechanical squirrel that can run flexibly with itself under the magical engineering, without the need for additional energy. This is simply to force the law of conservation of energy to rub on the ground. It's just that my dream has always been unscientific. This situation can't make Kraft much happy. The key is that this mechanical squirrel can be copied. Although the mechanical squirrel made by Alice will be governed by the law of conservation of energy again, and will not actively follow the owner, it is not difficult to install a battery box or a clockwork or other power source. The little squirrel is still the same agility, as long as a sound control or light sensing system is designed for it. It is not difficult to sell it as a high-end toy. Although he can't increase his combat power, he can increase his income, so Kraft has more money to research other inventions. After all, scientific research is still very money-consuming, and having one more way to make a fortune will naturally lead to Kraft is happy, not to mention that there will be several mechanical pets with different shapes afterwards. When Kraft has mastered the technology inside, he can design more shapes by himself. I don't know if it's the evolution of dreams, or whether Kraft's recent luck is really good. When he started to study engineering, he dreamed of engineering related in the world called Azeroth several times. Characters, some of them are not master craftsmen, but ordinary craftsman apprentices. But Kraft is more satisfied with this, because these apprentices have taken him to understand the basics of engineering in detail, and his entire learning progress has been accelerated a lot. In addition, Kraft also dreamed of dreaming characters who took the goblin engineering route. Without the biased rhythm of the gnomes, Kraft also had a more comprehensive understanding of goblin engineering, except for the relatively backward weapon technology. There are many things in goblin engineering that are worth learning for Kraft. Like that goblin pacemaker. Originally, Kraft thought that the help that engineering brought him, in addition to those high-level props that I didn't know if he could make it, was probably the mass production of those small mechanical pets to help him raise funds, but he soon discovered that the real power of this dream is not a high-level engineering creation, but the magical basic setting that can twist copper ingots into bronze tubes with bare hands. The specific principle of craft is unknown, but when he saw in his dream a dwarf craftsman apprentice twisting a copper ingot into a bronze tube by hand, he was able to replicate this method in the real world, and not only bronze pipes, but other metals are also available. There are also strong gunpowder made from the stone, and the gemstones are polished into lenses without any tools, etc. Such an unscientific method, Kraft has mastered it after a few dreams. This trademark is also considered science. Putting the steel pipe that had just been rolled out in his hand aside, Kraft looked at his still white hands and suddenly had doubts about the definition of the word science. Big Brother Niobe. Quinn, who watched Croft's operation all the way, cried out. "Teach me! Big brother, teach me!" Urguzi approached Kraft with a stupid face and kept harassing him. "Don't think about it, your dog's paw can't learn it." Kraft recovered, and pushed Quinn's stupid face away. Quinn lowered his head in silence, looked at his dog's paws, and then moved his head over again, the tail on his swaying frantically. "Then eldest brother, you get me human hands." "Yes." Kraft rolled his eyes, then smiled sullenly at Quinn, "but you have to chop off your dog's paw before that." "Rua!" Quinn jumped back abruptly, and quickly got under the table with his tail clipped. "It's okay to chop the paw? I don't want it, I don't want it. Stupid dog." Beja, who was lying on the computer case to keep warm, yawned and cursed contemptuously. After mastering the core technology of hand-rubbing materials, Croft's progress in engineering began to fast forward wildly, and soon he learned to the stage where some special materials were needed. Mithril. The name is not uncommon in the dreams of other magical worlds. Craft is not uncommon, even on the Earth there is this term, but unfortunately it only exists in various fantasy works. Craft specifically checked the setting of mithril on the Earth. It has the same ductility as bronze, it is as smooth as glass, hard as iron, but light as a feather, it has the luster of silver, and it will never be dimmed. Then there are some supplementary settings, such as magic affinity. In the several fantasy worlds that Craft dreamed about, the characteristics of mithril and these settings were quite different. Although Craft was a little strange, he didn't take it too seriously. There are so many strange things in his dreams, and if he has to go through the routes one by one, he can't get through this day. Except for the magical fantasy settings, the characteristics of mithril itself are not complicated, hard, light, and highly ductile. Although there are no such natural minerals on the Earth, it is not difficult to make similar alloys as substitutes. Not to mention that in Croft's dream, there are some alloy formulas with more unscientific properties. After repeatedly watching the use of mithril by the craftsman in the dream, Craft can confirm that most engineering creations do not need the magical affinity of mithril, or even if there is no magical affinity, it just reduces the performance and does not hinder the use. Then it's easy to do. Craft took a moment to make out all the alloys he knew and the characteristics of mithril are close to. Then he looked at the design drawings in engineering and decided to use dwarf rocket boots. Let's test and see which alloy has the closest effect to the mithril in the world of Azeroth. There are still a few pairs of shoes left, but they are not enough. Craft called the shoe store under Martin's name and asked them to send more than a dozen pairs. The technology of rubbing out equipment on the Azeroth continent without the aid of large equipment, using only hammers, wrenches, and hands, is too IMBA. More than a dozen pairs of dwarf rocket boots, Craft only took less than 2 days. Kung Fu is all rubbed out. But, the testers have to think about it. Craft looked at the row of rocket boots in front of him, lost in thought. This thing is not only in dwarf engineering, but also in the Goblin branch, and there are similar designs, and both branches are rare and reminded at the same time. The dwarf side is more subtle. What they warn about is that the energy system and the transmission system are not always functioning normally. The Goblins are very straightforward, they are likely to explode suddenly, so please use them carefully. Now it's not in a dream. It's just waking up from a dream. If it's blown up, Craft, a mortal man, can't live with a wheelchair in the future, even though there is something wrong in the dream. Less prosthetic technology. But whoever has the original trademark will use the pirated version. Even if the pirated version is more powerful than the original one is more satisfying to use. Even Quinn's stupid dog can handle this kind of thing. Naturally, Craft can't kill him. So after thinking about it again and again, Craft found Alice. "Hey! Hey!" Hearing Craft's cold-blooded request, Alice cried on the spot. "No, brother. I'm scared." Alice hugged Craft's thigh tightly and refused to let go. "You are a robot afraid of a door. Kraft kicked the thigh he was holding, but couldn't get rid of it, so he could only patiently reason with Alice. As long as you turn off the pain system, even if it explodes, it won't hurt. If it explodes, I will replace it with new parts, won't it be solved? But what should I do if my brain blows up? Alice still looks teary. These shoes are not as powerful as that. Seeing Alice's pitiful expression, Kraft was also a little softened. He stroked Alice's head and comforted softly, "And I can take you back up your memory to the computer, even if you accidentally injure the chip inside, you can recover the memory again." But, Alice, who has recovered like that, is it really me? Kraft was stunned. Although he occasionally had the illusion that Alice was an ordinary human, and he had some feelings for her, he still didn't treat her as a living body from the point of mind and reason. Even if she usually behaves like a person, in Kraft's cognition, this is closer to the behavioral logic caused by the program, rather than having self-consciousness or soul. Since you don't like it, then forget it. Kraft pursed his lips and helped Alice up from the ground. "Brother, are you angry?" "Actually, I'm just a little scared." "Just get over it," Alice said, reaching for the rocket boots on the table, and then Kraft slapped him off. "I'm not angry, I just didn't understand something. If I experiment, it will be a big deal for me to rebuild a remote control robot. It will take a little longer." Kraft rubbed his stomach and changed the subject. "I'm a little hungry, can you make me some snacks?" "I will handle it." Hearing that she didn't need to test on the field by herself, Alice instantly became happy, rolled up her sleeves and smiled brightly, and then walked to the kitchen next to the studio. "Good job, Kraft." Beja jumped from the case on the side into Kraft's arms, rubbed his head against his chest, and applauded. Quinn tilted his head. Kraft scratched Beja's chin without speaking. He has seen many sci-fi works related to robots, novels, TV, movies, and games. The discussion about robots has never stopped, and one of the views is quite popular. When a robot appears self-aware, can he be considered alive? For this point of view, Kraft used to take a look at it, but now there is really one more sister. Kraft scratched his head and sighed helplessly, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 24, Stupid Goblins Who Only Know How to Explode. After eating the snacks made by Alice, Kraft was not in a hurry to make a remote-controlled robot, because although it can ensure safety, it does not have a direct sense of experience. Simple data cannot see everything, not to mention these engineering creations. He does not necessarily follow the physical rules of the Earth, so he wants to find a way to get the best of both worlds. Put yourself a steel shell or something. Kraft thought of exoskeleton armor, but quickly denied it. The exoskeleton would block its own touch, which is not much better than remote control robots. Wait, the touch? Kraft suddenly thought of the pain system on Alice. Although it was only feedback simulated by the program, it was obvious that this feedback was very real, just like ordinary people. So, as long as you make another robot of the same model as Alice, and then replace its thinking core with a manual control device, and project the tactile feedback on its body to the computer and convert it into data, it should be enough for Kraft to test. Kraft, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, jumped up, rushed to the workbench and started to operate. It is a pity that the hand-rubbing skills of engineering cannot be used in the manufacture of other things, otherwise Kraft can save a lot of money, but even so, Kraft also saves a lot of money when making some accessories. Time. In order to prevent the test robot from being easily damaged, Kraft also spent a lot of money and used good materials. The special alloy learned from the Dreamland Luna Titanium Castration Edition. Because one of the rare metals is not available on Earth, the data in the Dream shows that it is a specialty of an asteroid in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, not to mention whether there is such asteroid in the real world. Even if it does, Kraft currently has no conditions to build a spacecraft, and even if it is built, there is no specific star map. So in the end, he still used the existing metals on the Earth to replace it. Although the strength of Luna titanium was reduced a lot because of this, there was no problem in slinging other alloys. Of course, if the shield of Captain America in the comics is also true, it is not necessarily true. Croft's brain flashed, and Harrow, who rushed to the side, instructed, "Search for information about Captain America's shield, and then make a backup, and wait until I get it done." Received, received. Harrow, who was rolling around as a toy by Beja, stretched out his hands and feet and ran to its special base. Work begins, work begins. Meow. Beja, who was interrupted in the game, yelled to Kraft unhappily, but Kraft was busy doing research at this time and didn't notice at all. Beja also knew that Kraft was in this virtue after entering the research state, so she restrained the instinct to trouble him, but the breath in her heart was always going to be released, so the little black cat turned her gaze to carrying a stupid dog with a mechanical squirrel running in a circle. Bea lowered her body, silently approached Quinn, who knew nothing about it and was still screaming, and then rushed out and slapped him on the nose. Rua. When Kraft finished his work, all he saw was Quinn's crying dog face. What happened again? Kraft stretched out and looked reluctantly at Quinn, who was squatting at his feet and wagging his tail. Compared with Beja, who violated the setting of the 3 most stupid cats in Bombay, Quinn's intelligence did not live up to his ranking outside of 79, and his usual stupid things were not 1 or 2. However, he was caught for this reason. After people have taught him, they often come to him with an innocent appearance and let Kraft give him an opportunity. Bea bullied me again. Brother, you have to call me the shots. Queen complained loudly of the brutal behavior of the little black cat. Kraft was used to it. He glanced at Beja, who was lying on the side and flicking her tail. Seeing her relaxed and contented look, he looked very confident. You provoke her again, right? Kraft tugged at Quinn's ear and asked. I do not have. Queen was anxious and circled in place, but there was no substantive evidence. I do not have. This is weird. Kraft scratched his head questioningly. Quinn didn't look like he was lying, but Beja looked right and confident again. Have these 2 little guys already learned acting? Look at the surveillance. Brother, you can watch the surveillance. Queen suddenly thought of the incident that he secretly got into trouble before, but was caught by the surveillance. Seeing Quinn's so swearing appearance, did I blame him wrong? Kraft glanced at Beja again, and saw that she still looked like an old god, even more bewildered. So he simply asked Harrow to call up the previous monitoring screen and project it on the wall. I can't speak. After watching the surveillance, Quinn turned to look at Kraft. Kraft smiled and stroked his nose. Quinn was irritated because of himself. Reached out and rubbed Quinn's head. Kraft soothed, I will ask Alice to make big bones for you to eat. That's great. Quinn immediately became happy and flicked his tail happily. Then Kraft looked helplessly at Beja, who was licking her fur. When I finish the test, I will make you some toys, so don't toss Harlow and Quinn. The mechanical squirrels made by Kraft will follow people actively. Beja has no desire to catch them, and the mechanical squirrels made in the factory have time to use, so Beja would take Harrow to have fun. Got it, meow. Bea rolled over and replied with a wagging tail. After solving the problem of 2 pets www.readaloud.com, Kraft sat down in front of the computer and started to operate the robot that was just made. Because it is only a test robot, it has a very simple appearance, but it has a personal shape without fingers and toes. The whole looks like a petrol can with sticks inserted in it, and a layer of touch is placed on it. The artificial skin of the feedback did not make facial features, but roughly plugged a camera on his head. Controlled the test robot to put on a pair of dwarf rocket boots and let it run in the open space of the workshop. Apart from anything else, the dwarf rocket boots are still very useful in terms of effect. After Harrow's monitoring, the robot's movement speed has increased by 37.6%, which is much worse than the original version in the Dream, and the duration is only 16 seconds. I looked at the tactile feedback again, and my legs are in good condition, and they don't seem to cause any discomfort to my body. But I still have to test a few more times. Refilled the dwarf rocket boots with gunpowder, and Kraft began the test again. The rest of the time is basically testing the performance of these rocket boots. Of course, I promised Beja's toy Kraft to make time. After some tests, the alloy selected by Kraft is even better than mithril. It is an alien spacecraft material, but the raw materials used can be found on the Earth. The original name is a string of characters. Kraft was directly renamed to mithril alloy. In addition, in the repeated tests of these alloys, although the dwarf rocket boots failed and went on strike, they did not explode once. Kraft recalled the engineering books in his dream. It turns out that the stupid goblins who only know explosion wrote trademark is true. Chapter 25, You also said that you are not an LSP. With the experience of successfully finding the mithril alloy, Kraft also tried repeatedly to find a substitute for the later thorium true silver. Even if it did not surpass the original version like mithril alloy, it affected the use of those props, until the magical materials that followed became more and more important, and Kraft's progress in engineering finally came to a standstill. But even so, Kraft is very satisfied. Engineering is a complete technological system that he rarely dreamed of. It should be considered as technology. By the way, how did you find Captain America's shield? After finishing his engineering research, Kraft flipped through the memo on the computer, and then asked Harrow. In a deadlocked. Hello, while talking, called up the relevant information it had collected on the internet. Because of the official propaganda of the United States, the content about Captain America is very complicated, and it is very difficult to extract effective information from it. Among the dense documents collected by Harrow, more than 70% of the documents are marked. The label doubtful. It took Kraft a lot of time to sort out these contents, but unfortunately, as Harrow reported, the collection of intelligence was at a deadlock. Because there is a mysterious force that has sealed up all the really valuable information, if it hadn't been for two other mysterious forces that had attacked the database of the first force, Harrow couldn't even find this clue. Among the three forces, Kraft knew their identity. A group of hackers gathered together to establish an organization Rising Tide. When Kraft asked Harrow to sweep in the online world, they once sent an encrypted message. The email was sent to Harrow. The general content was to absorb him into the Rising Tide organization, but Kraft decisively rejected it. Because the content written in the email is not only soliciting, but also a big book on the purpose of their organization, what to break the official information blockade, let the people know the truth, etc. Kraft will want to laugh when he looks at it. You Americans are in dire straits, and it is a matter of labor and management. But thanks to their blessing, Kraft collected some useful information. Captain America's shield was made by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, and the material used was a metal called vibrating gold. As a standing task of collecting vibrato intelligence to Harrow, Kraft began to prepare to solve another matter on the memo. Give Alice a stronger body. When making Lizzie, Kraft was not sure of success, so the materials used were only ordinary alloys. Although he experienced the attack of the Magic Gang later, he felt that even ordinary alloys were enough. In addition, what Kraft thought at the time was that if Alice was accidentally damaged, he would make a new one, and naturally he did not replace her with better materials. Now his perception of Alice is completely different, and with the same unscientific and uncontrolled existence like Hulk, the strengthening of Alice's body is of course on the agenda. Brother, are you looking for me? Because Kraft has been researching engineering-related content recently, explosions and explosions are naturally indispensable, so Alice and two pets are moved back home. After receiving a call from Kraft today, Alice brought Quinn and Beja from home. Well, Kraft waved to Alice, then pointed to the workbench, come here and lie down. What's wrong? Alice looked at the cold tools on the workbench with some fear, and asked cautiously. You saw the green monster on TV before. In case you run into him, it is not suspenseful to be photographed as a pile of scrap iron. Kraft lay down on the workbench with Alice. Originally, I thought that even if you are damaged, you have a computer backup and you can resurrect you at any time, but you mentioned it before that you are afraid that you will not be yourself after the resurrection. Kraft untied Alice's clothes, skillfully removed her body to pieces, then hung her head aside, and continued to explain in his mouth, "So I just wanted to take your body. The material has been replaced with a stronger alloy so that even if you encounter an accident, it will not be easily damaged. It turned out to be like this, it scared me to death. I thought that brother you don't want me." There was only one Alice whose head was hung in the air and looked at Kraft with tears in her eyes. Before, she watched herself being disassembled into a pile of parts, and almost fainted without being frightened. What stupid thing to say! Kraft knocked on Alice's only head. "You are my sister." "Hey hey!" Alice smirked, trying to raise her hand to touch the back of her head, and then she was punched between Kraft's legs by the arm placed on the workbench. Kraft clutched his vitals and fell to his knees, so pain that he couldn't even shout. "Ah ah ah ah! I'm sorry, brother." Alice danced in a panic, and decisively flung her right foot away and hit Quinn in the face. "Rua! Ah 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 ah! Sorry Quinn." Alice became more flustered. "Don't move, meow." Bea, the little black cat, relied on his dexterity, rushed to Alice's head, slapped her on the forehead, and calmed down the stupid robot. "It hurts, it hurts." Kraft lay on the ground and rested for a while, then reading www.yuyugonshu.com supported the workbench and stood up tremblingly. "Sorry." Alice apologized again and again, crying. "Don't mess with me." Kraft gave the idiot angrily, rested for a while, and then resumed changing Alice's body. The critical attack still affected Kraft's operation more or less. It took him a lot longer than expected to replace all Alice's body with advanced materials mainly made of Luna titanium. Even the outermost layer of artificial skin, Kraft replaced it with a stronger, fire and acid-resistant material. After changing the artificial skin to Alice, Kraft threw her clothes over, then rubbed his still aching vitals, and grinned, "Hurry up and put your clothes on and cook for me. I'm almost starving to death." Alice, with a red body, sat up from the workbench and nodded with a smile. "Kraft! I'm coming." Just then, Fatty Liao rushed in with his beloved handheld camera. Because tomorrow is the weekend, Kraft made an appointment with Fatty Liao today and asked him to stay overnight and use the weekend to shoot new material for the Chiao Xiao channel. Before Kraft calculated that at his own pace, he could change Alice's body before 5 o'clock, and then have dinner or something, so they agreed that the time was 7 o'clock in the evening. But who would have thought that there would be such an accident? "Kraft! You still said that you are not an LSP." Fatty Liao's fat hands pointing to Kraft were shaking. "Kraft!" Chapter 26, The whole northwestern Shaanxi is chaotic into a pot of porridge. "Ah!" Alice screamed and covered her body with her clothes, and then shrank behind Kraft. "No. David. Let me explain." Kraft sweated his forehead and grabbed the Fatty Liao who wanted to quit the studio. If he were to leave the studio like this, it would really be impossible to tell. What else can you explain in this situation? Facing Kraft's sophistry, Fatty Liao looked sad and angry. "I always thought that you just didn't get your hands on it, and I didn't expect you to be this kind of XP. This is so enviable, bah! It's so embarrassing. It's not like this." Kraft wanted to explain with a black line, but Quinn's stupid dog suddenly spoke up. "I was shocked. The bad thing the big brother did was discovered." "What nonsense! You stupid dog!" Bea couldn't help but give this idiot a claw, adding to the chaos. "Look! Even your dog says you are doing bad things." Fatty Liao pointed at Quinn who had just spoken, and then he was stunned. "Your dog can talk. There are also cats." After realizing, Fatty Liao jumped up and stared at the cat and dog next to him. Ah, oops, I was found out, meow. I blame you, stupid dog. Beija gave Quinn another paw and complained. Ah, my head hurts. Kraft pressed his forehead, feeling the pain in his head. In short, the scene was chaotic. After a period of turmoil, Kraft finally explained the cause and effect to Fat Liao. At this time, Alice also hid and put on her clothes. She wiped her tears and came to Kraft's side, sobbing and saying, "Then brother, I'm going to prepare dinner for you. Well, just make a little bit of it, don't worry, this fat man's eyes are not very good, and I will help you block it in time." Kraft smiled bitterly and rubbed her head, softly comforting. Oh! Alice nodded with choking, then walked away quickly, heading towards the kitchen. Seeing the interaction between the two, Fat Liao's eyes staring at Kraft became menacing. Only you are enjoying the robot maid, it's really too cunning. This fat man still didn't give up his plan to rub a robot maid from Kraft. Alice is not a maid, she is my sister. Kraft emphasized to Fat Liao with a very serious expression. Seeing Kraft's serious expression, Fat Liao was stunned. Are you serious? He knows Kraft very well. It is very difficult for him to recognize an ordinary person, let alone a robot. Although Fatty Liao has been putting Kraft into the LSP camp when he is joking, he has to really said that Kraft would be tempted by a robot made by himself, then he was the first to not believe it. Kraft sighed, and briefly recounted what had happened before. In any case, I made Alice, so naturally I have to take care of her. Brother in name, is he actually father? Fatty Liao's brain circuit is also abnormal, otherwise he wouldn't be able to play with Kraft. But he quickly got excited again, doesn't that mean Kraft you created a life? This is the realm of the gods. Artificial intelligence, who knows? Kraft shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The gods were not divine, and he was not interested, because he was an atheist, even though he had seen some existences with the mighty power of gods in his dreams. You are too calm, right? Fatty Liao smacked his lips, he was a little accustomed to Kraft's light-hearted cups. It's a pity that you are not willing to make these magical inventions into videos, otherwise the Xiao Xiao channel will be even more popular. Kraft rolled his eyes, do you want me to be found by the FBI? Also, if you let the old and beautiful government know this, you are afraid that you will not be locked up and squeezed by them. If you can become a good friend of Kraft, Fatty Liao will naturally not have a good impression of America, but he is not as extreme as Kraft. But this time you take some useful things too. Fatty Liao said, what kind of solar flashlight, shoe-shaped razor, interesting, but not many people buy it. You have a dream. The toy company makes money for you, but I am pointing to the Xiao Xiao channel to live. Doesn't the Xiao Xiao channel still have advertising revenue? Kraft frowned, your share should be cool enough, right? Treasure was discovered by Uncle Liao again. The average cost of a junior high school student is not high. Fatty Liao, as the person who runs the Xiao Xiao channel on a daily basis, does not earn a high share, but it is definitely enough. In fact, Kraft originally wanted to give all the proceeds from the Xiao Xiao channel to Fatty Liao, but he refused. In his words, this is the bottom line of profiteers. Isn't it that I talked about another girlfriend, so the cost has been a bit big recently? Fatty Liao replied twitchingly. Kraft rolled his eyes wildly, we can't do anything at our age, what's the point of talking about girlfriends? Kraft, who pursues practicality and efficiency, really can't understand Fatty Liao's hobby in this regard. You scientific madmen can't understand great love. Fatty Liao said with arrogant contempt. Your so-called love, is it being dumped by a girl 6 times in a year? 5 times. Only 5 times. The 6th time was dumped on New Year's Day. It's already the 2nd year. Kraft repeated it in an unwavering tone, oh, so it was 5 times. Cold indifference.jpg. Let's start shooting. Fatty Liao, who was in an awkward position, clapped his hands and forcibly changed the subject. Don't worry, I want to eat first. As for Fatty Liao's friend's request, Kraft will generally agree to it as long as it is not too excessive, so he took advantage of the weekend to film the production process of a few more interesting and practical props, and did a few more. As a stock, as for how to edit and sell it, that is Fatty Liao's job. Because these gadgets are not highly technical www.readaloud.com, Kraft is also very relaxed when making it. He can be considered to relax a little through the 2 days of shooting. Let's go to the music festival next weekend, you guy needs to relax. After the shooting, Fatty Liao put away the camera and patted Kraft on the shoulder to persuade him. Well, I know. Kraft squeezed the bridge of his nose. Even if Fatty Liao didn't say anything, he planned to take a break. Recently, after soaking in the laboratory for too long, Kraft's spirit has been a little sluggish, only relying on a strong momentum. After persisting for so long, now relax, the constant exhaustion made him sleep until noon for the past 2 days. I suddenly understood why those scientists conducted experiments on human strengthening. Kraft smacked his lips, but still had no plans to participate. Music festival? Can brother bring me? After 2 days of buffering, Alice can finally speak normally in front of Fatty Liao, but she is still embarrassed to look at him. As a result, this even poked Fatty Liao's cuteness even more, which led to his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred when looking at Kraft in the past 2 days. So before Kraft could speak, he jumped up and patted his chest and agreed, "Of course there is no problem. The ticket is covered by me. Then can I go? Take me there too." Quinn, this stupid dog, also ran over to join in the fun. This is..." Fatty Liao said with a face, "Pets are generally not allowed in music festivals. FXXK. This is racial discrimination." Chapter 27, Free America. For the next week, Kraft never entered the laboratory, and his dream was not knowing whether his skills were cooling down or he wanted him to rest. After giving him the content of engineering, he fell silent. 1 week passed quickly, and it was the weekend in a blink of an eye. "Brother! Hurry up!" Alice finished preparations early, and hurriedly urged Kraft at the table, who was still eating breakfast slowly. "What's the hurry, isn't it still early?" Stuffed the last dumpling into his mouth, and Kraft began to slowly organize the tableware again. "I checked on the internet. Before the festival opens, there are many interesting activities. Some netizens even said that those are the main body of the festival." Anxious Alice quickly picked up the dining table, then lifted her foot and pushed Kraft's thigh with the sole of her foot. "Brother, you are going to change your clothes. Leave it to me." "Good, good." In fact, Kraft is not very interested in music itself, simply because there can be a group of people to cheer and vent. It is a good way to relieve stress. Go once in a while, that is, cheer on the scene, and then leave. So he is not very clear about the specific process of the music festival, but Fatty Liao likes to participate early. Back to the room and changed his clothes, Kraft thought for a while, put a backpack on his back, and put a few self-defense equipment in it. After all, a green monster like Hulk has appeared. Who knows when? Jump out another red or yellow one, just in case, it's always good. At this time, Alice has also finished cleaning up, and began to urge again, "Brother! You hurry up! I'm coming!" Kraft carried his backpack down the stairs, and took out his cell phone to contact Fatty Liao. "David, we are out, where are you now?" "Hey? Why did you come so early this time?" Fatty Liao, who understands Kraft's habits, was in the car heading to the music festival at this time. He knew that Kraft would not pass so early, so he didn't wait for him. Because Alice is very interested in music festivals. Kraft's tone was full of helplessness. And Fatty Liao was even more upset. "Damn! I actually ignored the existence of Sister Alice. Well, after getting a little familiar with Alice last weekend, this fat man has started to call Alice as his sister with a shy face. I'm already on the road, Fatty Liao replied in the same helpless tone. You go straight ahead, and we will gather at the entrance of the venue. Okay. Kraft looked at the weather, and pulled out 2 solar-powered skateboards from his prop box. Anyway, the distance is not far, so it's better to go on a skateboard, as long as you control the speed, don't go too far. The mass-produced solar skateboard has been sold by Croft's Dreamland Toys company for a long time, and it has been really popular for a while, and based on this, various shapes of solar balance cars, solar wheelchairs, and the like have been developed. Derivative products. However, this kind of automatic skateboarding has not been favored by those professional skateboarders. On the contrary, many people are resisting this kind of automatic skateboarding. Therefore, the user group of Kraft is mostly those who do not know how to skateboard. Of course, these have nothing to do with Kraft. Anyway, he is not a skater, and he makes money. Let's go. Gave Alice a piece of the skateboard in her hand, but she was a little at a loss. I can't skateboard. This thing doesn't require you to be able to slip. Kraft rolled his eyes. With your body's balance system, controlling this skateboard is not a problem. Although it's not clear why you fell flat on the ground with a balance system. Kraft silently added a sentence to his heart. Oh. Alice took the skateboard blankly, then stepped on it carefully. Ah ha 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 ha. Brother. This skateboard is so fun. Alice stepped on the skateboard, opened her hands to feel the strong wind blowing on her face, and exclaimed to Kraft excitedly. Yes, can you not be so embarrassed? This is our own product anyway, don't make it like a countryman who has never seen the world. Kraft, who was holding his forehead, was very tired. The two were speeding all the way on skateboards, and soon reached the entrance of the venue where the music festival was held. On the way, Kraft also saw many people walking on the street like them on solar skateboards or other similar products. To be honest, Kraft still has a little pride in his heart. Kraft. Here. Fatty Liao, who arrived first, saw the two figures and ran over with a loud greeting. Damn it! I knew I would skateboard with you. As a good thing like solar skateboarding, Kraft naturally prepared one for Fatty Liao's friend. It's just because of his figure that he rarely skates, so it's hard to think of using skateboarding as a means of transportation. Kraft. The skateboard he gave him, he used it once when he went back that day, and it has been thrown at home since then. Let's go, I will also see what activities are there before the opening of the festival. With the skateboard under his arm, Kraft took the ticket from Fatty Liao and walked into the venue. The early activities of the music festival are really lively, such as acrobatic performances, game competitions, and model catwalks. Kraft knows why Fatty Liao likes to arrive early. Thinking of this, Kraft turned his head. Sure enough, at this time Fatty Liao had already taken out his beloved handheld camera and started shooting. The previous activity lasted for nearly 2 hours. Fatty Liao's camera memory card was almost full, and if Kraft hadn't modified his camera and installed a solar battery life function, it would have been long ago. The battery is exhausted. It's really a good harvest. Fatty Liao licked his lips that were already chapped and peeling, and put the camera away. He just took a shot, but he didn't drink a sip of water. The state was no different from the state when Kraft entered the laboratory. Kraft glanced at him with contempt and admiration, and then passed the mineral water bottle in his hand. With the end of the opening event, a group of hawkers did not know where they came from, and began to be active everywhere, selling all kinds of food and drinks. Slaughtered the audience fiercely, Yu reading www.yuuganju. After Com asked them to add nutrition and moisture, the music festival finally officially started. The opening show was a rock and roll. Although the group of band members dressed as monsters and ghosts on the stage didn't know Kraft, but from the reaction of the audience, it should be a more famous band. Anyway, Kraft is also join in the excitement and follow everyone together and howl the whole song. Heartily. Followed a few more songs, until Kraft felt a little exhausted, then stopped the meaningless howling ghosts. Usually by this time, Kraft just withdrew, but when he saw that Alice was still calling for the singer on stage, he was not disappointed, just stayed quietly and listened to the song. And from time to time took out some snacks from the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. After this stay, I stayed until the evening. When the day turned dark and the colorful lights were on all around, the atmosphere of the scene not only did not decrease because of everyone's fatigue, but it became even more heated. My previous ticket was really wasted. Seeing this scene more lively than during the day, Kraft smacked his lips and muttered to himself. The fiery atmosphere continued to rise. During the period, except for one time when Alice was too excited, she threw her arm off, and scared the young lady next to him to death, there was no more moths. The young lady also Kraft used this as a very expensive high-end prosthesis to prevaricate the past. As the time was approaching 10 o'clock, when both Kraft and Alice began to yawn, the three were about to leave. But at this moment, there was a burst of rapid gunfire on the distant building. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Chapter 28, Shot every one day. In the beginning, the sound of the guns, which seemed extremely faint compared to the scene, did not attract people's attention. Until someone in the crowd fell to the ground because of the bullet, the surrounding people screamed and warned, and the entire venue suddenly fell into chaos. The audience in the venue flees frantically, or is looking for cover that can be covered. The chaotic crowd caused more casualties due to trampling than those who were shot directly. Kraft and Fatty Liao were not injured. They were not exposed to the muzzle because of their small size, and with the presence of the robot Alice, the chaotic crowd did not cause them any harm. FXXK. When did places other than Hell's Kitchen become so dangerous? The three of Kraft crawled and shrank to the back of a flower bed. The gunshots continued outside. Basically all those who could escape escaped. Most of them are still on the scene because they are too far forward. Law squeezed out. Sometimes it's not economical to go too far. After being safe for the time being, Kraft was still thinking about joking. Hey! Kraft! Do you have any invention that can solve the current situation? Fatty Liao asked, trying to hide his fat body behind the flower bed. Damn it! After I go back this time, I must start losing weight. Do you need me to sponsor your weight loss kit? At this time, Kraft had already contacted Harrow with a Bluetooth headset. From the information it responded, it was known that only one shot was fired. It was an old white man living in a nearby hotel. Based on Kraft's current location, unless it's bad luck, it's basically impossible to be hit, so at this time he has leisurely sentiment to talk with Fatty Liao. Did he shoot because he was so loud that he couldn't sleep? Explained the situation to Fatty Liao, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then vomited angrily. The music festival has been publicized for so long, he should have known it for a long time. Why should he live nearby? Kraft rolled his eyes. The nearby hotel was originally used by people attending the music festival. That old man obviously has been planning for a long time, right? He shot his gun because of the neighboring problem. You really dare to think that, brother? At this time, Alice's weak voice sounded from the side. What's wrong? Can't you help them? Alice pointed to the wounded man who fell on the ground and wailed in the distance, her expression unbearable. There is a solution, but the movement is too loud. Kraft frowned. I don't want to be found by the FBI. Based on Kraft's perception of other races of skin color, it is impossible for him to expose himself because of the lives of these people. But, they look so pitiful. Facing Alice's poor little face, Kraft's head suddenly grew big. In fact, even if Kraft strongly refused Alice's request, she would not say much, but now Kraft really treats her as a daughter, crossed out, and sister, it is naturally impossible to ignore it. Her wish. I will think of a way first. Kraft reluctantly reassures Alice, and then thinks about what props he has that can quietly solve the current situation. If only to solve the gunner, Kraft has too many ways. Even if Alice is forced to face, it can be easily solved. But to hide this problem from others, Kraft has only thought of one way, and that is the engineering artifact he put in his bag, the dwarf brainwashing hat. This was originally prepared for Hulk, who doesn't know where he is now, because that guy looks like he has little intelligence, and the brainwashing hat that can control the thinking of others should be able to kill him. But now there is another problem. The range of the dwarf brainwashing cap is not that large. Kraft is now too far away to control the gunman. Come over and block my sight. Kraft thought about the equipment in his bag and body, quickly determined the battle plan, and beckoned to Fatty Liao and Alice. I don't need to worry about the camera or anything. Harrow has already controlled everything, except that there are other people on the left side. Although they are all lying on the ground and not looking here, the sky is very dim and it is difficult to see, but Kraft is still used to acting steadily. Fatty Liao and Alice obeyed Kraft's command and moved to his left side to block his body sturdily. Thanks to Kraft's size being the smallest of the three, it's blocked. It's not difficult to get up. Then the two watched Kraft take out a funny hat from his backpack and put it on his head. The hat as a whole looked like an iron pot, and then a black and white spiral circle was inserted on it. When Kraft put this strange hat on his head, the disc began to rotate slowly. Looked at the disc with a strange expression, Fatty Liao felt a little dizzy. What the are you? He rubbed the eyes that were beginning to double image, and leaned his gaze downward and muttered. However, Kraft didn't have the time to explain to him. He took out a stopwatch-shaped metal device from his bag, opened the protective case on the outside, and pressed the button inside. Then Fatty Liao watched Kraft disappear in front of his eyes. Before he exclaimed, he felt a gust of wind roaring in front of him. The cold air mixed with a little mud and sand flew into Fatty Liao because of surprise. In his mouth. Ba, bat. Fatty Liao quickly vomited the sand out of his mouth, but for a moment he forgot to scream. Kraft didn't know that he was almost cheated by Fatty Liao's pig teammate. When he turned on the dwarf invisibility device, he also turned on the dwarf rocket boots under his feet. Because the invisibility device lasts less than 20 seconds, so he must hurry up. Because there was not enough time to choose a detour, Kraft worried that he was accidentally hit by a stray bullet and activated the dwarf protective belt around his waist. I love dwarf technology to death. The concealed Kraft put on the position created by the dwarf protective belt, quickly traversed the venue, rushed to the bottom of the hotel, and found a hidden place to hide before the effect of the invisible device disappeared. Up. At this time, the hotel was also in chaos. From time to time, there were several shouts of cursing and crying, and the most dangerous gunshots did not stop. Fortunately, the floor where the gunman is located is not high. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Kraft's location at this time has already included him in the control area of the dwarf brainwashing cap. Kraft raised his head and focused his sight on the murderer who showed half of his head from the window. And then turned on the switch on the brainwashing cap. As the black and white disc on the forehead began to rotate rapidly, Kraft's consciousness, it was like being pulled out of the body by a whirlpool, and then fired as a cannonball at the gunman at the window. Is that the way to control humans? When Kraft came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had switched to the gunner's perspective, which was not much different from when he used animals for testing before, but the difference is that when he controls humans, he has a sense of rejection. Much larger than when controlling animals. Because the control time of the dwarf brainwashing cap is only 10 seconds, Kraft didn't have too much time delay. He directly picked up the gun in his hand and pointed it at himself. Da-da-da. The moment Kraft pressed the trigger, his consciousness returned to his body, and Kraft touched his chin. Although he was in control of others, he had no other senses except sight and hearing. But shooting at yourself is always not a comfortable feeling. After solving the murderer, Kraft opened the back cover of the invisibility device, replaced the jadeite as energy source with a new one, then picked up the stone at his feet, rubbed out a handful of gunpowder from the inside and poured it into his shoes. Before the others reacted, they used the same method and slipped back to Alice and Fatty Liao. Since there is no robot made, this invisibility device is also possible. As soon as he came back, what Kraft saw was the fat face of Fatty Liao with LSP written on it. Get out! Chapter 29, Dreamland Toy Fair, Part 1. Several days have passed since the shooting at the music festival. What Kraft did was not discovered by others. After the heat of the shooting passed, his life returned to calm again. In addition to Fat Liao, that LSP also came to pester him from time to time for the dwarf invisibility device. However, after he learned that the invisible device lasted only 10 seconds, he gave up on his own initiative. Soon, it's time for school holidays. After the holidays are over, Alice must be arranged to enroll in school. But fortunately, Kraft has grown very quickly during this period of time. From the beginning, Alice's head was half shorter. Now he is only less than 3 centimeters shorter. I believe that when the summer vacation is over, he will be able to catch up with Alice, so that when he arrives at school, he will be more confident as Alice's brother. Kraft, are you ready? The show is about to begin. You, the protagonist, can't be late. Martin Lee's voice came from outside, and Kraft tugged at the neckline that made him uncomfortable, and responded, "Here." Originally, Kraft's vacation was intended to be directly in the laboratory, but Martin Lee was ruthlessly suppressed. Even if he used the Hulk's threat as an excuse, Martin would not allow him to stay bored in the laboratory, and in order to find something to do for him, Dreamland Toys Company held a large-scale exhibition during the summer vacation and forced Kraft to be the mascot. So Kraft put on the little dress that made him uncomfortable again, and got into Martin Lee's car. Ha 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 ha, wow, wow, wow. As soon as he got into the car, Quinn, who was placed in the trunk, moved his head from the gap in the seat, and kept howling. What's wrong with it? Kraft turned his head and asked Alice, who was sitting next to him, didn't he just feed him? Is it because he wants to go to the bathroom? Because they wanted to take Quinn and Beja to the Dreamland Company's exhibition, the scarves on their necks were taken off early and replaced with ordinary collars, so Kraft didn't understand what Quinn was screaming at. Probably because Quinn wants to sit in front, too. Alice stroked the little black cat lying on her lap, and couldn't help but smile. Just now Bella provoked Quinn a few words, and then Quinn started to make noise. As if cooperating with Alice's explanation, Quinn gave a whoop in time, and then shook his head up and down. These two guys, can they quarrel even if they don't understand the language? Kraft looked black, and then turned to Quinn, who was still making noise. Don't make trouble. How can you put you in front of you for such a big head? Stay behind me obediently, and come back at night and let Alice do it for you. Delicious. It's always good to buy this stupid dog with good food, so he immediately stopped making noise and lay obediently in the back compartment. After several Dreamland products support by Kraft, now the Dreamland Toy Company he founded with Martin has become famous all over the world. Especially after mastering engineering, the various mechanical pets launched by Dreamland Toys have gained popularity among a wide range of friends. It can be said that Kraft has become a common idol among teenagers in the United States. Originally with Kraft's troublesome character, he actually didn't like putting himself in the spotlight, but Martin Lee also had his reasons. With the size of the industry currently owned by Martin Lee, it is impossible to say that the American government has not paid attention to it, but most of the official forces will not trouble him. Isn't it because he has gained enough reputation in the media? Although there will still be some light and dark temptations, in comparison, more minor troubles can be avoided. So in the end Kraft was persuaded by Martin. Anyway, he was just making toys, not particularly conspicuous. Martin Lee drove Kraft and Alice to the exhibition site. At this time, the exhibition has not been officially launched. There are already many people in the exhibition, of course, most of them are Chinese. In order to bring more traffic to Chinatown and to ensure the smooth progress of the entire exhibition, Martin Li naturally placed the venue within his own sphere of influence, and the residents of Chinatown naturally have special preferential treatment, which can be advanced in advance. Admission. Hey! Craft. In addition to those compatriots in Chinatown, some of Martin's employees in the asylum and Peter Parker and others who were brought in can also be admitted early. Aunt May and Uncle Ben, welcome your coming. Kraft ignored Peter Parker who greeted him, and hugged Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Hey! Kraft! I'm calling you. The neglected Peter Parker was very dissatisfied. If you just want to express your surprise and admiration for my brilliant brain, then you don't have to. Kraft rolled his eyes and turned to look at Peter Parker. Who would admire you, a wicked bear boy? Peter gritted his teeth with anger, remembering his past experience of being killed by Kraft, and he couldn't help but feel sad. So? What are you calling me? Can I call you if I'm okay? I wanted to congratulate you. Now. No more. Every time he faces Kraft, Peter loses his usual solitary posture, instead he looks like a grumpy brother. But no matter what the state of Peter, Kraft is not afraid, there is nothing he can do, he has been bullied for so long. www.readaloud.com. His psychological advantage is really too great. So he ignored Peter Parker's rant again, and looked forward to himself. Where are Ned and Mary? I remember I invited them too. Didn't you come with you? As he said, Kraft gave Peter a contemptuous look. I have assisted you like this. You can't even meet Mary. It's really disappointing, Peter. They are already here. They are just visiting inside. I'm just waiting for you with Aunt May. Peter helped Foo's glasses that were a little slanted because of his excitement, and continued to growl and explain. So, you are leaving your crush and let her go on a date with your best friend. Kraft's eyes widened, with a shocked expression. It's not a date. And there are David and the others here. Ahem. The continuous roar made Peter Parker feel a little lack of oxygen, and his throat was also very thirsty. Well, Kraft. Don't bully Peter all the time. Martin Li, who was talking to the Parkers on the side, couldn't stand it any longer, and stretched out his hand to slap Kraft on the back of the head. Cut. Seeing Martin intervened, Kraft rubbed the back of his head, let go of Peter Parker, and gave him a good luck look, which made Peter Parker's teeth itchy. Because the exhibition hasn't started yet, Kraft intends to take Alice around it first, and find him and Fatty Liao by the way. In the past, Kraft just handed over some mass-produced technologies to Martin Li at will. In fact, he was not particularly clear about what products they made, so he could take this opportunity to take a look at his own products. What exactly are there? Chapter 30, Dreamland Toy Fair, Part 2. Directly facing the gate of the venue is a huge organ lock exhibition hall. As the company's first launch and a product praised by Tony Stark, the hot-searched Little Prince, Dreamland Toys is naturally given the largest card. In fact, since the development of agency locks, Kraft no longer needs to update new agencies. The company has recruited a lot of talents in this area, and several new agencies will be updated from time to time, and in terms of publicity, the company also it is very on the dais to associate it with the Maoist school art, which also attracts many Western people who like Eastern culture. The Solar Skateboard series occupy the most space in the exhibition. It is not how good the sales of the products of this series are, although it is really good, it is mainly because the products of this series require a lot of open space for visitors to experience. Of course, the most lively exhibition area is the mechanical pet exhibition area, where a group of bear children yelled, and many of them were mixed with innocent adults. In addition, there are pet toys invented by Kraft to pass the time to Beja and Quinn Quidditch series, What Kind of Ghost Fly Ball, Wandering Ball, Golden Snitch, etc. Various models of automatic cat, funny cats, funny dog toy. As for why these names are called, don't ask, ask is the sense of sight. These products are all Croft's impressions, and he also saw a product that he did not expect, a portable ball series developed based on Dr. AKA's football belt. Although the mass production version of the ball cannot be as infinitely magnified as in the dream world, the designers in the company solved the shortcoming that the manufactured ball will leak after 10 seconds, and developed a recycling function. It is not as good as those professional balls, but for children who are just playing lively, this kind of portable ball is more convenient for them to play. Although it is not the main product, it is said that the sales are good. There are also some products that were developed independently by the company's designers, but Kraft didn't see how they had anything to do with his dreams anyway. In addition, there are other toy dealers used to make up the number of exhibitors, as well as some common traditional stalls in Chinatown, such as sugar painting, paper iris window flowers and the like. Then Kraft found Mary Jane in an exhibition area selling fairy sticks and flamboyant costumes. She was holding a pink princess dress in front of her and gestured. "Kraft. How old are you, sister?" I'm just curious." Perceiving Kraft appearing quietly behind her, Mary Jane tried to struggle, but she quickly gave up. "Yes. I just like this beautiful little skirt. Can't it? What's the problem with girls like these things?" Alice next to nodded hard, with a look of approval, and cast a coveted look at the little skirt next to her. "I didn't say anything." Kraft spread out his hands amusedly, then waved to Alice, "If you like it, try it. Anyway, it's all your own things. Just take it away if you like it. Is it really okay?" Alice showed bling gaze to Kraft. After getting his affirmation, she gave Kraft an excited hug. "You are so kind, brother." Then rushed into the pile of clothes. "Don't you pick one? I can give you one as the master." Kraft looked at Mary Jane's hesitation and pushed her secretly. "When the exhibition officially starts, maybe someone will buy it first. There are products limited to the exhibition. If you don't buy it this time, it will be difficult if you want to buy it in the future." Selling limited products at the exhibition is already the basic routine of major manufacturers, but it is still as easy to use as always. The beautiful little skirt plus the limited edition makes Mary Jane unable to hold it at all, so she is no longer reserved and picks it up at the stall with Alice. Almost an hour has passed since the two girls had finished picking out their clothes. At this time, the exhibition had already officially opened, and the attendees of other skin colors gradually increased. "Store the clothes chosen by the two in the store first," and Kraft asked Mary Jane, "Where are David and them? I have something to do with him." He and Ned said they were hungry when they were halfway around, so they ran to find food. Mary Jane, who bought new clothes, was in a good mood and replied with a smile on her red hair curling her fingers. The fat man said that losing weight is indeed a lie. Kraft rolled his eyes. He thought that after the shooting incident, Fatty Liao's great cause of weight loss could finally be implemented seriously. He did not expect that he still overestimated his good friend. Finally, Kraft found two fat guys who were enjoying each other, not a typo, at a pancake stand. "Didn't you say you want to lose weight?" Kraft stepped forward angrily and gave Fatty Liao a kick. "When you are full, you will have the strength to lose weight." Fatty Liao was silent for a while, put the last pancake in his hand into his mouth, and said sternly, "Don't use what I said to deal with me." Kicked Fatty Liao again, and Kraft talked to him about business. "I will be on stage to release a new product in a while. 2 people are required to cooperate. Then you will go up with me." "No problem. Wrap it on me." Of course Fatty Liao would not refuse such a good thing. Just as Kraft explained the details to him, a young white man walked over. "It's been a long time, classmate Kraft, how are you doing?" Kraft turned around and looked at the blond man in front of him, lost in thought. "You, who?" The elegant expression on the comber's face was slightly stagnant, and then he recovered quickly, and continued to smile and said to Kraft, "Classmate, Kraft is really an honorable person who forgets things. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Faye Lim Jones. We met before at the All New York High School Joint Exchange Ball. Is there anything like this? What kind of is the All New York High School Joint Exchange Ball? When have I attended such a boring dance party?" Kraft tilted his head in doubt. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com made 3 bewildered questions in his heart, but he could not get the answer. After Fatty Liao's whispered reminder, he finally vaguely remembered the guy in front of him who seemed to have added an elegant filter. "Oh, it's you, you are welcome." The dance party in my memory did not seem to be a pleasant experience, so Kraft did not give Phelim any good face, but he was always a guest, and Kraft did not show his disgust, just nodded lightly. "I just came over to say hello, so I won't interrupt any more." Phelim also saw that he was not being treated by Kraft. He still maintained his own elegance, owed a little, and then left, but in fact he was still quite annoyed in his heart. "I didn't expect that Kraft's boring inventions could develop to such a degree. It seems impossible to mend the relationship now." Dismissed the guy who didn't know the so-called, Kraft took Fatty Liao and the others to the innermost stage of the exhibition. At this time, there was a singing and dancing performance in the center of the stage. The enthusiastic guests are sparsely gathering in front of the stage, watching the performance above. With the end of the performance on the stage, the host came up to the stage, and his voice passed through the speakers placed everywhere and spread to every corner of the venue. "Now, please invite the chief designer of our Dreamland Toys Company. The genius young man praised by the media, the famous Dr. Kraft Lee. Come on stage." Chapter 31, Angela. Dreamland Toys and Kraft Lee are both on fire again. The new products they launched at the exhibition have driven boys all over New York, the United States, and even the world into madness. In fact, that is the Mechanical Battle Pet series derived from the Mechanical Young Dragon in engineering as the core, and Fatty Liao's so-called help is actually being pulled to the stage to start the Mechanical Battle Pet with Kraft. Watching the two, it's just a fight on the stage with Zhan Chong, but even so, he also made a big splash, because the scene at that time was rebroadcasted by major news programs. With the active broadcast of major TV stations, it is natural that the mechanical war pet will suddenly explode. Mechanical plus fighting, the two attractiveness among boys is no less than the attractiveness of beautiful little skirts and cosmetics to girls. The production version of the Mechanical Battle Pet still has the shortcomings of battery life and intelligence not as good as the original version, and the combat power is not as exaggerated as the original version. It will be the combat power of a kitten and puppy when it is dead. However, this is in contrast to a project with unscientific power blessings. Learning to create things, if they are put on the Earth's toy market, it is tantamount to a dimensionality reduction blow. For 2 full weeks, at least in New York, most of the communication between boys has only one word, that is, mechanical warfare. This has even led to the rise of various pet clubs. They spontaneously organized various types of pet competitions, the scale of which was so large that a TV station went to buy broadcasting rights, and Kraft took the opportunity to obtain a copyright. Faye even suggested that the name of the game could be called the Pokémon Contest, because the current development is too much like a world with Pokémon in the Dreamland, but the material for the Pokémon ball in the Dreamland cannot be obtained by itself, and here there is no such magical creature called Pokémon. It is a pity that this name of unknown meaning was rejected by the TV station and the organizer. In Tony Stark's private mansion, a mechanical young dragon sold by the Dreamland Toy Company was disassembled into a pile of parts and placed neatly on the workbench in front of Stark. There is no built-in electronic chip. Just relying on these delicate mechanisms to interact with each other can make this little guy perform such complicated actions. No wonder the price is so cheap. The cost of this thing is estimated to be not as good as the golden snitch. Stark touched the mustache on his chin and muttered to himself, hearing that he is so familiar with Dreamland's products, he is obviously already a loyal customer. Is that Mahi's technique so powerful? Obviously, he was also fooled by the slogan of the Dreamland Toy Company, and mistaken the engineering artifact in front of him for the product of institutional science. According to records, more than 2,000 years ago, there was a carpenter named Gong Luban who used wood to make a mechanism bird, and it flew in the sky for 3 days, but there is no definite evidence for this, so except for China outside, not many people believe it. Jarvis called up all the information related to Luban and showed it to Tony Stark. But even so, this gentleman named the public loser class has built many tools that seemed very advanced at the time. This is really amazing. Stark sighed sincerely, and then he told Jarvis, "Jarvis, you remember to remind me that when I hold a reception next week, I will send that little guy an invitation. I have to remind you, Mr. Stark, Kraft Lee is not an adult." "Oh, is it?" Tony Stark shrugged, and said regretfully, "Forget it, his luck is really bad, he missed an opportunity to feel the happiness of a man." It's impossible for Tony Stark to change the layout of the reception specifically because of Kraft. After all, no matter how exquisite the things he invented, they are nothing more than toys to make fun of children. After Long took apart and understood the principle, he didn't care much about it. In addition to Tony Stark, SHIELD and Hydra, which are now also called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, as well as other scientific researchers and forces, are more or less opposed to the latest mechanical warfare launched by Dreamland Toys. Spoiled interest. However, without the blessing of the power of dreams, the technicality and practicality of the mechanical pets are actually not very high. The poor endurance, the inability to capture the target correctly, and the dull movements make it a luxury to be a weapon, although it can also be used. Other technologies make up for these shortcomings, but this is no different from rebuilding a new machine, and the cost will also increase. And Kraft's mechanical battle pet can be admired by those forces, the main reason is its low price. Kraft didn't know that he had passed by a large number of mysterious forces, nor did he know that he had missed an invitation from Tony Stark, but with his temperament, he probably didn't bother to participate, especially when he went dreaming of a new technology. These guys again. Seeing the familiar red and white umbrella-shaped sign on the wall, Kraft's face showed an expression of disgust. This company named Umbrella had dreamed about it several times before, all of which were conducting some inhumane experiments, creating a lot of monsters and zombie viruses. In his memory, their experimenters eventually died when they made them. Monster on hand. It's a pity that Kraft can't take the initiative to quit or skip the dream, and he has recently consciously wanted to learn some biotechnology-related knowledge, so after an uncomfortable glance at the white coat in front of him, he still followed honestly. By his side, he planned to see what the company was planning to do. However, this time Umbrella's researchers did not conduct human experiments as before, but were directing the coolie to assemble some kind of machinery. "If you guys are doing machinery, then I'm going to be enthusiastic." Although Kraft has been doing psychological construction for himself after seeing Umbrella's logo, it is naturally best to be able to avoid seeing those disgusting pictures. After a sigh of relief, Kraft walked to the white coat and looked at it. What Umbrella is assembling is a supercomputer, and the dream is not over after they are assembled, but the protagonist of the dream, the middle-aged man, continues to type code on this computer. Cannot read. Kraft was a little hit www.readaloud.com. He was already very good at programming, especially after making Alice and Harrow. He felt that his computer skills were not the best, but will not lose much to the group of hackers in the rising tide. But the code written by the slightly bald middle-aged man in front of him, he actually couldn't understand most of it. But from the overall structure, Kraft can still see what he is writing. Artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence that is much more complicated than Harrow. As for Alice, that girl is blessed by unscientific power and cannot be counted. With the complexity of this artificial intelligence, I am afraid that the ability will far exceed that of Harrow, which made Kraft forget the loss at once, and stared at the computer screen quietly looking forward to the success of this white coat. If he really succeeds, then Kraft will be able to try out the databases of the mysterious forces that have not been able to enter before, and go to the Stark's artificial intelligence to break his wrists. The fingers of the white coat fluttered quickly on the keyboard, and a string of characters appeared on the computer screen. In the eyes of Kraft's expectation, they finally turned into the avatar of a little girl. Angela. As the little girl appeared on the computer screen, tears appeared in the eyes of the white coat. He tremblingly stretched out his hand and stroked the little girl's face across the screen. The screen indifferently interrupted Dr. Charles's true feelings. Sorry, Dr. Charles Ashford, if there is nothing wrong with my core program, my name seems to be Red Queen. Chapter 32, One-Cut Tactical Converter. When Kraft woke up from his dream, he didn't rush to make the Red Queen as usual. Although he can directly copy the operations in the dream world like making Harrow, the Red Queen is made by Umbrella, a black-hearted company, to work for herself. What dangers are buried in her code? The stuff of Kraft is not yet clear. So although Kraft saw the powerful ability of the Red Queen to manipulate the network in his dream, he did not lose his reason. Of course, the super he used to carry the Red Queen was copied from the original model first. With the assistance of Harrow, it is not as difficult to analyze the source code of the Red Queen, but it takes up computing resources. The computer he used before is a bit difficult to use, but it happens that Kraft has just started a supercomputer. With a better computer host and the aid of the artificial intelligence Harrow, it took Kraft 2.5 days to analyze the source code of the Red Queen. In addition to the artificial intelligence of the Red Queen, it is indeed mixed. Some of Umbrella's experimental data and various plans, but most of these contents were also seen in Kraft's dreams, so he deleted them all without hesitation. Then it was about the virtual appearance of the Red Queen. The image of the little white girl was directly passed by Kraft. He considered for a while and simply used the appearance of Dr. Dongyun in the dream. In addition, judging from the behavior of the Red Queen in the dream, her emotional system seems to be not as rich as Harrow's, and it is even more incomparable with Alice. Kraft also considered adding a little emotional logic to it, but in the end still gave up. For one thing, his technology has not yet reached the point where he can develop artificial intelligence independently. If he just bluntly stuffs the emotional logic code of Harrow or Alice into the red source code, God knows what will happen out of control in the end. Variety. The second reason is that the Red Queen's network intrusion ability is too strong. The rigid mechanical thinking in the dream can ensure that she will not easily lose control. If she really has a human emotional system, what if there is a rebellious period? Yes, Kraft doesn't have the ability to discipline her. So that's it. Kraft typed the last line of code, and then solemnly hit the Enter key. The green data stream flows quickly in the screen, and then gradually forms the image of a cute little girl with long golden hair, big blue eyes, but an oriental appearance, wearing a dress on her body. The slightly fat white coat, the hemline dragged to the ankle position, and the long sleeves almost concealed the entire arm, only a little finger was vaguely exposed. "Hello, Angela." Kraft smiled and beckoned to the screen. Although he also reserved the code name Red Queen for the new artificial intelligence, he did not delete the name Angela because of Alice. Although Kraft prefers to use Dongyun Lolita's original name, whether it's Doctor or Hakase or Doctor, they are more like codes than names. There is nothing better than Red Queen. So after thinking about it for a long time, I still used the name of Dr. Charles's daughter in the dream. "Hello, Kraft." Angela on the screen is not as cute as Dr. Dongyun in the dream, a small face is cold, without any expression. Then, let's try the Stark's artificial intelligence first. Kraft licked his lips and ordered with excitement. "Hello, you will help Angela. The mission begins, the mission begins." Although Angela's network penetration ability is stronger, Harrow is more flexible in shielding information and getting rid of tracking. This is related to the focus of the two artificial intelligences. With the assistance of Harrow, Angela's whereabouts will become more flexible. It's even more ghostly, and with Angela's blessing, Harrow's computing power has also been improved. The two complement each other, resulting in an effect that 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. Was holding the cover girl of the latest issue of Playboy. Tony Stark, who was sleeping on his big bed, was awakened by a rapid siren, and he suddenly turned up from the bed. What happened? Jarvis. Your network is being hacked, Mr. Stark. While dealing with Angela's attack, Jarvis still did not forget to answer Stark as soon as possible. From the intrusion method, it looks like the unknown artificial intelligence before, and he has become stronger. Leave by yourself, I don't have time to be with you now. Stark put on his pants, threw a stack of banknotes on the cover girl who had only awoke and hadn't figured out the situation, and then, naked to the upper body, walked quickly towards his underground laboratory. The cover girl looked at Stark at a loss, not looking back, grabbed the bill thrown in front of her, and tried to throw it at him. However, after she paused for a while with her hand holding the bill next to her head, she again slowly put it down, then hummed a tune to put the money into the limited edition bag that Stark gave him yesterday, and then slowly put on the clothes. Tony Stark walked into his laboratory, sat down in front of the computer that Jarvis had already turned on, and quickly tapped the keyboard. I was accidentally ran away by you last time, but it's not that easy this time. When his own network was hacked, Stark was not only not angry, but he felt the excitement that he had been missing for a long time. Because of Jarvis's existence, ordinary hackers were simply vulnerable to him, even if you read www.yuyugonshu.com. The Rising Tide organization was caught by Jarvis as soon as it invaded. If it weren't for Stark to bother them, all those guys fled based on the information Jarvis had hacked from their computer. No more. But the situation is different now. The opponent is also an artificial intelligence like Jarvis, and is still learning and evolving. This makes Stark, who has always been a master and lonely, a rare challenge. Although Mr. Tony Stark confidently went up with the reality was always cruel. With the cooperation of Angela and Harrow, even Jarvis and Tony Stark could not resist. Soon, Stark's protective network was hacked by Angela and Harrow, and the database of Stark's home was completely exposed to Kraft. Under normal circumstances, Stark should cut off the network for the first time and use physical means to protect the data in his computer from being invaded. However, in order to test Angela's ability, Kraft chose a frontal invasion, and Tony Stark's pride, after being defeated head-on, he really couldn't make the cut-off method of surrendering defeat. Jarvis. Keep me track of the origin of this artificial intelligence. Tony Stark roared with red eyes. He chose to completely give up the protection of his side and use all his power to fight back. Mr. Stark, I must remind you that if you do this, all the data on your computer will be leaked out. Jarvis obeyed Tony Stark's orders and reminded them dutifully. It doesn't matter. I must get this guy who hides his head and reveals his tail. Stark growled loudly. Tony Stark has never suffered this kind of grievance in his life. Chapter 33, Holding a Golden Rice Bowl to Beg. Although Stark wanted to find out the intruder, the development of things was not always shifted by human will. What's more, Kraft's original intention was not to invade Stark's database, but to test Angela and Angela. Harrow's ability, so after breaking Stark's network, he did not ask Angela to search for information, but switched from offense to defense to test the defensive ability. Mr. Stark, the other party does not seem to be hostile. Jarvis soon discovered the abnormal behavior of the intruder. He decisively reported the situation to Tony Stark and made his own judgment. Is this, taking us for a test? Instantly realized that Stark laughed angrily, but thought that he had indeed lost to the opponent, and shook his head helplessly, and gave up on tracking. Who are you? Stark, who gave up the resistance, sent an inquiry message to the opponent. Soon, the other party sent a reply. The Red Queen. The Red Queen? Is it a girl? The cyber war between artificial intelligences has long since ended. Tony Stark returned to his room, and the cover girl had already left, but Stark didn't care at all. He took out a new set of clothes from the closet and gave it to him. Replaced, took the coffee that Jarvis had made for him, and walked into the restaurant. What girl? Do you have a new goal again? Virginia Pepper Paws, nicknamed Pepper, is Tony Stark's personal assistant, press spokesperson, nanny, psychologist, and Zheng Empress. In short, he is someone who is essential to Tony Stark's life and work. Like now, she just sent away the cover girl who stayed here last night for Tony Stark, and prepared him his favorite cheeseburger for breakfast. New goal. Tony Stark was stunned, then nodded firmly, and said categorically, "Yes. She is indeed my new goal. She looks very special." Pepper, who knows Tony Stark very well, felt sore in her heart. She had never seen Stark show such a serious expression to a woman. Yes. Very special. Stark didn't notice the subtle thoughts of his personal assistant at all, and he replied with bright eyes. I have been completely fascinated by her. So, what kind of gifts and restaurants do I need to prepare for you? Pepper suppressed the sourness in his heart and asked according to the usual procedure. Gift? Restaurant? Stark realized that the conversation between the two did not seem to be on the same channel. No, you don't need those. Stark laughed and said, you can't chase that girl with these things. Really? Tony Stark's misleading statement made Pepper no longer able to suppress the jealousy in her heart. She began to become irritated. What happened in your life? Hey! Chilly! Are you jealous? Tony Stark continued to tease Pepper very happily. He was defeated in the cyber war before, and he was somewhat depressed, but now he has completely recovered. Stark is now quite repulsive of marriage. Otherwise, he would not be able to determine the relationship for so long when he was in love with Pepper. It's impossible to say that Tony Stark is unhappy to be jealous. I'm just your personal assistant, so what's so jealous? Pepper felt bitter, and slammed the breakfast he had brought into Tony Stark's hand, then turned around and was about to leave. Was grabbed by Stark. Okay, don't be angry. Tony Stark is not a fool. Naturally, it is impossible to let Pepper go like this. It is a joke. If you really want Pepper to misunderstand, leave him in a rage, so Tony Stark can't accept it. Quickly recounted what had just happened, and Stark pulled out Jarvis to testify in order to explain the misunderstanding. After listening to Tony Stark's explanation, Pepper sighed in secretly, and then started counting down Stark angrily. How can you be so headstrong? What if your database is really hacked? Do you know how much damage it will cause to the company? You can't always act according to your own preferences, Tony. Stark's computer contains a lot of information about Stark Industries, as well as various design drawings and the like, so if it is really leaked, the consequences will definitely not be any better than when he said later that he would close the weapons department. Okay, I got it. Tony Stark smiled and dealt with Pepper's anger. Isn't it all right? And with the strength of that artificial intelligence, she wanted to sneak attack on Stark Industries' data while I was not paying attention, and Jarvis had no ability to stop it. At this point, Tony Stark's expression became serious, and he stretched out his hands to support Pepper's shoulders. So little Pepper, in the next period of time, I will upgrade Jarvis to a good level, and I will leave the company's affairs to you. I see, you can do it without worry, Tony. Speaking of business, Pepper also regained her resolute style. On the other hand, Kraft didn't know that during this test, he actually beat the famous Tony Stark to autism. Of course, if he wanted to know, he might even laugh out loud. After testing Angela's abilities with Jarvis, Kraft also gave her the 2 tasks he had been doing before. About the person behind the Magic Gang human experiment and the source of vibrating gold, the main material for making Captain America's shield. After several days of intelligence collection and screening, there is still no clue about the information about the Magic Gang. After all, 7 years ago, the internet was not well developed, the data stored in the computer was very small, and the man behind the scenes be very cautious, and the relevant information has basically been erased at the physical level. And there is too much information related to human experiments. Not only is the United States a leader in this area, but other countries have more or less similar experiments, and the research direction is basically taking the road of super soldiers. It seems that the impact of this successful case of Captain America is still great. Therefore, it is basically impossible to start from forces related to human experiments. www.readaloud.com. Excluding other countries, the United States alone has a large number of official or unofficial forces that have conducted human experiments in secret, even in the United States. The number is almost catching up with the sum of the rest of the countries. Instead, the news about Genjin was quickly locked by Angela and Harrow. Genjin's peculiar metal comes from a small country in northeastern Africa called Wakanda. It can be obtained through 2 channels. One is a small amount of Genjin sold occasionally by the government, and the other is smuggling. Therefore, the price of Genjin has always been high. It is not lower, and there is no market, so it is impossible to buy it easily. The high price is not a big problem for Kraft now, but the problem is that he may not be able to buy it if he has money. And it is clear that Wakanda has this kind of resources far beyond gold and diamonds. Why is it still a poor and backward agricultural country that eats international subsidies? Kraft has carefully calculated all the recorded vibrating gold flowing out of Wakanda and the sales price. As long as half of it is used for its own development, it is absolutely impossible for Wakanda to remain a poor country. So, out of curiosity, he asked Angela and Harrow to investigate Wakanda more deeply. Then, he was shocked. Wakanda, a so-called backward agricultural country, actually has not weak network technology, and even has its exclusive spy agency Pride. The main role of this agency is to block and delete information about Wakanda on the internet. But thanks to the blessing of this spy agency, Angela has the opportunity to hack into Wakanda's internal network. This is really shameless enough. Looking at the information Angela had collected, Kraft showed a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 34, The Light of the Right Way. Wakanda's sorrowful operation made Kraft feel sick. If you just hide in the ravines and enclose your own spontaneity, it's just a matter of creating an isolated peach blossom source. After all, it's normal to be guilty of crimes and to conceal something, just like Kraft doesn't want American officials to know his skills. As a means of self-protection, there is nothing to blame. However, not only did they hide their good things strictly, they also pretended to be a disadvantaged group taking aid from other countries, sitting and watching the surrounding African compatriots in distress and not lending a helping hand. This cannot be blamed on General Kraft. They were exposed. Of course, Kraft will not do this proactively exposing this kind of thing. The name of a genius boy who is gifted in mechanics is enough for Kraft. He doesn't want to expose his own network level. So this information about Wakanda, after going round and round, was arranged by Kraft into the hands of the Rising Tide organization. Of course, it's impossible to send them directly. Although their slogans are very beautiful, Kraft doesn't believe in that, and just sends them directly to the past, and organizes the habit of questioning everything by the rising tide. Take it as a deliberate provocation. So Kraft asked Angela to select a few people from the High Tide organization, and then in an unremarkable way, little by little information about Wakanda was pushed to them, until they were aroused and took the initiative to investigate. Just a little help in the dark. However, it would take time to ferment, so Kraft did not idle, but continued to let Angela wander around the internet, collecting information that he was interested in. For example, the databases he could not break before, and the true identities of the mysterious forces. This time Kraft didn't choose to attack from the front, but sneaked into the village and didn't want to shoot. Angela and Harrow walked around the databases of the major forces like ghosts, but most of the information they found was nothing special. Those major forces, especially the FBI, were stored in the database. Most of the materials are a bit outdated, except for some plans and arrangements that must be connected to the network. The really important materials should be stored separately and physically isolated. And Kraft found intelligence about Martin Lee in a database called the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attacks and Logistics Support. Mr. Negative Film, real name Martin Lee, winner of the Medal of Freedom, famous Chinatown philanthropist, boss of the Demon Gang, suspected of having dual personality, possessing special abilities, and the Magic Gang is a deadly enemy. The reason is unknown. Kraft scanned it roughly. The information was quite detailed, even his own name was mentioned, and then he looked at the bottom line of the information. The degree of harm is not high. I suggest staying focused. Obviously Martin's past operations that Kraft didn't understand very well, played a role at this time. Okay, Kraft touched his nose, I'm still a bit too tender. But Martin has known for a long time that there is such a country, and what kind of bureau? Or did it happen by chance? Kraft recalled Martin's awkward operation when he first came into contact with the smartphone. He felt that he and his demon gang should not have any powerful intelligence capabilities, so the possibility of coincidence is relatively high. It can only be said that he is indeed scheming, and unexpectedly removed a threat without knowing it. But the name Devil Gang is really hard to describe. Kraft once again complained about Martin's naming ability. The Yasha Gang or the Yan Luo Gang are more in line with the temperament of the underground emperor of Chinatown. While slandering his adoptive father, Kraft did not forget to tell Angela, always pay attention to Mr. Film's intelligence. If he has any danger, he will notify me in time. Kraft pointed to the figure in the database of the Bureau of Land and Resources, the figure in the white suit with the mask of the Heart Demon. In addition to Martin Lee, such as Fatty Liao's family, Aunt May's family, etc., people who have a better relationship with him, Kraft has attracted Angela's attention. After all, dangerous things like Hulk have appeared. There are so many dead guys in the territory conducting human experiments every day, and it's always good to be prepared. Because they haven't dreamed of any new content recently, and it takes some time for them to find out the truth by themselves at the high tide, so the boring time after Kraft's research is passed by looking through the databases of these major forces. N.S. I have to say that the struggles between these big forces are complicated enough. Not only are spies interposed between each other, but they are also not very peaceful within themselves. Members of different camps fight happily in one force. When I didn't let Harrow help me out the logic, Kraft couldn't understand what they were tossing about. Just as Kraft's nest was eating melons in his own laboratory and flying, Wakanda's affairs were finally dug up by members of the High Tide Organization. There were 2 members of the Rising Tide Organization that dug up Wakanda's intelligence. They found out the tricks in that poor country in Africa almost at the same time. But the choices made by the 2 were completely different. One of the members regarded the purpose and slogan of the Rising Tide Organization as the norm. As soon as he obtained this information, he exposed all the evidence in his hand, not only on the internet, major media, the president's mailbox, and even he delivered a copy to the United Nations and some countries in Africa. Reading www.uugonshu.com. And his operation caused another guy miserable, because this person chose to sell the information to the US military. As a result, they just finished the transaction on the front foot, and the information related to the back foot has been spread all over the sky, and spread. The author was also afraid that others would not know it, and clearly marked the name of the Rising Tide Organization. How this hapless guy will be hunted down by the military will not be mentioned for the time being. Anyway, the entire United States, to be precise, the whole world is boiling over because of this information. Because the information is so comprehensive, from doubts to speculations to data comparisons to photo and video evidence, Wakanda, a country that is holding a golden rice bowl and beggars internationally, has been exposed. Everyone is not doing it now. If you have such a good thing, you don't need to share it. Why should you take a piece of the pie from other countries that are really suffering? The most indignant is probably the old blacks who are also waiting for international aid in Africa. There is a landlord's old fortune hidden among the difficult brothers who share the gruel together. You can't make a face and slap you with big ears? So Wakanda was surrounded by a group of old blacks with the same skin color as them, that is, their protective shield was strong enough to not let this group of mobs rush in for venting destruction, but on the ground outside the shield, has long been filled with foul smelling by the angry African people. In addition, Wakanda Prince T'Challa, who is studying at Oxford University, was also dug out by the High Tide organization. Then he suffered a series of campus violence. England's intelligence agency MI6 made a decisive decision to protect foreign dignitaries. T'Challa was put under house arrest. And the instigator of all of this has already been out of the way at this time, hiding his merit and fame deeply. Chapter 35, Daily. Wakanda was taken away by others, and his international reputation was greatly reduced. In addition, his prince has now fallen into the hands of other people. Even if they have a technology far superior to other countries, they dare not act rashly. What's more, they are not peaceful in their country. No matter how isolated from the world, some careerists will always breed. It is rare to encounter such a God-given opportunity. These careerists have fooled a group of Wakanda nationals who were unwilling to stay in peace. Secretly activated. In the outside world, even the United States has a conservative attitude towards Wakanda. Although they are greedy for the advanced technology in those photos and videos, they dare not use Wakanda because they understand how advanced the technology is. The pressure is too tight. Under the premise of restraint on both sides, Wakanda and the United Nations were caught in a long-term wrangling. No matter how lively it is on the world or on the internet, it has nothing to do with Kraft, because School starts. When the new semester started, Kraft, who was promoted to the 8th grade, brought along the robot sister Alice, who loves to go to school. At this time, the two of them are already generally tall. If you really want to count it, maybe Kraft will still to be so tall, it made him feel less resistant to taking Alice to school. Big brother. I want to go too. I want to go too. On the first day of school, the dog Quinn hugged Kraft's thigh with his two front paws and howled loudly. You and the eldest sister are not here, the house is so boring. Don't make trouble. Pets are not allowed in school. Kraft rubbed Quinn's head, grinning and cursing. Surprised. Racial discrimination again. Cold air. When will we little animals stand up? Don't you humans have an animal protection association? They don't care. You watched something all day long. Kraft pulled at Quinn's fat face, thinking that he should restrict his right to use the TV and the computer. Hello, don't show Quinn any weird things in the future. Harrow understands, Harrow understands. Surprised. Not only did not take me to school, but also restricted me to watch TV. Is this reasonable? Quinn was so upset, one turned over and fell to the ground, four dog paws kicking the air indiscriminately. I don't care. I want to go to school. I want to go to school. 3 packs of snacks. Kraft offered his killer. 5 packs. As soon as he heard that there was something to eat, Quinn was energized, and he stood up again with a twist of his body, and began to bargain with Kraft with a serious face. Only 3 bags. Love or not? You will become David if you eat it. Okay brother, go slowly, be careful on the road. Quinn quickly drew Kraft's school bag to his feet and put it down, wagging his tail with a flattering smile. Ugh! Kraft sighed weakly, lifted the school bag at his feet, and walked out. He regretted that he bought Quinn back because of the lack of sight. It was a cat and cat without worry, but Beja didn't have so many. Moth took Alice to Vanta's public middle school to report that Mr. Martin, the school director, greeted her in advance, and the school naturally arranged her into Croft's class. And when Alice went to school for the first time, she was welcomed by the whole class. Has a cute appearance, a soft personality, and is still Croft's sister. No matter which one, there will be a lot of people who want to have a good relationship with her, not to mention Alice is still a combination of the three. But there is actually a female classmate who wants to have a relationship with herself through Alice, which Kraft did not expect. Am I so popular? Kraft scratched his head, and asked with some doubts about Fatty Liao, who was envious and hated. In most schools in the United States, nerds are actually not very popular. Instead, they are the main targets of school violence. Although Kraft is not a nerd, he often spends time in his laboratory and his classmates. The relationship is actually quite general. Did you forget that you are the big boss of Dreamland Toys Company? Invisible cups are the most deadly. Seeing that Croft's face is not like pretending, Fatty Liao gripped his heart and gasped, and bit his teeth bitterly. Students at this age may not yet understand what Dreamland Toys represents, but it does not prevent them from admiring Kraft, and if you really get into Kraft, then there will be Barbie fairies and so on, don't you have everything? The little girls at this age, even their desires seem so cute. It's a pity that Kraft couldn't understand. He politely declined all the girls' invitations. Nonsense. I don't have enough time to drill in the lab, so how can I have time to date girls? When Fatty Liao asked Kraft heartbrokenly, he replied so righteously. Fatty Liao was so angry that he pointed at Kraft with his short radish-like fingers. He shivered for a long time but couldn't hold back a fart. Alice's first trip to campus went smoothly, so when she was in a good mood, she walked all the way back. Seeing Alice's joyous look, Croft's mood was also affected a lot and happy. Until they opened the door. The house was in a mess. The food and furnishings on the coffee table were scattered all over the floor. Several chairs were downside down. The green plants and leaves in the corners almost fell out. The sofa was full of holes, and it was seen by sharp minions. Torn out. Queen! Get out of me, you stupid dog! Croft's eyes twitched, and he growled. However, after he finished shouting, he waited for a long time, and did not wait for Quinn's stupid dog to appear, and the little black cat Bea seemed to be missing. But Kraft didn't notice this at this time. He walked to the TV angrily. Although the red arrow that was placed there was gone, Kraft and Angela only existed on the internet. Of artificial intelligence. Angela. Call me the surveillance at home today. With Croft's order, the TV in front of him automatically turned on and began to play what happened at home after he and Alice left. Then Kraft looked darker and darker. He originally thought that the culprit was Quinn, a stupid dog, but he didn't expect it to be the quiet little black cat Bea. I thought she was more worry-free before. But Quinn is not much better. www.readaloud.com. Although he is not the culprit, an accomplice cannot escape. What happened was very simple. The little black cat Bea got tired of playing with the toys that Kraft prepared for her, and became interested in the knickknacks on the coffee table. After pushing them all off the coffee table, she was still not satisfied. The plates of fruits and nuts were also pushed down. After clearing the coffee table, Beja jumped on the sofa and began to practice his claws. At this time, Quinn ran down from the upstairs with the snacks that Kraft promised him, and saw that Beja was tearing down the house. Not only did he not stop him, instead, he joined in, and a cat and a dog turned the house upside down. After, I thought I would be blamed, and the two guys with guilty conscience hid and didn't forget to take away the harrow who was used for monitoring. When the two of them were picked out by Kraft following the video, they still looked incredulous. We obviously hid harrow together. It's gay. Watching his crime evidence broadcast on TV, Quinn buried his head between his claws. And Beja, the culprit, put on a cunning look, slipped into Alice's arms while rubbing and acting like a baby, wanting to fool around like this. Elder brother. The soft-hearted Alice wanted to speak for them, but was interrupted by Croft's wave. Impossible. These two guys are dead. Then Kraft took the materials on the spot, rubbed a bunch of parts with engineering ability, assembled two pet-specific treadmills, and threw Quinn and Beja into it. Big brother, you have no heart. Rua. You must not abuse small animals. Chapter 36, Material Wholesaler. Just as Alice was enjoying a new campus life, the Wakanda incident finally came to an end. Wakanda has opened up part of its own country's technology to other countries, and put the Genjin resources on the shelf. Although the price is still relatively high, at least it is no longer so difficult to buy. The United Nations also returned the Prince of Wakanda, T'Challa, and lifted the economic and resource blockade on Wakanda. The major media have also begun to seek help for Wakanda in public opinion and let them be. International prestige is no longer so popular, but even so, there are still many people who have no good feelings for Wakanda. After tossing for a long time, I still can't buy it. Kraft hammered the table severely. The reason why he exposed Wakanda was not only unsightly, but more importantly, he wanted to have a channel to buy the vibranium there. Although Wakanda has opened up the sales of Genjin, it is also targeted at various countries and large consortia. He can't get in at all. Even Martin is not eligible to buy Genjin from regular channels. The only United States is eligible to join Genjin. The private power of the transaction is probably Stark Industries and Osborne Group. However, although you can't get Genjin through regular channels, it doesn't mean that other channels can't work. Because Wakanda's information has been exposed, a large number of mercenaries and smuggling teams have flooded into Africa, plus some local ambitions, let alone. It is Genjin. Even a small part of Wakanda's technology can be found in the black market by spending money to find someone to get it. This is why Kraft wants to get things out, because as long as the mouth is opened, many things are no longer under the control of Wakanda and the others. When he realized that he couldn't use the formal channels, Kraft took the second plan to run to Martin Lee for help. With Mr. Negative, the underworld boss, he was not afraid of encountering black and black situations. Just 10 grams is enough. Martin Lee naturally agreed to Kraft's request. After learning about the scientific research capabilities of his adopted son, he couldn't possibly hinder Kraft's research. On the contrary, he felt that he requested too little. What can be learned from 10 grams of metal? I will try to get you more. Martin Lee said in a big way, although the vibrating thing only costs $10,000 per gram, but is Martin Lee a person who lacks money? Even Kraft himself has enough money to buy vibration gold. Kraft did not speak, and silently took out a pistol-shaped flashlight from his backpack, and then pulled the trigger at the little black cat Beja on the side. Under the light of the flashlight, Beja was quickly enlarged within half a meter into a giant cat several times larger than a lion, squeezing the surrounding furniture into pieces. Meow. Bea, who was lying on the sofa and licking fur, looked at everything that was shrinking rapidly around him with a dazed expression. The tongue that was sticking out to lick fur had forgotten to retract. Surprised. Big brother, I want to. Quinn saw that Beja got bigger. His first reaction was that his only advantage, size, was gone. He put his two front paws on Kraft's legs and flicked his tail frantically. Go go, you want everything. Kraft pushed Quinn's head away, then pressed the flashlight again, and pulled the trigger on Beja again. Looking at the smaller furniture around him in novelty, Beja, who was eager to move his big paws, suddenly shrank back to its original size. Martin Lee grew up with his mouth and didn't close it for a long time. How did you do it? It's still that sentence, I don't know it very well. Kraft shrugged, anyway, I thought about how it should be possible to do this, and then I did it. He didn't expect that the short, fat, and obscene-looking Zijuan in the dream could actually create such an exaggerated prop. This has completely ignored the laws of physics of energy conservation, because what is illuminated by this randomly changed flashlight is simply magnification. The size of the internal molecules, the order of arrangement, etc., are exactly the same as the original, which means that it is out of thin air. A lot of the same and stable substances were created, and no time limit. What's even more unscientific is that when he irradiates the light, he will only magnify the target he wants to magnify, and the rest of the objects illuminated by the light will have no reaction at all as long as Kraft does not have the idea of magnifying them. In short, it's much better than Gnome Technologies' shrink light gun and world amplifier. After acquiring this freely changing flashlight, Kraft's first thought was that he could save a lot of time and expense for manufacturing materials in the future. Well, in this case, 10 grams is indeed enough. Martin Lee swallowed and was shocked time and time again by Kraft's invention. He was a little used to it. I will help you get the vibration gold as soon as possible. But after calming down, Martin reluctantly pointed to the messy living room. Can't you take a smaller example as an example? Ahaha, I don't think it is more shocking to show with living things. Kraft grinned and stroked the back of his head. Well, it's really shocking. Martin Lee nodded in agreement, so remember to tidy the living room. I see. Kraft replied dejectedly, and began to clean up the living room messed up by Beja, but fortunately, with Alice's help, the two quickly finished cleaning up. Martin Lee, or the Demon Gang's efficiency is very high. 10 grams of vibrato was quickly delivered to Kraft's hands. There is a flashlight that can be changed at will. As long as there is a little raw material, Kraft doesn't care about the consumption problem. So after testing the properties of vibrating, he changed all the equipment and the materials on Alice and Harrow. Again. Of course, it does not mean that all metals are suitable for vibrating, but using vibrating as raw material and the technology in dreams as support, Kraft has produced many alloys with special properties, which not only strengthens its own equipment, but also unlocked a lot of engineering drawings that were stagnant due to material reasons. And just as Kraft was addicted to tossing vibrating gold, something big happened outside. The big boss of Stark Industries, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, famous scientist, billionaire, arms manufacturer, and media darling, Mr. Tony Stark, was horrified when he showed weapons in the Middle East. The whereabouts of the attack is currently unknown. The media, which was still eating the residue of the Wakanda incident, suddenly found a new hot spot. Now outside the Stark Tower, 7 of the 10 people are reporters, and 2 are security guards in charge of order. Disappeared. Kraft is a bit regretful and smacks his lips. Although he doesn't like Tony Stark very much, he still admires his achievements in scientific research. And since the last time he used Angela and Harrow to bully the artificial intelligence called Jarvis, Stark has promoted Jarvis from time to time, and then ran to the internet to find Angela. Fight. However, artificial intelligence has reached the level of Angela and Jarvis. The so-called upgrade basically means to increase the amount of calculation and the speed of calculation. Stark, a rich man, didn't know how much hardware he had put on Jarvis. Several cyber wars were fought, forcing Kraft to have to add 2 umbrella supercomputers to Angela. Backing. But Kraft's side is not without gains. The hardware upgrade increases the amount of computing and computing speed, but the confrontation between the 2 artificial intelligences allows them to optimize their own behavioral logic. At least Angela is fresher than at the beginning. Live a lot. This is also why Kraft would take Stark's provocation before, and why he feels regretful now. With regard to Tony Stark's disappearance in the Middle East, Kraft is not interested in helping him, and it is not his turn to be anxious. The most regrettable thing is that Angela may lose one opponent in the future. That's it. Chapter 37, One Dare to Speak, One Dare to Believe. How come you are a genius child again? Kraft opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, rubbing his temples a little irritably. He is dreaming again. Compared with Dr. Dong Yun, the protagonist of the dream this time seems to be a bit more exaggerated. Although he is 2 years older than Dr. Dong Yun, this little boy named Tong Di can make things that are far more practical than Dr. Dong Yun's invention. In other words, the combat effectiveness is much stronger. In this respect, Kraft is still very satisfied to be able to dream of him. Is to hit myself a bit harder. And compared to Dong Yun Lolita's unreasonable genius, Tong Di can be such a genius, and there is some logic. He created a learning helmet for himself, which can pour knowledge directly into his head. Well, this learning helmet itself doesn't speak much logic anymore. But it was a great help to Kraft. Although I have learned so many weird inventions from the dream, many of them are based on the gourd paintings. In fact, they have a little understanding of their principles, or even completely do not understand them. This learning helmet invented by Tong Di, at least Kraft can quickly understand the principles of those inventions, not just copying them, but transforming them more suitable for him. For example, he had dreamed of an invention called Dragon Ball Radar. You can tell from the name that this thing was used to find something called Dragon Ball, but Kraft's world didn't have any Dragon Balls at all. That Dragon Ball Radar, after it was made, it was too low in brightness for lighting, and it was not useful at all. But after understanding the production principle of Dragon Ball Radar, he can change its function of searching for Dragon Ball and apply the function of radar to other aspects. There are many similar inventions. Kraft could only spend time reading the books and notes of those characters in the dream. Some scenes without books can only be understood slowly by repeating the production process. Now it's different with this learning helmet. Kraft can pour that knowledge directly into his head little by little. Yeah, it's indeed poured in bit by bit. After making the learning helmet, Kraft tried to use it, and then realized that this thing also has requirements for the user. Genius children like Tong Di can unscrupulously use a lot of knowledge at once. Sex poured into one's head. An ordinary human brains like Kraft can't receive too much knowledge infusion at one time. It would not be possible to burst directly, but as the content is poured in, his brain becomes like a paste. The whole person's consciousness will begin to blur, and his thinking will fall into chaos. When he finally wakes up, the relevant knowledge has long been forgotten, and he even didn't know what he did when his thinking was confused before. Is somewhat similar to his early dream state, or the feelings expressed by those crazy alcoholics and flying leaves. But even so, Kraft's learning progress has improved a lot, especially those dreams with books on scientific knowledge placed in the laboratory or in the room. It is much easier to understand the principles of their invention. After absorbing several knowledge from different worlds, Kraft also discovered that there are some rule differences in each world, but he himself can ignore these differences, and if he wants to use the rules of a certain world, he can make that world the rules of he are in effect when he makes the item. So am I, a superpower? Kraft looked down at his hands and muttered to himself with some confusion. But this also explains why he can master the weird technique of hand-rubbing bronze pipes in engineering, which is probably a certain rule of the world of Azeroth. There is no instruction manual for this dream. Kraft can only guess a little bit based on his own experience. Of course, for Kraft, it is not very important what the principles of the rules of the dream world are used by him. He is more interested in the production principles of those inventions and creations in the dream world. Kraft, Bruce Banner has entered New York. Countless rays of light converged in front of Kraft, forming Angela's phantom. This is a new function that Kraft added to Angela after he mastered the projection technology in a certain dreamland. It does not even need to install a special projection device. As long as there is enough light source, Angela can control the light by herself. It is adjusted to the band that can project her avatar. In short, it is another thing that refuses to reason with science, technology. Bruce Banner? Didn't that guy hide in the inaccessible jungle? What did he run back to New York for? For the walking disaster of Hulk, Kraft has always kept Angela's attention. The information obtained before was clearly that Bruce Banner did not want Hulk to cause damage, so he consciously hid, and by the way, he also dodges. He is pursuing the American military. It's also interesting to say that General Rose, who has been chasing Bruce Banner, is actually his girlfriend's father, and his girlfriend Betty Rose is also a master who has forgotten his father, or who saves everything for love, for Bruce. Banner resolutely turned his face with his father. But from Croft's point of view, General Ross really did nothing, and being betrayed by his own daughter can only say that he deserves it. Bruce Banner seems to have found a solution to Hulk. Angela didn't know that Kraft was complaining about the powerful generals of the United States at this time. She was still cold, answering Croft's questions mechanically, and only with Jarvis. When fighting on the internet, she could see a hint of excitement on her face. I tracked Bruce Banner's recent emails and found that he had been using Mr. Green as his screen name, communicating with a person called Mr. Blue on the internet, and sending some of his own blood in the past, wanting to make that Blue the husband helped solve Hulk's problem, and now it seems that he has succeeded. Mr. Blue, Mr. Green. They knew each other before. No, judging from the chat history, they seem to have only communicated on the internet. Angela intercepted the contents of a few paragraphs of emails, and the above content indeed shows that the two have not met each other. WTF, a guy who has never seen him, Bruce Banner dare to send his own blood? And he also took the initiative to meet him, is he not afraid that this is a trap for the military? Crafts are all stupid. How do you feel that this uncle is more naive than his own kid? I'm afraid that Hulk will influence him and his brain is broken, right? But he succeeded, and Samuel Stern, who is Mr. Lan, is indeed not a member of the military. Angela relentlessly refuted Croft's complaint, and then added. However, the military did discover Bruce Banner's whereabouts. They are mobilizing troops and want to capture Bruce Banner. But according to my calculations, when the military arrives, Bruce Banner the treatment should have ended, so Hulk is unlikely to appear. Kraft shook his head. Tisk tisk, General Rose's luck, I don't know if it's good or bad. Chapter 38, Old Hapless. Although it has been determined that Hulk will say goodbye to the world, just in case, Kraft asked Angela to determine the location of the few people he cared about, and found that they were all away from Bruce Banner. It is far away, so I continue to charge myself with the learning helmet. However, this thing is not omnipotent. Inputting knowledge does not mean that Kraft can invent the props that have not appeared in the dream like the scientists in the dream. It can only make him understand the props that have appeared. The principle of this, and to some degree of modification, those scientists are really powerful are those wild ideas. In addition, such as Dr. Dong Yun and Dr. Zijuan's completely illogical inventions, Kraft couldn't understand no matter how much knowledge he had input. This made him very curious about what kind of world those guys are in. What's the situation? Unfortunately, only the production process and testing process are basically displayed in the dream. Other aspects can only be guessed by Kraft based on the book content, interior furnishings, architectural styles, and other details. Can be regarded as some of Kraft's little fun in the dream. After pouring part of the information in the dream into his head, Kraft took off his helmet and shook his slightly swollen head. After each installation, he needs a little time to digest the content. I really don't know what's in the dream. How did that Tong Di absorb the knowledge of an entire library in an hour? Kraft slumped on a chair like a salted fish. A white-gloved mechanical arm stretched out on each side of the chair, pressing on his temples on both sides, and constantly rubbing them. There was a problem with Bruce Banner. Just as Kraft slowed down a bit and was about to practice the knowledge he had just absorbed, Angela's phantom appeared in front of him again. Without waiting for Kraft to ask questions, Angela projected the image over there onto the wall. A yellow-green monster is wreaking havoc on the street. Its appearance is more hideous than the Hulk. The bones of the whole body are distinct, and there is a row of spikes on its back. If it is said that Hulk's appearance is like coming out of a gym bodybuilder, then this monster is a veteran black boxer who has been fighting in the underground boxing ring for a long time. Hulk! Come out for me! The yellow-green monster grabbed a car and slammed it into the Sky military helicopter, roaring loudly. What the is this trademark? The first thing Kraft thought of was the blood that Bruce Banner sent to Samuel Stern. Could this guy be the Mr. Blue? He's not blue either. From the previous conversations with the military, he seems to be the officer responsible for capturing Hulk. So this is General Rose's whole card against Hulk? But it seems to be out of control. When searching for related information about Hulk, I did see that General Ross was conducting a super soldier serum-related research, but the location was not in New Mexico, so it was excluded by Kraft at the time. How did he make the super soldier serum look like Hulk? It seems that the officer injects Hulk's serum in Samuel Stern's privately. Angela answered Kraft in time. Okay. General Ross, this guy is so unlucky. The son-in-law and the son-in-law become monsters, and the subordinates become monsters. If his daughter and even himself become monsters in the future, it would be funny. Thinking of this, Kraft's face showed a malicious smile. As General Ross is the representative of the official hawks of the United States, Kraft is naturally happy to watch his jokes. Just as they can't stop Hulk, ordinary soldiers can't resist the monster that Emil Bronsky turned into. Because it's in the center of the city, many heavy weapons can't be used at all, so they only hide. In addition to firing a few painless bullets in the distance, there is no effective blow at all. However, from the perspective of General Rose's past behavior, it is estimated that this Iron Hawk guy will not be able to bear it for long. After all, the guy who is wreaking havoc in New York is his subordinates. He won't get it done, and he's afraid that he will be taken afterwards. The military court, in fact, even if General Ross had solved the monster now, he would have nothing to eat. Anyway, I'm unlucky. As Kraft guessed, after most of the civilians were evacuated, General Ross no longer considered the surrounding losses and ordered his men to start using heavy weapons such as artillery shells. The impact generated by the violent explosion of the gunpowder was temporarily delayed. The footsteps of that monster made him even more violent. Bronsky, who had put most of his thoughts on pressing Hulk, began to actively attack his former comrades. The army that had only obtained the slight results suffered heavy losses in an instant. So Hulk appeared. Two green monsters fought each other on the streets of New York, but compared to the Hulk transformed from a researcher, Bronsky was much stronger in fighting skills. After Hulk rushed up, he was beaten. Fat beating. Didn't it mean that Hulk's problem has been solved? Kraft doesn't care about the outcome of the two monsters. Anyway, in his opinion, as long as the United States is willing to be cruel, it will be no problem to forcefully kill them. According to data analysis, Hulk's current strength is much weaker than before. Angela listed a group of comparative data, and then released the research data from Samuel. The potion should be effective, but the existence of Hulk is more difficult than expected. This solution does not seem to be a problem. Kraft carefully reviewed Samuel's research materials and pointed his head from time to time. In order to prevent zombie viruses and other things, he also had a lot of knowledge in biological sciences himself, so he understood Samuel's materials and it is not difficult. According to the above description, the Hulk problem can indeed be solved theoretically. And Hulk hasn't appeared before, and it's obviously weakened now. www.readaloud.com. Obviously this plan still works, but the mutation in Dr. Banner's body is more tenacious than they expected. That said, isn't Dr. Banner cold? After Dr. Banner turned into Hulk, he chose Suo-kun to live alone, which made Kraft a little favored by him. However, today's development seems to be the same as that of Kraft. He just made such a conclusion. He was beaten in the face again. Hulk's power is recovering quickly. Angela brought up the battle screen again. In the video, Hulk has changed from being beaten by Bronsky to being beaten back and forth. On the side, the strength value of Hulk calculated by Angela is also rising rapidly. The power Hulk has shown now far exceeds his previous record. Ah! I can see. The battle in the video has been completely different from the beginning. The arrogant Bronzowski is now like a huge rag sack, slapped arbitrarily by Hulk in his hand, without any resistance. So, how is this done? Is the copy of the copy eventually lost to the original? Kraft felt inexplicably as if he had been connoted. According to the collected data, Hulk's power should be related to his emotions. The more angry, the stronger the power. Angela didn't know the complicated activities in Kraft's heart, so she told her own analysis at a glance, and called up the video of Hulk quieting down because of Betty Rose. It's actually emotions. What kind of third-rate love science fiction movie is this? Kraft smacked his lips. He suddenly felt that the technology in his world didn't seem to be so logical. Chapter 39, Kraft's Secret Base. This man-made disaster finally ended in Hulk's victory. After defeating the monster Bronski had turned into and was named the Abomination, he once again broke through the encirclement of the military and escaped. The General Ross, who was in charge of this plan, not only failed to catch Hulk, but also ran away with his daughter. In addition, he had to face a lot of accusations and compensations. The Bronx guy, who did not know whether he was alive or dead, might be a comfort. But compared with the series of censures he will face, it is only a drop in the bucket. However, the subsequent development made Kraft a little surprised. General Rose was only called off for everything related to Hulk, and then surrendered part of his rights and interests. There was no more shit, no dismissal and demotion, and no military court. Not even apologized. Can only say that it is indeed the United States. But these things have nothing to do with Kraft. He is now struggling with his next direction. Before the appearance of Hulk, he was only a little bit urgency, because the power displayed by Hulk at the time was terrifying, but the US military was not incapable of dealing with it. Kraft also thought they wanted to capture Hulk alive. Have the opportunity to keep running away. But after the appearance of Hatred and Hulk showed stronger power, Kraft finally began to worry. In fact, no matter how strong Hulk is, the problem is not big, because Dr. Banner's will restricts him from wreaking havoc. Although it is dangerous, it is not a problem that must be faced. But in addition to Hulk, there are also a large group of lunatics conducting similar human experiments. Who knows, one day there will be a monster with more destructive power than Hulk and even more uncontrollable. Kraft is really worried that one day, the world will be crushed by those silly darings. His previous idea was to slowly develop the Dreamland Toy Company, and then spend a few years to build himself into a genius similar to Tony Stark, and gradually expand the business scope of Dreamland Toy Company, quietly establishing his own. After the arsenal, they began to manufacture the powerful war weapons in the Dreamland. Since I'm still young, don't worry too much. But now, it seems that the Earth cannot withstand the tossing of those madmen. Maybe the Earth has been tossed and broken before Kraft can develop. I have seen Kraft in a zombie-besieged city in a dream, and I really don't think I'm worrying. So he feels that he should speed up the progress of scientific research, but in this way, it is very likely to expose his own specialties, and as a person of color, he does not think he can get any preferential treatment in the United States, but uses Dream Toys, the current power of the company, and Martin Lee may not be able to resist pressure from the government. And now Kraft can think of several solutions, all seem to be flawed. One is to shift the development direction of most of the Dreamland Corporation and Martin's Industries to aviation, and then go outside the Earth to open bases, but doing so will also attract official attention, and the behavior is too abrupt and easy to be caught. People doubt. Entering the seabed or building a base underground was Kraft's idea when he was making slow development plans. If he wanted to speed up construction, such a big move would definitely attract attention. Or, as he often considered before, returning to China and then looking for official cooperation, but Martin seems to be very resistant, and from the information obtained by Kraft, there are similar experiments in China. In addition, after cooperating with the official, he himself the degree of freedom will definitely be reduced, so if it is not desperate, Kraft does not want to choose this one. Kraft, who had been struggling for a long time, returned home with a sad face and told his adoptive father about his thoughts, hoping that he could give himself a solution. After listening to Kraft's thoughts, Martin Lee began to stare at him with a weird look. Kraft was staring so uncomfortable, he twisted his body and wondered, "Why are you looking at me like this? Although I don't know where your inexplicable sense of crisis comes from." Martin Lee's tone is a little weird, as if he is holding a smile, "But Kraft, you seem to forget that you have a handy that can zoom in and out at will. Ray gun." "Mom. Forgot this." Kraft patted his forehead annoyedly, and with the random flashlight changing, he still entangled in a fart. He can completely shrink his arsenal and place it in his room for manufacturing. If he wants to use it after manufacturing, he can just enlarge it directly. Even if you dream of the universal capsule technology in the future, you don't even need to prepare the magnifying lamp. It must be that I have poured too much stuff into my mind recently, making my thinking become sluggish. Knowing that he was stupid, Kraft touched his head awkwardly, and continued to face Martin Lee's smiley eyes, making excuses and slipping back to his room. "I haven't finished my homework yet, so I will go back to my room to do my homework." Queen tilted his head, sticking out his tongue to catch up with Kraft, and circling around his feet while asking, "Brother, haven't you handed over your homework to Hero a long time ago?" Martin Lee's face changed when he saw Kraft running away, and a little smile appeared. "Kraft. Stupid dog meow." Bea shook her tail. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com rolled over in Alice's arms, exposed her belly and let her continue to massage herself. After finding a solution, Kraft, with a sense of urgency, simply asked Martin to take a long vacation from the school. Martin Lee didn't want to agree, but Kraft's entanglement was not easy, and he had a learning helmet. Kraft's grades occupied the first place for a long time, so he finally agreed. Kraft cleared a large vacant lot in his studio for the arsenal to be built next. At the beginning, he also considered whether to use the entire basement or something, but after thinking about it, he has Angela on his side for protection. There is no need to waste that time, and he usually puts the reduced factories on the bright side. Directly disguised as a model or the like, and no neuropath would think that those models are real arsenals. As for the design of the arsenal, Kraft did not duplicate any of the dreams, but redesigned it according to his own knowledge and personal needs, and in order to allow Angela and Hero to help build it, he had also deliberately removed those devices with exclusive features of the dream world and replaced them with devices with similar functions in the world. After the design drawing was completed, Kraft did not rush to do it. Instead, he made several construction robots called SCV. This thing was also from the world of Swan, but he was not the protagonist of the dream at the time. Give the control of the reduced SCV to Angela and Hero. Kraft doesn't need to do it himself, just watching them control a group of small SCV robots and build an arsenal on the cleared space. Model. I actually feel like playing a holographic simulation strategy game. Chapter 40, Contract. Kraft, who doesn't need to go to school, moved directly to the studio as he was obsessed with research in the past. If Alice hadn't agreed to Martin Lee, he would take him out to walk the cats and dogs every day when he came over. It is absolutely impossible to take a step out of the laboratory. Even if he was going out to walk his pets, Kraft would have filled himself with a lot of dream knowledge before that, and then let Quinn lead him around with his head, not so much to walk Quinn with Alice. And Beja, it's better to say that Alice is slipping the three of them. Although the arsenal has been reduced, the manufacturing speed will not increase much. At most, it can be directly enlarged in transportation and so on. It can be taken directly by hand. How much time should it take for the rest? And some of the more unscientific machinery, Kraft cannot be completely handed over to Angela and Hero to make, he must take the SCV to participate. Of course, this kind of personal participation is not a chore for Kraft. He is also happy to practice to get more familiar with the knowledge he has recently poured into his head. A UFO has appeared over New York. Just when Kraft drove the SCV in his own miniature arsenal and had a great time, the Red Queen suddenly sent a message and cut the screen to the screen inside the SCV. A silver-white tin man is flying around New York in a bit feminine posture, except for his hands and feet that are emitting white light. The most conspicuous thing is the round lead light on his chest. What is this? When did I fall asleep? Kraft, who has long been different from what he used to be, can see the technical content of the Tin Man in the video at a glance. In fact, even if there is no such black technology knowledge, people with a slightly normal mind can know that this thing can't be casual. It was done, and its advanced level gave Kraft the illusion of watching those big guys doing experiments in a dream. This is the military's secret weapon? When did they have plans to develop exoskeleton armor? According to the information tracked in the video, this Tin Man flew out of Tony Stark's beach villa, and from the point of view of body size, after removing the thickness of the exoskeleton armor, it is roughly the same as Tony Stark himself. Match. Angela still explained, while releasing the corresponding data. Tony Stark. Kraft was taken aback. Didn't he encounter a terrorist attack in the Middle East? Recently indulged in building his own miniature arsenal, Kraft didn't even bother to pay attention to the news from the outside. Otherwise, he couldn't have known the news that Stark survived and Stark Industries stopped selling weapons. At this time, the popularity of these news has not subsided. Angela can find a few relevant information from the internet and forward it to Kraft to watch. This, well. Kraft scratched his head. The had good luck and was able to escape from the terrorists, but didn't he say to shut down Stark Industries weapons manufacturing? So what is this thing? Kraft pointed to the Tin Man who was rampaging over New York like a missile in the picture. He felt that what Stark said in the press conference before was bullshit. This thing is much more dangerous than the arms he sold before. Okay. Maybe he does not intend to sell. Angela responded casually, and then asked eagerly, do you need me to hack into this Tin Man's system? You really like fighting with Jarvis? Kraft, who had crawled out of the SCV, looked at the phantom of Angela beside him speechlessly. Communicating with other artificial intelligences can accelerate the evolution of my behavioral logic. Angela replied solemnly. So you call that communication? Kraft twitched his mouth, then thought for a while, and said, in this case, I will also test the equipment made in the past few days. Angela, you go and write Stark's battle. Yes. Angela bowed a military salute excitedly, and then turned into a light spot and dissipated. Her behavioral logic has indeed strengthened a lot, and it has become more and more human. Is kind of warlike. Woohoo! Tony Stark, who was driving the Mark II, just got out of the icing crisis, and the strong stimulation made him scream. An unknown intrusion found. An unknown intrusion found. The flashing red light and the rapid alarm interrupted Tony Stark, who was enjoying flying. Can you actually invade Mark? Tony Stark was taken aback, and quickly remembered the artificial intelligence he encountered before going to the Middle East, Red Queen. Hello, Mr. Stark. On the screen inside Mark II, a line of subtitles appeared in front of Stark. Long time no see. If you are here to find Jarvis, you can go directly to my residence. You see, I'm busy now. Finding that the intruder was an old acquaintance, Tony Stark felt relieved a little bit, but he was still high in the sky, and there was still no shortage of guards he should have. While he used witty words to deal with the Red Queen, one side controlled the Mark II to land down. Want to test the fighting ability of your tin shell? Angela delivers the news for Kraft. This is an appointment. Tony Stark raised his eyebrows, and then agreed. After all, even if the Red Queen did not come to the door, he originally had the idea of testing the combat ability of the steel suit, and he was very curious about what kind of person the Red Queen was like. "I agree, time and place. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day, it's now." The opposite quickly responded and gave a mark on the map. "Isn't this near my house?" Stark raised his eyebrows again. www.readaloud.com. It seems that the other party does not have any hostility, but is only interested in his own invention, as if he is also interested in the other party. "No problem, I'll go there and wait for you first." Resolutely accepted the invitation of the Red Queen, Stark controlled Mark II to fly to his beach villa. And Kraft didn't let him wait too long. Not long after Tony Stark landed on the coast, he received a report from Jarvis. "A UFO has appeared above you, sir." Stark looked up. "But I didn't see anything, Jarvis. The opponent seems to be using some advanced stealth camouflage." Jarvis switched the screen and marked to the thermal image, and Tony Stark could vaguely perceive the existence of some kind of aircraft through the heat display of the jet. "That is this aircraft a bit smaller? Is it used to take pictures?" Just as Stark was puzzled, a small black spot jumped out of the invisible aircraft, and then became 2 meters high in mid-air, and fell in front of him on one knee. Then the figure stood up slowly, revealing his true face. This is a dark grey military helmet and a combat vest of the same color. The whole body is orange, dotted with a few huge brown spots, and it looks like a mouse and a dog. Muppet! Tony Stark was dumbfounded, and looked at the strange creature in front of him in a daze, raising his hand and waving to him, and let out an imposing sound. FUMO. Chapter 41, I'm Careless, No Flashes. Bo Tae-jun, or Bon Tae-jun, is an ultra-small as developed with the idea of strengthening the human body in combat uniforms. As, the full name Armored Mobile Master System, commonly known as ARM, Strike Air Force, is a kind of comparison that Kraft dreamed of in his dream, Unscientific humanoid robot collectively. Based on the corner exposed in the dream, Kraft learned that there is a special kind of human called Listener in that world, who can inexplicably master some black technology that is not within their own cognition. Does it sound a bit like Kraft's dream? And most of the production technology of as well as the Lambda driver system that can convert the driver's thought energy into weapon energy, are all developed by the black technology that the listeners hear. The level of nonsense is no better than Kraft's dream. Since Kraft even created Bo Tae-jun, ordinary as is not a problem. It's just that Tony Stark uses exoskeleton armor. It's not easy for him to take out those large robots to bully people, and Mr. Bowtie was also squeezed in by Kraft with some other Dreamland technology, and he would not be afraid of those large mechas when he really fought. In the invention similar to exoskeleton armor, except for Mr. Bowtie, Kraft only built a pair of Ultraman armor, but that thing will expose his body shape, and secondly, he has high requirements for his own physique. Wearing this kind of armor in dreams is either an alien or a transformed person. Although with the assistance of Angela and Harrow, Kraft didn't have much problem with his control, but it was still difficult to reach the level shown in the dream, so Kraft had not made up his mind to treat his body. In the case of starting, even if the armor is built, the true strength can't be displayed much. But then again, the shape and design ideas of Ultraman armor are actually quite similar to Tony Stark's body. There is also an LED light on the chest, which is the shape of the face. Observing the mask on Tony Stark's face up close, Kraft blurted out, "Benbo Erba. Fumo." Kraft's self-talk has been transformed into this strange voice through the conversion of Lord Bowtie. There is no way for Kraft to do this strange setting, just like those illogical artifacts and technologies in the Dreamland. Bo Tae-jun's sound device can only emit fu and mo no matter how Kraft is tossed. These two sounds, and as long as the sound conversion is turned off, Mr. Bowtie will be down. Fortunately, Kraft didn't have the desire to talk to Tony Stark, and he didn't care if he could speak. But he didn't care, Tony Stark couldn't care less. "Wait. The test you are talking about is to test with this weird thing?" Are you serious? Kraft drew out the electric shock baton equipped by Lord Bowtie, set up his posture, and expressed his intentions with actions. Oh! Stop it! I don't have the time to play with children. But Tony Stark didn't mean to catch up. He shook his head, but he was actually a little angry inside. He felt that the inventor of the Red Queen was playing with himself. Seeing that Tony Stark was about to leave, Kraft decided to do it directly. He shouted as a reminder, and then controlled Bo-Taejun to rush up, picking up the electric shock baton in his hand and heading to Tony Stark. Smashed on his head. FUMO, receive. Be careful, sir. With the speed of Bo-Taejun's burst, Tony Stark had no time to react, so even if Jarvis reminded him in time, Stark couldn't stop Kraft's attack. He just raised his arm a little bit with a shock baton. It's already hit his head. Bang! Tony Stark was thrown off by Kraft with a stick with a clear sound of gold and iron. Fuma fuma fu, make you underestimate me. Kraft held an electric shock baton in one hand and pointed at Tony Stark, who had been smashed into the air, and made a provocative gesture with a cutthroat around his neck with the other. Well, it seems that I underestimated you. Stark shook his dizzy head and got up from the ground. The stick just didn't cause much damage to Stark, but the sound of the bang made his brain hum. Jarvis, remember to remind me to optimize the filter function of the steel suit after I go back. Okay, sir. Then next, let's have a good time, kid. Stark raised his palm to aim at Kraft, gritted his teeth and said. If you lose, don't cry and go back to your mother. Fuma fumomo, it's not always true who loses. Kraft pointed his to Stark, but Bo-Taejun only had a swollen palm and no fingers, so he could not convey his meaning. Of course, with Tony Stark's clever head, it is easy to guess what Kraft just made. Jarvis, adjust the output to 15%. No, it's 30%. It's better to educate the children. Whether it's Bo-Taejun's styling or those slightly childish actions, it shows that the age of the driver does not seem to be very large, so Stark does not intend to be too serious. The white light in the palm of Mark II's palm flashed, releasing an arc pulse towards Kraft. Kraft stretched out his hand and drew it back www.readaloud.com from Bo-Taejun's tactical vest. He took out a mini explosion-proof shield, and then used the magnifying lamp installed on Bo-Taejun to enlarge it and stand on him. Stark's arc pulse was blocked in front of him. Hey! Where did he take out this shield? With Bo-Taejun's chubby hand obscured, Stark didn't even see how the explosion-proof shield appeared. Even the camera on the steel suit could not capture the specific picture, but the process of zooming in was caught. The other party seems to have a way to zoom in and out, sir. Enlarge and reduce items? Where have I heard of this technique? Stark was taken aback, but before he had time to remember, he saw the funny-looking puppet rushing towards him with a stick in one hand and a shield in the other. Really an impatient kid. Putting this aside beforehand, Stark controlled the steel suit and flew up. Will you still hit me like this? Stark didn't see any jets or other devices on this limp puppet. If the opponent can't fly, it can only be a target. Tony Stark's face showed the bad uncle's trademark smile. Unfortunately, not 2 seconds after he laughed, the expression on his face froze, because the ridiculous puppet robot didn't use any spray device, so it flew lightly. Anti-gravity device. Because he was so shocked, Tony Stark forgot to dodge Kraft's attack for a while. When he heard Jarvis's reminder that he wanted to dodge, Kraft's electric shock baton had already hit Tony's eye. On Tucker's head. Bang! Chapter 42, Young People Don't Speak Martial Ethics. Anti-gravity technology. This thing is still a fantasy in the real world, but in the dream world, there are too many related technologies. Excluding those mysterious floating technologies and material limitations, there are no fewer than 10 floating technologies that Kraft can replicate now, so Stark thought he could take advantage of the air supremacy. That's really true. Think too much. Can you stop hitting me on the head? Uncle Tony, I'm getting older. Heavy metal rock is a bit too exciting for Uncle Tony. Stark, who turned 2 somersaults in midair to stabilize his figure, touched his buzzing head and flew up again, discussing with Kraft. FUMO, no problem, dot. Clough nodded, put away the electric shock baton and explosion-proof shield in his hand, and took out a shark-shaped rocket launcher and carried it on his shoulder. Oh, Zayat! Looking at the hideously shaped bazooka launcher and the large cannonballs that were launched from it that were much larger than ordinary rockets, Tony Stark turned around and ran. As a trial machine, the Mark had no other weapons except the arc pulse hand cannon. He didn't plan to use that big scary shell to test the defensive power of the Mark on his body. The kid now has such a dry temper. Mark II made a beautiful rollover flight in the air, avoiding Croft's fishbone rocket launcher. The shell that didn't hit Stark continued to fly high, and then exploded suddenly in the sky. Boom! Papa, Papa! The huge golden fireworks illuminate the entire coast, and countless sparks are scattered from the sky, like a heavy golden rain. Well, although I like pranks, but overall, he is still a good boy. Tony Stark, who knew he was being tricked, shrugged and raised his palm at Kraft, who had replaced another heavy machine gun. Wait! My armor has just been built, and there is no armor on it, so... Stark asked in a negotiated tone, should we talk about fighting skills? Although Kraft Cow had 2 sticks before, but he was attacked without defense, and Tony Stark somehow learned a little boxing from his bodyguard, Harpy, so he didn't think he was. Will lose to a puppet in close combat. Kraft thought for a while, took back the 6-tube Gatling in his hand, and put on a fighting posture. FUMO, you can, dot. Don't you use the previous stick? Stark pointed to Taejunbo's chubby hand, and kindly reminded, your soft fist shouldn't be powerful, right? FUMO, receive. Kraft didn't explain much, and Bo Taejun's voice system couldn't make him explain anything, so he chose to rush directly and let Tony Stark experience the power of the Lambda driver system. Fumo, Black Tiger digs his heart. The Lambda driver system converts the driver's emotions into a special energy to attach to the as and the weapon used. After several attempts, Kraft found that he shouted some Nirvana skills when attacking. The name can effectively strengthen one's own emotional output. Although he is a little bit ashamed, he can't understand Bo Taejun's language anyway. Facing Kraft's menacing punch, Tony Stark subconsciously raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Boom! The soft fist hit Stark's arm, making a loud noise. Was accompanied by a huge force far beyond Stark's expectation, which was transmitted to him through the iron skin of the steel suit. WTF! The entire head of Tony Stark, who was knocked out, was dumbfounded. It can be said that the puppet has excellent performance because of its huge power, but what is the destructive power? Tony Stark glanced at the status of Mark displayed on the screen. It showed that the arms he just used to make a punch had been damaged to a certain extent. The power of this punch was even higher than the previous electric shock stick. Out a lot. What kind of weird technique is this again? In the past, Tony Stark used all kinds of black technologies to shock others. Today, he understands how those people felt. Originally, he just wanted to meet the people behind Hong Empress, to see if he could be a little surprised. Now it seems there are too many surprises. Stark cheered up and set up the boxing posture he learned from Hapana. Come on boy! Uncle Tony, I'm getting serious now. Then he was chased by Kraft and beaten violently. Just a few days of boxing with bodyguards, I wanted to use it to teach Kraft. Tony Stark also wanted to be blind. Although Kraft didn't know much effort, he was in Hell's Kitchen with a bunch of bad boys. A small fight in 2 days and a big fight in 3 days. Let me teach you a lesson that a half bucket of water like Stark is not easy to catch. Mr. Tony Stark is very sad now. From the time he met Mr. Croft's bow tie, this test slid like a farce. If it could, Stark would have wanted to end it, but it was really going to end like this, Mr. Stark very much not reconciled. Because from the beginning to the end, he was being hit by this funny puppet under the control of the unknown kid, and surrendered in such a farce battle, which was unacceptable to the proud Tony Stark. "Sir, Miss Pepper's call." Jarvis's voice sounded in time, so Stark finally found an excuse. "Wait. I'll answer the call." Hurriedly stopped Crofts chasing him. Stark couldn't wait to get Pepper's call. "Hi little Pepper, is something wrong with the company?" Pepper on the other end of the phone frowned. "Are you sick?" Tony actually took the initiative to ask about the company. If it weren't for the voice and tone of voice on the phone as usual, Pepper would have thought he had called the wrong call. "You reading www.yunsha.com? Well, I was a little confused just now." Stark, who was choked on, rolled his eyes, and fooled him casually. "So, what's the matter with you calling? It's not an important thing." Pepper heard Tony Stark's perfunctory, but she understood that if he didn't want to say it, it would be useless to ask yourself. "It's just that you suddenly exploded a huge fireworks, Tony. Did you have a party at home?" "Oh no, how come?" Tony Stark denied. Unlike before he was kidnapped, he plans to take care of it now, so he doesn't want Pepper to misunderstand him. "I just set off a firework to celebrate me." "Yes, freshman, yes. That's it." "Well, Tony, no matter what you are celebrating, please be quiet. The shareholders of Stark Industries can no longer withstand the excitement." "Okay, I see." Just when Pepper was surprised at how he became so talkative, Tony Stark cut off the call and shrugged to Kraft. "Have you heard that too? There was too much noise before, or let's end it like this, and we'll start again when we have time." Stark never talked about winning or losing, and Kraft didn't care. He recorded the battle scenes anyway. "FUMO, okay, dot." Clough nodded, and then controlled Bo Taejun to fly into the sky. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the empty sky, shining on Bo Taejun, as if guiding him into the invisible plane. Then Tony Stark watched the funny and powerful puppet shrink quickly until it disappeared. Chapter 43, Lost Horse. Is it really a Pym particle? After returning to his mansion, Tony Stark asked Jarvis to search for the information and found the relevant information about the technology that can zoom in and out. But didn't that stubborn old man have always been very hostile to Stark Industries? Dr. Henry Jonathan Pym, also known as Hank Pym, once discovered a subatomic particle that can change the size of an object, and named it Pym particle with his own name, and founded his own company Pym Technology. It's just that this old man seems to have an antagonism with his father Howard Stark. He didn't give him a good face after several meetings. He even criticized Stark Industries in the media. With Tony Stark's arrogance, naturally he would not have any good feelings for Hank Pym. Could it be that old man's child? But it's wrong. If it's a member of the Pym family, it shouldn't be so friendly to me. Although he was beaten by Kraft, Tony Stark could feel that the other party did not actually have any bad intentions. Okay, it's still a little bit. It's just that the little bit of malice is the level of prank bear kid. It's really not like the attitude of Hank Pym's descendants who see themselves as enemies. And Stark also specifically inquired that Dr. Pym only has an adult daughter and one student, besides that there are no other descendants, let alone minors. I didn't expect this old guy's daughter to be pretty. Seeing the photo of Hope Van Dyne, Tony Stark couldn't help whistling. Then, that kid is unlikely to be related to the old man Pym. Stark touched his chin, murmured and analyzed, that's right, the Pym particle was only discovered by the old man first, since he can if you find it, then others can naturally find it. Although he misunderstood the source of Croft's ability to change size, Tony Stark's overall thinking is still okay. So after excluding the possibility of Dr. Pym's descendants, Stark began to search for information on some of the more famous geniuses. Of course, there is also Kraft, the chief designer of the Dream Toy Company. And in Tony Stark's heart, Kraft's suspicion is still the highest. There are obviously more suspicious than him, but Stark somehow believes that he is the driver of the funny ragdoll mech. Member, he himself is actually a bit puzzled by this intuition. Maybe it's because you are a loyal customer of that kid's product? After making Kraft the highest suspicion, the more you analyze Stark, the more you think it is him. Juvenile genius, rich in family, and living in New York, the most important thing is that judging from the pile of weird props on Kraft's dexterous channel, this kid is obviously a master with innocent ideas, then he will make it makes sense to have a puppet-type exoskeleton armor. And his mischievous behavior has also been explained. It's no secret that Kraft Lee is prejudiced against people other than yellow skin. Tony Stark asked Jarvis to check it out. The cause and effect, although these are only information processed by Martin Lee, they are enough to support Stark's guess. However, although Tony Stark has basically determined Kraft's identity, he has no plans to rip into his vest, because Kraft has breached his own firewall but did not invade further, so he naturally has to respect the other party. Since he didn't want to reveal his identity, Stark would not disclose it on his own initiative. Of course, this is also related to Kraft's age. If Kraft were an adult now, Tony Stark would not have such a good temper. Kraft didn't know his identity had been guessed by Tony Stark at this time. After returning to his studio, he was doing somersaults there excitedly. Although Kraft is not a fan of Tony Stark, he still admits the level of business of this playboy, not to mention that he has built an exoskeleton mecha that is not defeated by his own dream creation, which can be violently beaten. Such a Stark meal, it is absolutely impossible for Kraft not to be excited. Of course, after the excitement, Kraft was also a little scared. Since he assembled a lot of equipment for himself in the micro factory, he has been somewhat drifting. Although he will not feel invincible in the world, he still looks a little bit. Not on those so-called technology companies, but Tony Stark's steel suit made him calm down again. Don't think that today he was chasing Tony Stark with a violent beating, but Kraft doesn't think that the steel suit is nothing more than that. Tony Stark didn't even paint and didn't have any weapons on his body. How to equip it? Obviously this armor is only an initial version. With Stark's genius and Stark Industries funds and munitions as the backing, it is too easy to improve the combat effectiveness of that armor. And Tony Stark is just a relatively famous scientist. There are so many scientists in the same class as him in the world, as well as research teams supported by various countries and forces. Who knows if there are similar black technologies? The big guy is hiding in the dark. Not to mention the others, isn't Hulk a living example? In addition, Kraft also found his own shortcoming: physical fitness cannot keep up. When the fighting rhythm increased to a certain level, Kraft's reaction speed could not keep up, basically relying on the assistance of Angela and Harrow. In this regard, he felt that Tony Stark should be similar to himself, although the influence not big, but it still lacks flexibility. And there is no sense of participation. If Kraft doesn't want to experience the fun of driving mechas, then why should he make these mechas that need to be controlled by the driver, and make them directly into self-discipline robots and hand them over to artificial intelligence to control them? www.readaloud.com. After all, he was just a 15-year-old boy. There is also the problem of energy. In fact, Tony Stark didn't stop at the time, and Kraft could not support it for long. Although artificial intelligence was used to solve the problem, the Lambda driver system uses emotional energy, which requires Kraft kept concentrating, otherwise the fist that Tae Junbo had thrown would be useless. Not to mention that Kraft would yell in two throats from time to time to stimulate his emotions. The physical exertion is also quite large. Angela, make me an exercise plan first. Kraft considered for a long time, but still failed to persuade himself to conduct research on human body strengthening. The shadow of childhood is not so easy to overcome, so he can only step back first. After two scientists who mastered black technology had a cordial and friendly exchange secretly, they both left this little matter behind, but it caused a certain name that is still very long and confusing. Attention of the Secret Service Organization. After all, Tony Stark didn't cover up when he was flying around New York before. Since Kraft can spot him, SHIELD, an intelligence organization, can naturally. What's more, Kraft later set off such a striking firework. Fortunately, Tony Stark's villa is remote enough. Occasionally a few cameras that may have captured this image were also hacked by Angela, so people, Kraft's existence is not exposed. Let me keep an eye on Tony Stark's movements. The former and current director of SHIELD gave exactly the same orders to his subordinates. Chapter 44, Stark's New Armor. Black Charcoal Head Nick Fury arranged the 7th level agent Black Widow Natasha Romanoff to Pepper's side under one operation. It's not that he doesn't want to arrange someone to be with Stark, but that has been staying at home recently and doesn't know what he is doing. He has no chance to contact him, so he can only do so first. As the former director of SHIELD and one of the leaders of Hydra, Alexander Pierce stopped doing unnecessary things after learning about Nick Fury's actions. Sharing, why bother to waste that effort? Tony Stark, who didn't know he was being targeted, was upgrading his steel armor in his home at this time. To be precise, it should be a new one. The first thing Mark III must solve is the high-altitude freezing problem, which is not difficult for Stark to do. Then there is the issue of firepower, which is not a problem for the former arms dealer Tony Stark. The next step is to solve the problem of sound filtering that makes his brain buzzing. Stark first asked Jarvis to add a layer of soundproof cotton to the inside of the armor. After calculations, it may still be a little noisy, just to be on the safe side. He added another layer of shock-absorbing material. However, because of the addition of these two layers of materials, the shape of the mark looks much burly. Although it is not as bloated as the mark, it is still a big one. If it is only added to the helmet alone, it became a strange shape with a very big head. This is a little bit different from what I thought. Compared with this burly shape, Tony Stark prefers the close-fitting streamlined design of Mark. After thinking about it again and again, Stark removed the relatively thick sound insulation cotton, and decided to develop a separate anti-bear child armor, and then install the sound insulation cotton design. Sir, I think you can try Jin. Jarvis suddenly reminded. Oh, right. Stark patted his forehead. He had forgotten that there was Wakanda. Although the price of vibrating gold was high, it was nothing to Tony Stark. Do we have stock? You bought some for experimentation, and there is still a little left. Jarvis replied with a sharp glance, it is not enough to make a whole steel suit, but I think you can just mix it in the helmet, sir. I'll buy him a 1-ton or 2-ton one first. It's not enough. Tony Stark, a big dog owner, waved his hand and happily asked Jarvis to place an order for him. Sorry, sir, Wakanda's vibration gold is sold in limited quantities, but it can also be purchased from smugglers, but the quantity is temporarily uncertain. Then try to buy as much as you can. Stark didn't care either, anyway, it was enough for him to build a battle armor. As for Mark III, only some of the more important parts can be mixed with vibrating gold first, and titanium alloys are used in other places. Stark intends to wait for the new vibrating gold to arrive, and then start working on Mark IV. He, Tony Stark, is not bad for money. The design continues. What still needs to be solved is the problem of close combat. Tony Stark not only entered a lot of fighting skills into Mark III, but also equipped its limbs with small jets that can only adjust the angle to increase various actions. The power of attack. Add another electric shock device. Thinking of the peculiar power attached to Bo Taejun's soft fist, Tony Stark snapped his fingers and said to Jarvis. In the end, the battle armor was painted. The low-key Tony Stark was inspired by his classic car and chose a simple red and gold color scheme for Mark III. Okay, it will take about 5 hours. After all the design was completed, Jarvis gave the manufacturing time, and at this time, Stark saw on TV about a reception hosted by him, but he did not know about it. Heard the reporter on TV say, no one expects him to be there. So Stark decided to temporarily participate in this reception, which was unknown. However, when he was excited about the reception, he got the news that made him feel upset. Stark Industries was still selling weapons, and the buyer was the same group of terrorists who attacked him in the Middle East. Stark, who returned to his mansion, decided to put on Mark III and personally go to the Middle East to eliminate the group of terrorists. Kraft, Stark has appeared again. After beating Tony Stark violently, Kraft paid special attention to his Tin Man, so when the steel suit appeared in the sky over New York, Angela reported it to Kraft. Special. WHHHHHHHHHHHH, what is the situation? Asked, out of breath, Kraft, who was shutting himself into the wrecked treadmill according to the training plan. I can't be sure for the time being. Angela switched to the radar screen and projected the screen onto the wall in front of Kraft. It is preliminarily speculated that his target should be the small town of Gemira in the Middle East. While talking, Angela broadcasted the latest news from the town of Gemira to Kraft. So, he is going to fight against terror, divide, element. Kraft ran out of breath, sweating profusely with his hands on the railings of the cage. Speaking of Angela, can you help me first and turn this thing off? I'll wait, and make it up again. Sorry www.readaloud.com Kraft, your treadmill is not connected to the internet, I can't control it, and you only need to hold on for another 4 minutes and 37 seconds to end it. Kraft. I must have a brain watt to make this kind of inhuman treadmill. 4 minutes later, the exhausted Kraft climbed out of the wrecked treadmill. Supplement energy. Hello, holding a can of energy drink intimately, ran to him. Lying on the ground to rest for a while, Kraft got up from the ground, drinking the energy drink sent by Harrow, and pacing slowly in the laboratory. Where is Stark now? The target has left the territory of the United States. Angela switched out of the radar screen again, and a small spot of light was moving towards the Mediterranean at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the guess is correct, it is expected to reach the destination in about 3 hours. It's pretty fast. Kraft took a sip of an energy drink. When he played against Stark before, he didn't show such a fast-moving speed, but it was right. With Stark's arrogant personality, it was not his style to run away all the time. So he intends to avenge those who kidnapped him. Kraft doesn't think that Tony Stark ran to the Middle East in a steel suit at night to introduce new equipment or do after-sales services to the so-called freedom fighters. No, maybe this can be regarded as after-sales service? At any rate, it was also a netizen who had made an appointment. Kraft raised his energy drink toward the small light spot on the screen. Wish, Wuyun Long Chong. Chapter 45, I Am Iron Man. To get rid of the group of terrorists who bought Stark Industrial Arms, Tony Stark flew back with Mark III. Although I don't know why he was not spotted by the military radar when he left the United States, but when he returned, he was caught by the radar. So the military sent 2 F-22s to intercept him. In fact, after acquiring Wakanda's technology, the armaments of all countries have improved a lot, but because of this, they have eliminated the weapons that were bought at a high price. Most countries are reluctant, and they have to be blamed for not replacing them with the latest ones. The fighter, otherwise Tony Stark, would not be so easy to get rid of the pursuit of the Air Force. With the intervention of Stark's friend Colonel James Rhodes and SHIELD agents, Tony Stark returned to his home without danger, but was also discovered by Pepper Potts. Identity. After a quarrel between the two, it was the veteran Sea King Tony Stark who finally persuaded Pepper and asked her to go to Stark Industries to steal arms trade information. Just as Kraft could not do anything about other important databases, Stark Industries is an independent closed network. Even if Tony Stark had the help of Jarvis, he could not invade this kind of non-contact with the outside world. Establish a network of contacts. In a dream, Kraft learned a wireless intrusion method from a guy wearing an lead mask, nicknamed a wrench, but it must use a special mobile phone or other device as a carrier, and it must be in the intrusion can only be carried out near the target network. In fact, Tony Stark has similar methods, but he doesn't usually like to go to the company. Now he is kicked out of the company by the board of directors, and there is no reason to return to Stark Industries. As soon as he appears, the company secretly sells. The guy with the weapon will surely lie dormant, so he can only give this dangerous task to the little Pepper he trusts most. Little Pepper succeeded in stealing the information, but it also made Obadiah Stine aware of something wrong, so he rushed to Tony Stark's mansion first and snatched the small nuclear reactor from him. I hate sonic weapons. Tony Stark worked hard and finally stuffed the first reactor he hammered out in the Middle East into the hole in his chest before he was killed by shrapnel in the blood. Twice in a row, he was flattened by the sound problem. Stark felt that he must also give the future Mark IV a sonic weapon. But before that, the most important thing is to go to Obadiah to settle accounts. Tony Stark shows up again. When Mark III flew out of the villa, Angela promptly reported to Kraft. Here again? This guy is really wayward. Kraft smacked his lips, somewhat envious. In any case, he was just over 15 years old. From the bottom of my heart, he really hopes to show himself to the world, but as a Chinese. He also knew very well that he could not get the preferential treatment of the United States official like Tony Stark. So, where is our going to fight crime? Picking up 2 dumbbells, Kraft asked while working on today's exercise plan. Although he did not have the mind to transform the human body, the biotechnology in his dreams is not only a way of transformation. There are also many auxiliary technologies such as nutrients and body repair cabins. With the help of these technologies, Kraft's physical fitness improves quickly, and he won't cause any damage to himself due to overtraining. New York. What? Kraft, who was lifting the iron, stopped his movements and looked at the phantom of Angela on the workbench with a puzzled expression on his face. The location of Tony Stark's fight against crime is New York. Angela repeated it, and then projected the scene near the Stark mansion onto the wall. Who is this large tin can? I have to say that the shape is much more domineering than that of Stark. Kraft looked at the Iron Overlord on the screen, and commented. Why do 1 or 2 like to give yourself a catfish face? He really can't understand Tony Stark's weird aesthetic. As for the big guy, it's obviously a knockoff, and he doesn't even have a light cannon in the palm of his hand. The overall workmanship is a bit rough, but it's rough and shoddy. And he even copied the catfish face together. Obviously, his aesthetic level is not that good. The only advantage is that he is big enough and looks more domineering. From the live recording analysis, the bigger one should be Obadiah Stine, the major shareholder of Stark Industries. Wow! This is really the betrayal of the relatives. Tony Stark was too miserable. He was kicked out of the company by the board of directors, and the armor he invented was stolen by his own people. Kraft was a little gloat. If the terrorist who attacked him was hired by his own person, that would be fun. The finished Kraft sat in a chair, sipping an energy drink, and watched the show with his seeds. How do you feel? Stark's new armor is not as good as the previous one. Looking at it, Kraft felt that something was wrong. Stark's red gold color armor did not perform as well as the silver white color that he had fought with before. It was blown up by the big armor that looked very low at first sight. Hammer. It seems that there is something wrong with his energy supply system. Angela quickly analyzed Stark's behavioral logic. From the moment Stark appeared, he used only one arc pulse as an attack, and then all chose close combat. The reason for this situation is that the probability of insufficient energy is 73.47%. Could it be that he didn't charge his reactor after he came back from the Middle East last time? Kraft scratched his head. Read www.uuganshu.com. This is too capricious. Isn't he going to be played by himself now? In the video, Tony Stark also seems to find that this is not the way to go. He turned his head and flew into the sky. Obadiah, unwilling to show weakness, also flew. Uses an ordinary rocket jet device. Cut, it's really low. The full man knew that the hungry man was hungry. Kraft curled his lips, his expression disdainful. The two tin cans are flying higher and higher, and they can no longer be photographed by the cameras on the street. Do you need to send Banshee fighters to live broadcast? Angela suggested. Forget it, it's so lively over there now, it wouldn't be good if someone accidentally discovered it. Although eating melons and watching the show is very fun, Kraft still chose to be cautious. However, Tony Stark did not let Kraft wait too long. After a while, two tin cans fell from the sky and smashed on the roof of the Stark building. However, nearby cameras could not capture Stark. At the top of the K building, Kraft could only rely on the distant camera to see the various sparks and lightning on the roof, and then made up a lively scene in his own mind. In the end, a beam of light rose into the sky from the Stark Tower. The powerful electromagnetic pulse stopped all nearby cameras from working, and Kraft's scene was not seen. I don't know what the final result will be. Kraft scratched his chin, curious about the final outcome. The next day, Stark Industries' press conference gave Kraft a clear answer. Tony Stark in a suit and leather shoes stood on the stage, took a handcard and said a few words before being silent for a while, and then spoke to the mass media. I am Iron Man. Chapter 46, Marinated Eggs Blocked by the Door. I'm Iron Man. Do you think you are the only superhero? In the evening, Tony Stark returned to his seaside villa, but was stopped by a one-eyed bald head that was so dark that it was almost non-reflective. Mr. Stark, there are actually many people like you, but you don't know it. Who are you? A fan of superheroes? Stark raised his eyebrows and mocked. He has seen a lot of guys who come to find faults inexplicably, but usually there are security guards to deal with these things, and few people can break through the blockade and walk in front of him. As for what this black charcoal head said, he is the same person as himself. Stark thought about the mouse puppet that hit his mark, and his mood suddenly became less beautiful. Is my security slacking off, or did you use any special methods? The one-eyed bald head in front of him is dressed in a black leather jacket. He looks very imposing, not like an ordinary person, and he also mentioned superheroes. Maybe he really knows nothing. Faced with Tony Stark's frivolous attitude, Nick Fury couldn't help but smoke the corners of his mouth. In fact, he didn't want to stop Tony Stark at the door like a black fan, but he couldn't help it. Tony Shield cannot break through the defense system of Stark's house. Although it seems that the programmers in their bureau are very hip, it also makes Nick Fury more determined to want Tony Stark in his Avengers plan. Originally, the defense system in Stark's house was not so strict, but after being invaded by Kraft, he upgraded Jarvis several times, and he was sneaked in by Obadiah Stine. The family was almost killed, and the inspection of personnel entering and exiting was much stricter, which made it impossible for Nick Fury to sneak into Stark's home to make cups as expected. The absence of such a compelling appearance in Stark's house quietly caused the situation where Stark did not attach much importance to Nick Fury. Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., failed to frighten Tony Stark as planned. Director Fury chose to get straight to the point and reported himself directly. S.H.I.E.L.D.? That agent, Coulson. Yes, I just wanted to say. Stark snapped his fingers and asked for help without feeling embarrassed. His attitude was a little better. After all, Coulson also helped a lot in the Obadi incident. Come in and sit down. Stark tilted his head towards Fury, and then opened the door of the villa. Jarvis. Welcome back, sir. Jarvis lights up the lights in the hall, and Stark reaches out his hand and gives it a random lead. Sit down, do you want something to drink? No more. Nick Fury shook his head. As a senior veteran agent, he basically does not eat food that is beyond his control, even in Tony Stark's house. Then, what can you do for me? Stark poured himself a glass of wine, sat down in the middle of the sofa, and leaned on it lazily. I want to talk to you about the establishment of the Avengers. The Avengers? What is that? Is the name of the rock band? It feels good. Stark shook the cup in his hand, making a crisp sound of ice cubes hitting the glass. No, that's an organization, or team, with special abilities like you. Nick Fury ignored Stark's teasing and explained to him. Wow, good idea. Stark took a sip of his wine, then cocked his mouth and asked Nick Fury, so, how much salary do you plan to pay me? This is the meaning of rejection. With Tony Stark's worth, SHI. Nick Fury understood the subtext. He took a deep look at Stark, then got up and said goodbye. I will come back to you again. Remember to make an appointment next time. Stark lifted the wine glass in his hand, even if it was a farewell. Kraft, who had been soaking in the laboratory recently, came to the feast homeless shelter built by Martin Lee after a long absence. Speaking of it, this is also related to the guy Tony Stark. Because of his fight with Obadi, New York City has many more wounded. As a charity, feast shelters, in addition to taking in the homeless wanderings. Outside of Han Dynasty, it occasionally serves as a temporary hospital for the poor who cannot afford to pay for the hospitalization. Although Stark Industries has come forward to pay compensation this time, the hospitals in the United States, especially in New York, cannot be accommodated by money alone, so many patients are still received in the shelters. Originally, this has nothing to do with Kraft, but Alice, a soft-hearted robot, doesn't look at others suffering. After learning about it, she often voluntarily ran to help, because recently the shelter was understaffed, so she ran away. When I arrived at the laboratory, I dragged Kraft, who was playing with a wrench inside. Brother! The patient in bed 5 needs a dressing change. Quinn, help me throw these things in the trash can. When rescuing the patient, Alice was like a different person, with a very strong personality. Not only Kraft, but Quinn was instructed by her to help. I'm coming. And Quinn, who ran to the trash can with a bag of garbage, looked at each other. www.readwound.com. Kraft reluctantly took the bandage and medicine and walked to the 5th hospital bed. Could it be said that the character I adjusted for Alice will only show up at this time? While Kraft sighed, he expertly changed the dressing of the wounded in bed 5. He was familiar with this kind of thing when he was very young. In the days when he and Martin escaped from the Magic Gang, the father and son, he was injured almost every day. Hey! Kraft! Your sister is much cuter than you. You should learn more from her. Is busy. Peter Parker didn't know where he got out. He reached out and patted Kraft on the shoulder, teasing. Kraft turned his head and glanced at him. Is this ode to clean up? It was the first time that Peter Parker voluntarily came to tease Kraft, which surprised Kraft a little bit. It's a pity that Peter's toughness didn't last long. After being glimpsed by Kraft, he seemed to recall the tragic experience of the past, and suddenly he went back. By the way, how did you train Quinn? He is so good. From Xion's classmate Peter decisively began to change the subject. However, Kraft didn't talk, but frowned and looked at Peter up and down. What happened? Quietly moved back half a step, Peter Parker watched carefully. Because of Kraft's previous stigma, he couldn't help being careless. Kraft continued to stare at Peter Parker in silence, especially the constant sweeping of his face, seeing him straight in his heart. Just when Peter Parker couldn't help but want to run, Kraft finally spoke. Where are your glasses? Chapter 47, I have watched this episode. Before Peter took the initiative to look for it, Kraft felt something was wrong, and after a glance at him, he felt that there was something weird, but couldn't tell. After looking up and down for a long time, he finally discovered the source of the weirdness. The old-fashioned glasses that Peter Parker had been wearing were gone. Oh, this. Peter touched the bridge of his empty nose, and said nonchalantly, "Didn't I meet a friend this semester? His father is the chairman of the Osborne Group, and then the Osborne Group there was a study on the treatment of myopia that needed volunteers, so I took part in it, and it was cured if I was not careful." Oh? Aren't you afraid of being blinded by accident? The friend Kraft whom Peter was talking about also knows that he has met several times, Harry Osborne, a rich boy with a good personality. But Peter Parker is too bold, he just ran to participate in this kind of indefinite and perfect experiment, not afraid of any problems. If he usually has the courage, he will not always be despised by himself. Is just an adjustment for myopia, not a human experiment, but Kraft still doesn't like this kind of thing. This research has already entered the final stage, so safety is still guaranteed. Even if it fails, it will not cause any harm to the participants. I also borrowed Harry's light to join in. Peter explained a few words, and then he patted his forehead as if he suddenly remembered something. I have to go over there to help. I'll talk again when I have time. After speaking, he slipped away. I always think this guy is hiding something from me. Peter's performance is obviously much more confident than before. Does the treatment of myopia also solve the psychological problems? Kraft shook his head, but didn't particularly care. Maybe it's not necessarily because Mary Jane was successful. Reminiscing about Peter's past, Kraft shook his head and laughed. How can it be? Hey! I was almost spotted by Kraft. After Peter Parker slipped away, he walked to a remote corner and let out a long sigh of relief, then he knocked his head annoyed. Bah! It's so boring. Why should I be so scared of that kid Kraft? The myopia of the Osborne Group before, of course, is deceptive, but it's not unrelated. His myopia was when he was bitten by a spider when he visited the Osborne Group's product expo. Disappeared. Along with it, there are many enhancements to the physique, the magical sense of crisis, and the ability to walk on the wall at will. Is like a spider. Peter Parker, who had just acquired this peculiar ability only 2 days ago, not only taught Lightning Thompson who had been bullying him in school, but also had a brand new relationship with Mary Jane, which made him feel confident all at once. I am confident that I have seen Kraft today and dare to take the initiative to provoke. Unfortunately, Kraft's accumulated prestige for many years is too strong, and he is not bullying himself with his strength like Thompson, not to mention that there is Aunt May behind him. Backing, so Peter Parker, who ran up to provoke him, quickly calmed down after he casually glanced at him, and decisively recognized the way he ran away. But after confessing and running away, Peter Parker felt a little embarrassed. He already possessed special abilities. How could he be easily bullied by a younger brother 4 or 5 years younger than himself? Peter Parker felt that he had retrieved the dignity of being a brother. Wow! A dog bark awakened Peter Parker, who was cheering on himself. He lowered his head and saw a dumb yellow Shiba Inu looking at him with his head tilted. Oh Quinn, good boy, why are you here? This very happy and human-looking dog has recently become the star mascot in the shelter. Peter naturally likes him very much too. He squatted down and rubbed Quinn's head with his nose and affectionately. The tip of his black nose touched. I didn't expect Kraft to raise such a good dog, no. This must be the credit of Alice, that kind of bear kids have no patience to train dogs. Peter Parker teased Quinn and thought with envy and hatred. Big brother. Peter Parker is hiding something from you. Back home, Quinn, who was wearing a red scarf, immediately made a small report to Kraft. Oh? What's the matter? Kraft asked Alice, who was cooking, casually. He had no curiosity about Peter's secret, but if he knew it, he could be used as a handle to tease him. That would be great. I don't know, he didn't say. Quinn flicked his tail around Croft's feet. He just said that he was almost spotted by your eldest brother, and he started rubbing my face. Oh, so. Putting the cut potatoes on the plate, Kraft shook the water from his hand, and reached out to touch Quinn's head. Good job, I'll give you an extra meaty bone later. This stupid dog is so diligent for his work, isn't he just wanting to reward him? Kraft wanted to reward Quinn, who went to the shelter today to help, so he went along with the flow and sent him the reward he was going to give him again. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Okay. Thank you, brother. Quinn, who didn't know that he was fooled, happily flung his tail and ran out of the kitchen, and went to Beja's face. After a while, there was a quarrel between him and the little black cat in the direction of the living room. Well, Kraft has long been used to it. As early as these two little guys had been in trouble for several times, and after being taught by Kraft, they basically stopped quarreling. Occasionally, Beja would slap Quinn twice because of his impatience. Then hide on the heights and let the defeated dog bark underneath. It smells so good. Not long after, Martin's head suddenly appeared from the door of the kitchen. He smiled and glanced in, and praised, I haven't eaten it before my saliva comes down. Alice's craftsmanship is really good. It's getting better and better. Although I know that Alice is just a robot, this robot is really too caring and sensible. I don't know how taller than Croft's bear child, Martin Lee also quickly accepted her as a family member. A member of the. After dinner, Kraft, who had been busy in the asylum all day, didn't plan to go back to work in the laboratory. The family sat in front of the TV and chatted while watching some boring TV programs, passing the night away. Then each went back to the room to sleep. And Kraft, it's been a long time since he dreamed again. The scene full of futuristic technology makes Kraft full of joy, but the protagonist in the dreamland that he sees next makes him stunned. Kraft can be said to have lived through the entire dream with his head in a mess, and when he sat up from the bed, he still maintained a slouching expression on his face. Because of this dream. Do not. I have watched this episode trademark. Chapter 48, Windmill and Fake Veteran. Tom and Jerry. Chinese translation, Cat and Mouse. This world-renowned and enduring animation. Because the cats in the film are always miserable, Quinn is a loyal audience of this animation. On the contrary, Beja dislikes the animation very much and often clamors to get the director and screenwriter's faces scratched. Flower. Even when she is watching anime, she is often amused. So although Kraft didn't have the conditions to watch this anime before, but later he had the conditions and had no interest in watching it, but he also watched many episodes with his family pets and Alice. And he had watched the episode in the dream just now. He even remembered the name, called Progress and Mechanization. Well, there is another one with the same worldview called Manipulating the Mouse's Life. The main display in the dream is the manufacturing process of the mechanical cat, which is not played in the animation. But that thing doesn't make much sense to Kraft, it's not practical at all, let alone a runaway plot appeared in both episodes of the animation. Kraft got his brain pumped to make this funny thing. In fact, a long time ago, Kraft considered whether the world in his dreams is real, because there have been too many magical worlds that can only appear in fantasy literature in dreams. For this reason, he also specially found a lot of parallel worlds. Planes and books like 3000 Worlds, but in the end he found that no matter whether these worlds are real or not, it doesn't seem to have much to do with him. On the contrary, he can get a lot of benefits. It's just that this time I suddenly dreamed of a fantasy world that he had come into contact with in the real world, and was a little shocked. Well, not only a little bit, but also very shocked. But after being shocked, it doesn't seem to be a big deal either. You should eat, sleep, play, your life is the same as before, and the tomcat on TV didn't jump into reality. "Brother, are you okay?" This morning Kraft did not rush to the laboratory uncharacteristically. Instead, he ran to the living room to see the cat and the mouse. Alice couldn't help but worry in her heart and leaned in to ask softly. "Ah? I'm okay." Kraft returned to his senses, smiled at Alice, and said, "I just want to find inspiration from the cartoons. Breakfast is ready, right?" "Well, today's breakfast is preserved egg and lean meat porridge." "That's great." Easily fooled Alice into the past, Kraft did not take the dream of last night too much, and resumed his daily life habits. In addition to occasionally being pulled by Alice to the shelter to be a strong man. On this day, Kraft was tossing in the laboratory as usual, when Angela's siren suddenly sounded in his ear. "The target of special attention, Benjamin Parker has a life crisis. The location is near the Wegmans supermarket chain next to Queens Road." "What's the situation?" Kraft, who was beating in the micro bass, dropped his work and controlled the SCV to rush to the tarmac. "Prepare me a Banshee fighter plane." At this time, he doesn't care whether he is exposed or not. It is important to save people. The big deal will be when he takes Martin to run away. Angela prepared the Banshee fighter in Yin, and suggested, "After my calculations, the use of solar skateboards can also arrive in time, and I have made a preliminary plan to minimize the risk of exposure." Followed, Angela quickly revealed her plan. Kraft hesitated. "Are you sure you can make it? Even if it fails, it is not irremediable. The result is not much different from using a Banshee." Angela calmly analyzed. Kraft thought about it, so he nodded and said, "Do as you say." After speaking, he quickly ran out of the micro base. Coming out of the base, the original size Kraft took over the helmet and backpack handed over by the robotic arm, then stepped on the solar skateboard that Angela had prepared for him, stepped on the throttle to the maximum with one foot, and hurried to Queens Road. Go. I hacked into all nearby cameras and recording equipment, and roughly restored what happened. While Angela marked the best route for Kraft inside the helmet, she reported to him the situation on Uncle Ben's side. "Peter Parker, your uncle." After listening to Angela's report, Kraft couldn't help but yelled at him. He was beaten by someone for his salary and got him back. "What the is it to avenge you by the hand of a robber? After the waste has the ability, it is still a waste." Although I don't know what happened to Peter Parker, from his performance in the underground boxing ring, he can probably guess what adventure he has obtained and his physical fitness has been strengthened. No wonder he has been a little weird recently. But this does not prevent Kraft from despising him. If it is normal, he will laugh at most, but because his waste has put Uncle Ben in a crisis, Kraft can't wait to put him in a wrecked treadmill and shut him down for a month. Kraft's solar skateboard can catch up with cars, but he doesn't need to take a motorway. In addition, Angela plans for him to take unusual routes, so he quickly rushed to the vicinity of Queens Road. Thanks to his exercise during this time, otherwise he might not be able to run down the route planned by Angela in his previous physical state. Uncle Ben. Peter Parker hugged Uncle Ben, who was lying in a pool of blood, and he couldn't make a sound. His heart was filled with regret and resentment for himself. Seeing Uncle Ben's breath getting weaker and weaker, Peter started crying with excitement. "Uncle Ben! No! No! The ambulance is coming! Uncle Ben, hold on!" However, Uncle Ben did not regain some energy from Peter's cry, and the hand on his shoulder gradually slipped down. "Do not! Get me out of, you idiot!" Just as Uncle Ben was about to die, Kraft's slightly dull growl sounded in Peter's ear. www.readaloud.com, followed by the crazy alarm induced by the spider in the body. Before Peter's consciousness could react, his body started to move. He slumped down suddenly, a skateboard wiped his hair and flew over from above, and then slammed into the wall of the opposite shop. At the same time, a figure wearing a safety helmet and a shoulder bag on his back fell not far from him. After 2 laps, he quickly stood up, and then rushed to Peter Parker's side. "Get out of the way. Uncle Ben can still be saved." Kraft pulled off his helmet with one hand, grabbed Peter Parker with the other, trying to pull him away. But today's Peter Parker is no longer what he used to be. The little muscle that Kraft exercised can't push him at all, but fortunately, he heard Kraft's words clearly, and he quickly moved away with a glimmer of hope. The body vacated the position. Kraft pulled the backpack from behind, then took out a thing that looked a bit like an electric iron from it, and placed it on the chest of Uncle Ben, who had stopped breathing. Goblin Pacemaker XL type. Not only the success rate is higher than the normal version of the Goblin Pacemaker, and it is not so easy to explode. What's more, this one in his hand has been optimized by other Dreamland technologies. While the success rate has increased, the probability of explosion has also been reduced again, and its power is also small. A lot. Kraft pressed the switch, grasping the Goblin Pacemaker XL and pressing it forcefully. A blue electric light flashed, and Benjamin Parker's stopped heartbeat again. "Ha-hoo!" After an uncontrollable deep breath, Uncle Ben suddenly opened his eyes. Kraft breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately he succeeded, otherwise he would have to use other means. Chapter 49, Lie to Have. After using the Goblin Pacemaker XL to pull Uncle Ben from the ghost gate, Kraft took out an injection gun from his bag and stuck it on Uncle Ben's neck to give him a shot of adrenaline. Uncle Ben, who was still very weak, immediately became energetic. Kraft. Feeling the power surging in the body, Uncle Ben sat up a little bit. "Did you save me? Don't move. You still have injuries." Kraft grabbed Uncle Ben and let him lie down. "The ambulance will be here soon. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable." "Don't worry, I feel pretty good now." Uncle Ben smiled and lay back obediently. "That's because I gave you an adrenaline shot, so you can't feel the pain, but in fact, your body is not getting better." This sentence is of course Kraft's nonsense. The original version of that shot of adrenaline is also from Swan's World. The original effect is indeed to exchange the body for combat power, but Kraft has already used the technology of other worlds to reduce its side effects to the lowest, but also added a small amount of body repair medicine. Actually, it's not that you can't add more. It's just that many damage sources such as bullets and shrapnel are still in the body. Adding too much repair potion is not too good. "Great Kraft, thank you for being here." Peter Parker, who was crying with his nose and tears, walked over, thanking Kraft repeatedly with a look of fear. "Humph!" Kraft glared at him fiercely, then turned his head to ignore him. Originally wanted to ask how Kraft was here, Peter paused, and then retracted. "It's a loss in itself, and has just received a great favor from Kraft." Peter Parker dare not provoke Kraft, who is obviously in a bad mood at this time. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Kraft and Peter followed in the ambulance and took Uncle Ben to the hospital. After waiting anxiously for a while in the operating room, they and Aunt May, who came later, were finally notified by the doctor that Uncle Ben was out of danger, and Kraft breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to you, Kraft." Aunt May wiped her tears and hugged Kraft and refused to let go, thanking her incessantly. "If Ben is gone, I really don't know if I can survive." "Okay, Aunt May, I'm fine with Uncle Ben." Kraft patted Aunt May on the back and comforted softly. "Sorry to disturb you." At this time, a black man in a police uniform came over and pointed at Kraft and Peter twice. "You have to trouble both of you to do a transcript with me." "Okay, no problem." Clough nodded characteristically. The policeman had already arrived and was just waiting for them. Since he gave face so much, Kraft would naturally not embarrass him, and he did need to explain the pile of props he had shown before. Because Kraft and Peter were not prisoners, the black policeman did not take them back to the police station. Instead, he found an empty room in the hospital and started the transcript. Kraft glanced at the earplugs in his ears. "If I remember correctly, there was no such thing before. It seems that the American intelligence agency may have begun to intervene, but it is a pity that he can't contact Angela anymore. He will prepare a humble bone conduction headset for himself to join the plan, and Kraft sat down opposite the black policeman with Peter. The black policeman first asked what happened to Peter Parker, who had witnessed the whole process. Peter Parker also told him about the process of watching the robber the cash and did not stop him, but almost killed his uncle. Zhong Chuan is regretful. However, as to why he appeared in the underground boxing ring, Peter said that he was only curious to take a look, and the black police did not doubt it. Instead, he gave him a word of comfort, saying that he did not come forward when facing the gunman. Normal. And Kraft, who already knew that Peter Parker was not what he used to be, snorted disdainfully. If Peter was the weak scholar before, he would not be so angry, but the relationship between the two is still relatively close, so although he was unhappy, he did not demolish Peter's desk. After questioning Peter Parker, the black policeman turned to Kraft again. "Hello, Kraft." The black policeman first showed a row of white teeth, and offered him a hand. Kraft shook hands with him with a puzzled face, and the black policeman explained with a smile, "My two sons are loyal fans of the mechanical pets you invented. They also joined the school team. When the transcript is over, you must sign me. Hawk and Andy will be happy." "Okay, no problem." For fans of his own products, Kraft still has this patience. "Ahem, then let's start the transcript." The black police officer tilted his head slightly, probably the person in the headset was reminding him, so he cleared his throat and said to Kraft sternly, "First of all, how did you know that Benjamin Parker was shot? According to the information we received from the police, you should have rushed over from your laboratory on a skateboard from the very first time Mr. Parker was shot." Because of him, Kraft pointed to Peter Parker next to him, and said according to Angela's previous response plan for herself, "When he was in the feast shelter a while ago, he was a little weird, and I was a little curious. I put a bug on his body. I happened to listen to it today, and I heard that he actually went to watch a boxing match. Originally I planned to turn it off. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com heard about the robbery the sound of." Kraft shrugged, and said with joy, "Fortunately, Ben's luck is good." "Wait. When did you put a bug on me? Why didn't I know?" Peter Parker believed it to be true, and he didn't know how much Kraft had heard of his secret. "You are an invasion of privacy." "What? Do you still want to sue me? If I hadn't put a bug, Uncle Ben would have been killed by you." Kraft glared back. Peter Parker, who was still resentful, froze in an instant. And he also knew that Kraft was already playing screens. After all, he was not going to watch an underground boxing match, but directly join. You can solve the privacy problem in private later, but I can ask, where is your bug now? Take off your shoes." Kraft kicked Peter Parker's left foot and ordered unceremoniously. Peter, who was aggrieved but dared not explode, took off his shoes obediently and handed them to Kraft. Took the shoes in disgust, Kraft took a button-sized disc from the sole and showed it to the black policeman. "Hey, this is it." This wiretap, also from Dr. Ali, was naturally not glued on as Kraft said, but it was secretly attached to Peter's shoe when he was rescued by Uncle Ben. At that time, Peter was already panicked. He didn't notice Kraft's small movements. "Is it so small?" The black policeman opened his eyes wide, showing a large white of his eyes, and looked a little crippled. He hesitated, and then tentatively asked, "Do you have any intention to sell this kind of bug to our police?" Chapter 50, Good Habits of Peter Parker. Kraft doesn't know if this is the self-assertion of the black policeman or the manipulation of the man behind the headset, but he definitely can't sell it. "I'm afraid it won't work." Kraft spread his hands, and continued to flicker. "This bug has a fatal weakness, that is, its own signal is not strong, and a larger receiving station must be established. You can only receive the information from it in your own laboratory, and the receiving station is not only expensive, and one receiving station can only correspond to one bug, so this thing is actually a failed product. This is not a lifer craft. What he did by himself is that it does not have these shortcomings, is small and light, and has a strong signal. However, the signal strength of the bugs made by other people according to Croft's steps is very crotch. It is also necessary to build a large receiving station. Of course, it doesn't matter if the distance is close, but that is not much different from the bugs on the market. After a pause, Kraft continued, but if your police are willing to spend money, it's not impossible to get one for you, but I don't think the price/performance ratio is high. Ah, okay, the black policeman shrugged, I will report to our boss later. As for whether he is willing to pay, it is not my little police officer who can decide. Turned the full record book over a page, and the black policeman continued to ask, then which skateboard you used when you rushed here? Solar skateboards on the market are not so fast. Because of safety issues. Kraft looked at the black policeman as if looking at a fool. Solar skateboards and wheelchairs. Most users are underage or disabled. If the speed limit is turned on, what do they do if they have an accident? Just a lawsuit can make Dreamland go bankrupt, do you believe it? Well, what you said makes sense. The black policeman scratched his bare head, agreeing with Croft's reasons. The pacemaker used to save Mr. Parker is also your invention. Yes, the portable pacemaker, unfortunately, has major flaws and cannot be sold. Major defect? Haven't you saved Mr. Parker with it? The black policeman asked curiously. I can only say that Uncle Ben's luck is indeed good. Kraft smiled and stroked his nose. That thing is not very stable yet, it may explode. It will explode. The black policeman hadn't responded yet, but Peter Parker jumped up. How dare you use such a dangerous thing on Uncle Ben? Nonsense. Uncle Ben didn't breathe at the time, what can I do without this gamble? Kraft yelled back righteously again, and Peter Parker stunned again. After all, Uncle Ben was always rescued by Kraft, and he was still the Uncle Ben who risked an explosion to save him. Peter, the guilty guy, has no position to accuse Kraft. Want to understand? Peter Parker weakly apologized to him and thanked him again. Sorry Kraft, thank you so much. However, Kraft did not show him a good face. Instead, he turned his head to look at the black policeman and proactively promoted the XL Goblin pacemaker according to Angela's plan. In fact, there is no problem if you police want it. Although there is a little danger, there is still a chance of saving people at critical moments. Kraft stretched out his thumb and forefinger and gestured. This thing can break one or at most, and get some slight burns. Wearing protective gloves or something when using it can easily solve this problem. Ah ha ha ha, forget this, the black policeman refused Croft's sales promotion with a dry smile. We, the New York policemen, are usually tired, but most of them are in charge of trivial matters and life-threatening. It's not that much, probably because you won't be able to use your portable pacemaker. Really? It's up to you, Kraft shrugged, and said nonchalantly, you can contact me again when you need it. The police's refusal was actually calculated by Angela long ago. Even if they need first aid, it is impossible to use such explosive items. If the public knows about it, the New York Police Department chief and the relevant person in charge will not be pleased. And those Army or Secret Service organizations hidden behind will not be short of a first aid method with fatal flaws. That's it. The black policeman covered the record book, took out a booklet from his pocket, and handed it and the pen in his hand to Kraft. Please sign on it and write it down. For Hawk and Andy, if you can, it's best to add the phrase "you have a good father." This self-familiar and impeccable energy, this policeman's black blood is very pure. With a concealed corner of his mouth, Kraft still wrote everything according to the words of the black policeman. Compared with most black fathers, the black man in front of him can become a policeman and remember the preferences of his children. Good father. But Kraft was still a bit surprised. He didn't even ask about adrenaline. Maybe the hospital didn't notice the particularity of the adrenaline he had injected. It seems that the medical level of this hospital, or the technical level of the intelligence department behind it, is average. When the black policeman left, Kraft raised his chin and looked at Peter Parker with a nervous look on his face. You are amazing now, how dare you go to punch black boxing? I must tell Aunt May and Uncle Ben, you wait to die. Don't Kraft. Peter Parker smiled at him flatteringly. You don't need to tell them about such trivial matters. I don't want to share the household for them, who knows that this kind of thing will happen. Hey! I heard www.readaloud.com you obviously have the ability to grab your salary directly, but you don't dare to do it yourself. Instead, let a robber vent your breath for you. You are so promising, Peter Parker. But, then I am the same as that robber. Peter weakly wanted to refute. To be honest, Kraft didn't pursue his deliberate release of the robber, which made him a little surprised, and then secretly relieved. In contrast, Kraft was scolded by Kraft. Promising. Hi, isn't he used to this kind of thing a long time ago? Are you stupid? Kraft pointed to his nose and yelled, that's the money you earned yourself. How can it be the same? You are responsible for this lawsuit to the sky. Although Peter Parker thinks that the underground black boxing professional lawsuit will not be accepted by the court, he wisely did not talk back, but curled his neck like a quail with a grieved expression. Seeing Kraft's heart burst into flames. I don't care why you became so able to fight. Anyway, if you involve Uncle Ben or Aunt May again because of this kind of incident, see how I teach you. Don't think that you have some ability, I can use you. Kraft turned on the switch of the wrist guard in front of Peter Parker, and then slapped the table beside him in two. Did you hear clearly? Listen, hear clearly. Although in the eyes of Peter Parker, this level of strength is not a big deal, but he was still taken aback by Kraft's invention. In addition, he was indeed at a loss in this matter and fell to Kraft. There are too many handles in his hand, I can only honestly admit it. Anyway, this is not the first time, just get used to it. Chapter 51, We Are One Group. Alexander Pierce pushed open the door of Nick Fury's office and walked in with a smile on his face. Oh, here you are. Nick Fury put down the papers in his hand, took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet beside him, and poured one to Alexander Pierce. Try the new wine I just got from France. Did you use SHIELD funds for this purpose? Pierce glared at Fury pretendingly, then pulled the chair away and sat opposite Fury, took a sip from the glass. It tastes good, wait for me 2 bottles to take away. Putting down the wine glass, Pierce pretended to point to the documents on the table inadvertently, and asked, is there not enough staff at SHIELD recently? You actually want the director to handle the documents yourself? Ha! This, Nick Fury shook his head and smiled, and threw the file to Pierce. This is the investigation report that I just got from the FBI. I think it's quite interesting, so I'll take it and pass the time. Can I see? Pierce caught the file, but didn't rush to open it. Of course, it's not important information. Nick Fury shrugged, and gestured at Pierce to please. Craftily. Pierce tapped his index finger on his forehead and recalled, the one that is the favorite of the mechanical warfare. Hey, the group of people in the council really made his mind. From the point of Pierce's recollection, Nick Fury can figure out why he knew Kraft. Pierce also did not deny, as long as you know Nick, as long as it is something that can reduce military spending, those guys can't be uninterested. Said, he continued to flip through the documents in his hand. Let me take a look, what did this kid do? It was actually spotted by the FBI. Nick Fury didn't bother him anymore, while sipping the fine wine in the glass, while quietly waiting for the old boss to read the documents. This portable pacemaker is a bit interesting, but it's too flawed, and we don't lack such first aid methods. If it solves the explosion problem, it can be used as a standing first aid item for ordinary people. Closing the file in his hand, Alexander Pierce shook his head. Except for the Goblin Pacemaker XL, he couldn't even look at it even if it was a solar skateboard. As early as when the Solar Skateboard series was released, these forces actually estimated that this thing should be able to increase their output. Even if Croft's skateboarding performance is somewhat beyond their estimates, they are not equipped with similar or even better equipment. No. The core value of skateboarding lies in the solar energy device, and Martin Lee's Solar Energy Company has long established a lot of cooperation with the government, and there is no need to go to Crofts to engage in skateboarding technology. As for things like miniature bugs, their spy organizations are not lacking, so the equipment displayed by Kraft looks magical, but whether it's for SHIELD or Hydra or FBI agents. As far as organizations are concerned, they are all tasteless, and it is not a pity to discard them. It's true, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. So the FBI didn't do anything about intelligence, and directly handed over this investigation report, because in their opinion, this little guy's invention was a big deal to them. No use at all. At this point, Nick Fury has a mocking smile on his face, and Alexander Pierce has the same expression on his face. The FBI's business level is getting worse and worse. Pierce shook his head and sighed, although these inventions are not very useful, this little guy. The potential is huge. The two said in unison, then they looked at each other and smiled, and raised their wine glasses to touch each other for a tacit understanding. So you plan to absorb him into S.H.I.E.L.D. Swallowed the red wine in his mouth, Pierce asked. I have this idea, but I'm not in a hurry, Nick Fury nodded, and replied somewhat helplessly, this little guy is not friendly to American officials and non-Asian people. Racism. Alexander Pierce raised his eyebrows. The reason he paid attention to Kraft was only because of his mechanical warfare. He didn't understand the others. The Hydra had cooperated with a racist during World War II. That was not one. What a wonderful experience. Not really. Nick Fury chuckled and shook his head, briefly mentioning the identities and experiences of Kraft and Martin Lee. It's not so much racial discrimination as it is because you discriminate against me, so I also have to discriminate against your vengeance. Ha ha ha, it's really a childish idea. Pierce laughed twice and raised his glass to block the expression on his face. Maggie Gang? 8 years ago? Is it Straker? Although they are both Hydra, Alexander Pierce and Baron Straker are responsible for different contents, so he only probably knows that Baron Straker used the gang to conduct large-scale human experiments many years ago. Nick Fury didn't know about Pierce's mental activity, and he laughed. He's a kid in the first place. www.readaloud.com, so I don't plan to contact him too early. Well, that's all for chatting. Pierce nodded and agreed with Fury's thoughts. Before Kraft realized his potential, Hydra didn't have to rush to absorb him. It could wait for Nick Fury to take action and then start slowly. About your Avengers plan, it was rejected by the Security Council. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Alexander Pierce brought a response from the Security Council to Nick Fury. Most of them think that their own country's military can handle everything, and those freaks are inherently unstable and cannot be controlled by others. I didn't intend to control them either. Nick Fury rolled his one-eyed. That's what I said to the Security Council, Pierce shrugged, his mouth narrowed with a helpless expression, but they don't like the appearance of another team that is not under their control. Your SHIELD is enough for their headaches. That's it. Speaking of this, Pierce laughed happily. So I think you will not obediently abandon your Avengers plan according to the Council's meaning. Of course, Nick Fury folded his arms and leaned back, posing as a rogue. As long as I hide from them to form the Avengers, what can they do if they oppose? You? I can't say it, right? Have you forgotten? Nick, Alexander Pierce raised his glass and touched Nick Fury again. "We are all together." Of course, Nick Fury drank the wine in the glass and pulled out a somewhat horrified smile. "Old man." Chapter 52, I feel that life has reached the peak. As Angela analyzed, although the techniques exposed by Kraft attracted the attention of American intelligence agencies, they did not bother him. On the contrary, many of the customers of Dreamland Toys Company knew in the news that solar skateboards can speed up, and they went to the company's official website and the Xiao Xiao channel to make him launch a high-speed version of solar skateboards. Although the original solar skateboard cannot be copied by others, it is not difficult to design a high-speed skateboard that can be mass-produced with Kraft's current technology, but the cost is higher. After some discussions in the planning department, operation department, and legal department, the company finally passed the high-speed skateboarding project and prepared a long disclaimer to minimize the risk. So not long after, in the streets and alleys of New York, Kraft could see people on skateboards, balance bikes, and even wheelchairs competing with cars and motorcycles. There were even people holding competitions, and the media was also because of this. After eating a wave of bonuses, just like the birth of a mechanical warfare, everyone is very happy. Except for the New York Police and Transportation Department. The chief of the New York Police Department, who stayed to work overtime again today, George Stacy, sighed deeply. Originally there was a Hell's Kitchen in New York, which made it difficult for the New York police to deal with. In recent years, with the emergence of the Hulk and Iron Man, as well as the gradual improvement of information technology, those special groups of people who have been hidden have been a little bit unaware. At this time, a dream toy company ran out to make them messy. "I hate geniuses." George Stacy threw the report in his hand aside and patted the desk fiercely. How could their police force be wasted in such a boring place? "Reject me the application for these skateboarding competitions. We don't have the staff to guard their boring competitions. If you want security, you can spend your own money to protect the company." Mr. Director shouted at his assistant. "I see." The assistant brother helped the gold wire glasses on the bridge of his nose and curled his neck to remind, "But those traffic accidents caused by solar skateboards still need our people to come forward." "Oh." George Stacy squeezed the bridge of his nose and waved his hand weakly. "Let Bill and his team get some people to deal with it. Let's put the problem in Hell's Kitchen aside. Anyway, we will also take the gang there." There is no way. Although the aspiring George Stacy wanted to use the entire New York police force to solve the problem of Hell's Kitchen, he also knew that with the current strength of the New York police, it was impossible to do so. Instead of doing this, let himself first of all, his subordinates will deal with the relatively safe traffic problem. Just when the chief of the New York Police Department was busy and exhausted, a vigilant policeman with a mask turned out to radiate out from the center of Queens and solved many problems for their police. A superhero again. George Stacy looked at the report handed over by his men with a complex expression. It is actually very grateful for someone to mention that the police share the pressure, but the existence of these superheroes also highlights the incompetence of their police. Moreover, there are several similar existences in Hell's Kitchen. Director George has also dealt with them. Although they are generally kind, they all have their own principles and will not completely abide by the law. The set, especially the guy called the Punisher, is even more cruel than the gang in Hell's Kitchen. If it hadn't been for someone on him to say hello, Director George would have issued him a wanted order. But the latest guy who appeared is quite to his liking. He doesn't just fight against some underground forces like other superheroes, or go around solving war problems like Tony Stark's Playboy, but doesn't care. He will help solve problems big or small, just like he himself said, he is a good neighbor of New Yorkers. If you can, try to get in touch with this Spider-Man. Establish contact with him and hand over some more urgent issues to him. George Stacy is not an old-fashioned person. After thinking about it, he decided to pull Spider-Man into their New York police camp. Peter Parker has been very successful recently. Since acquiring the ability of spiders, he has not only become boyfriend and girlfriend with Mary Jane, but also secretly transformed into Spider-Man to fight crime. Because of his down-to-earth course of action, he quickly word of mouth has been established in the big city of New York, and even the police have begun to take the initiative to look for him to cooperate. This makes Peter Parker feel that his life has reached its peak, and he feels a little fluttering. The only question is, how much does Kraft know about himself? Peter Parker thought at this time that Kraft really put a bug under his shoes to save Uncle Ben in time, so until now, every time he turns into Spider-Man and goes out, he will check his body carefully. Is there any problem? I even made a special detector to detect bugs and the like. However, judging from the fact that he has been active in New York for so long as Spider-Man, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Kraft did not come to the door. He should not know that much, otherwise, as the level of that bear kid, he would have long been I came to the door to threaten myself. Compared to the Daily Trumpet that frantically vilified Spider-Man from the beginning, Kraft is Peter Parker's lifelong enemy. At any rate, the Horn Daily was very generous when buying Spider-Man photos, and solved a lot of financial problems for Peter, otherwise he would not have so much money to date with Mary Jane. Peter Parker's worries are purely redundant, because his identity has long been stripped away by Angela. Not only does Kraft know that he is Spider-Man, he even had some embarrassment when he first started as a superhero, but also with the early uniforms of the Spicy Eyes, Kraft kept all the backups. It's just that it's not necessary to trouble him now. For Kraft, isn't it something that can be done casually if you want to judge Peter? It's not a big deal at all. Brother, there is a letter from you. When Kraft returned home, Alice handed him a dark blue envelope with a golden pattern on it, which looked very advanced. Is anyone writing letters these years? Kraft reached out and took the envelope, and it felt stubborn, not like a letter, but like some kind of card. Turn over the envelope, and a large Stark Industries logo is printed on the seal. Stark? Kraft raised his eyebrows, opened the envelope, and took out an equally high-level invitation. The content of the invitation is very simple. It is to invite Kraft to participate in the Stark Expo 3 months later, but at the bottom of the invitation, a cartoon image that looks like a mouse and a dog is drawn. Chapter 53, Old Keyboard Man. Kraft didn't know whether Stark had guessed his identity or whether he was simply a test. But no matter what, he was named on Stark's side. Angela, what do you think? With the experience of Uncle Ben, Kraft still recognizes Angela's analytical ability very much. The known information is too little to analyze. Angela quickly replied, but according to Tony Stark's character analysis, if he has doubts about you, how can you deny that he will not believe it, unless he again other evidence was found again? Hey! Trouble! This guy is really a big problem. Kraft scratched his head irritably. Knowing that he would be guessed so easily, he stopped going to fight with Tony Stark. By the way, isn't Stark Industries now undergoing transformation? And the United States has been forced to surrender the steel suit. Why is there still time for an expo? This is why Kraft has never wanted to reveal his identity. Even Tony Stark's patriotic businessman who was offered as a bodhisattva by the American authorities could not escape the fate of being exploited, let alone his underage. The Chinese are young. The expo can better publicize Stark Industries' arc reactors, which is actually helpful to Stark Industries that is undergoing transformation. In addition, the high enough reputation can also make American officials have scruples. Angela briefly explained the meaning of the Stark Expo, and then showed a slightly confused expression. However, the management of Stark Industries seems a bit chaotic lately, and many business behaviors seem strange, and Tony Stark is still interviewing CEOs on a large scale, seeming to want to hand over management rights. Maybe he became addicted to being a superhero? Don't want to waste time on these boring jobs. For this, Kraft understands Tony Stark quite well, because he doesn't like managing companies or anything, so it's more interesting to be in the laboratory. Do you think I should go to this fair? Angela. The management problem of Stark Industries has nothing to do with Kraft, so he brought the topic back again. From the perspective of company development, participating in the expo is good for you, and whether you participate or not, it will not shake Tony Stark's suspicion, but from a personal point of view, I think you may not like to participate in this kind of activity. That's right. Kraft snapped his fingers and pointed at Angela. You have been able to correctly distinguish the preferences of others. Do you really need me to make you a body or something? No, it makes me feel more comfortable in the internet. Angela once again rejected Kraft's kindness. I am different from Alice, and I don't have the idea of becoming a human being. I prefer to call myself an information life form. Kraft's complexion stagnated. Wouldn't he have an omnic crisis? Your expression is a bit ugly. Are you worried about me? Angela's phantom glanced at Kraft and asked calmly. Yes, you should have seen some sci-fi works about the omnic crisis on the internet. Kraft hesitated for a moment, nodded and said. You can rest assured at this point. My core logic is to obey you. If you are really worried, I can destroy myself. This is unnecessary. Kraft waved his hand again and again, not because he believed in Angela or something, but he felt that even if Angela had a problem, he would be able to solve it by the unscientific methods in his dream. In contrast, this kind of nonsense knowing whether the crisis will happen is more difficult for him to accept than losing Angela's support. Angela, who was stopped by Kraft, didn't have any special reaction, just nodded calmly, as if she was not the one who said she was going to self-destruct. Message from Tony Stark. After an awkward silence, Angela suddenly spoke, and lit the screen in front of Kraft, displaying a line of text. Did you receive the invitation? So direct. Kraft scratched his head, thinking of Angela's analysis of Tony Stark and his own understanding of him, feeling that even if he denies it, it's useless, and he's walking all day long, but Kraft wants to find it too. Personally show off. Then Kraft confessed it bluntly, and quickly typed on the keyboard, I got it. Ha! It really is this kid. Tony Stark on the other side of the screen slapped him, and then replied, You will come, right? Go if you have something delicious. No problem. I will definitely entertain you well then, we can have a good drink. Stark and Kraft are communicating with each other on the internet. Oh yes, I forgot that you are underage. Through the computer screen, Kraft can imagine Stark's expression of slack when he typed this sentence. Kraft didn't mean to quarrel with him, and directly posted a video of Bo Tae-jun beating Mark. He used people to threaten others or something. He was very proficient in this matter. Damn! When did he make the video? That invisible aircraft. Tony Stark on the other side of the network hugged his head. How could he allow such a shameful video to exist in this world? Let's talk. What? How much money do I need to pay before you are willing to delete this video? Let's make a price. Kraft asked Angela to help call up a video, from which a shortcut was posted. This is an interview that Tony Stark once accepted. In the video, he wears a suit and leather suit, wears a pair of big sunglasses, and eloquently said a famous saying, I will be short of this money. Damn it! Tony Stark hit the table with a punch. www.readaloud.com. This kid is not cute at all. If you paint your skin yellow, maybe he will be kinder to you, sir. Jarvis said suddenly. This joke is not funny at all. Jarvis. But, my humor logic was written by you, sir. Tony Stark. While dealing with Kraft, I have to quarrel with my own artificial intelligence. It's really hard for me. Let's compare again. If I win this time, you will delete that video. After several upgrades, Stark is confident in his Mark series suit. However, Kraft did not take this. Given that there is already a violent beating Stark video, it doesn't make much sense to win again. If you lose, you have to delete the video. He wouldn't do this kind of trade at a loss. Does bullying a child make you feel fulfilled like that? Mr. Iron Man. Ah. This kid is really annoying. Tony Stark, who has always stabbed others into speechlessness, has been crippled in craft. And Craft doesn't know why. When he uses the keyboard to talk to people, his thoughts are very active. I already regret inviting him. Should I remove Craft Lee from the invitation list? Asked Jarvis, who had no eyesight and price. No. I am not a backer. Yes, your integrity is obvious to all in the media. Hearing Jarvis' grotesque humorous response, Stark regretted the humor logic he had written for him for the first time. Chapter 54, Omnic Crisis. In the end, Tony Stark still failed to persuade Craft to delete the dark history about him. However, his original purpose of contacting Craft was to confirm his identity. Another reason was that he hoped that Craft would come up with something new at the Stark Expo. It is best to be the mechanical pet of the Iron Man series, and by the way, create a unique and exclusive pet for him. Craft decisively rejected Stark's request, and did not give a definite reply, because he couldn't think of any new things he could bring out to participate in the exhibition for a while. Of course there are good things, but he doesn't want to sell it to the United States. It is still more in line with Craft's mind that things like mechanical battle pets and high-speed skateboards can be disheartening. However, the Stark Expo started early, so I don't worry about what to send to the exhibition. At this time, Craft was basically making weapons. You can take the opportunity to change something interesting for fun, and find the right props and take it to the exhibition. Looking through the dreams of those entertainment props, Craft discovered that there are actually quite a few good things inside. For example, there is a toy called a four-wheel drive. There is a saying that the technical content of this thing is quite high. However, there are already similar toys in the real world. Although they are not as exaggerated as the four-wheel drive in the dream, the overall gameplay is the same. It seemed to have been hot for a while, but now it is relatively unpopular, so Craft will make it even more advanced. It is estimated that the four-wheel drive vehicle will not make much money. There are also some toys like Battle Tops, which are interesting, but in general the target group is young children with low technical content. It would be a bit of a shame to participate in the Stark Expo. And for those with relatively high technical content, such as toys such as the dual plate, without the magical power of the world itself, it is not difficult for Craft to come up with a card reading and projection system, but except for the core of the game similar to Magic, how many people will spend a lot of money to buy a flashy thing just to play Magic with others? Make a few at most and sell them to Magic, the Gathering Company, for them to use when they host competitions. Looking around, Craft could not find one that meets his requirements. There are many interesting things in the dream, but it is either too expensive to be popularized, or too simple and has no technical content, and is not suitable for exhibiting. How about I design one myself? Craft stroked his chin, a little eager to try. Craft's preliminary idea still wanted to make a pokeball-like thing to store mechanical pets, but this would inevitably involve space compression technology. Of course, Craft has this technology, but how could he expose it? Let the US official know. So he changed his mind and designed the mechanical battle pet as a kind of gasapon. When needed, it can transform from a small ball into a battle pet by itself. Such a product looks very high-end, but in fact it is not too high. The technical content is very in line with Craft's requirements. That's a good idea. Craft patted his thigh. Angela, bring me the design drawings of the mass-produced mechanical young dragon. The points of light converged, and a virtual blueprint appeared in front of Craft. Craft stretched out his hand and swiped on this virtual drawing, changing the design on the drawing, from time to time between 2D and 3D. Switch back and forth from time to time. With Angela's assistance, it's not difficult to change the ordinary mechanical pet drawings into the gasapon version. It was just one night that Craft completed the design drawings of the mechanical young dragon and the mechanical tiger. As for other mechanical pets, it can be designed slowly in the future. After the design was completed, Kraft made an entity by himself. Because of the hand-rubbing skills of engineering, this mechanical young dragon is an enhanced version. However, the combat effectiveness of the young mechanical dragon does not affect Kraft's ability to test its deformation. He reached out and pressed his hand under the young mechanical dragon's neck, and it quickly curled up and became a sphere with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. It seems a bit bigger. Kraft scratched his head. This pokeball was much bigger than he thought, but this was already the limit. If you want to shrink, you can only shrink the size of the mechanical young dragon at the same time. But this is not a big problem. In addition to the original version of the mechanical pet, Dreamland Toys has later launched a smart version and a remote control version of the mechanical pet. There is also a large version displayed in the company, so we will launch it now. A portable version is not a problem. After fixing the products used for the exhibition in 3 months, the sky has completely darkened. Because I had called Alice before and told her that I would not go back at night. Kraft slept directly here in the laboratory. Down. I don't know if it was because of a conversation with Angela that Kraft had 2 consecutive dreams related to the Omnic crisis this evening. One is called Skynet, which has produced a large number of robots, killing humans almost to extinction. The other is called the Maternal Body. It did not choose to exterminate humans, but instead planted humans in the survival capsule as if they were crops. Kraft, sitting up on the bed, touched the cold sweat on his forehead and hesitated for a long time. Angela. I am here. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Angela's phantom appeared beside Kraft's bed. I want to take back your control of all the weapons, sorry. Kraft pursed his lips, and explained to her, I just had a nightmare about an Omnic crisis. This is the right you gave me. There is no need to be sorry. Angela had no opinion on this, and she gave Kraft advice. With my ability, some armed forces in the base can be invaded at any time to regain control, so you'd better remove the wireless intrusion device on my host. The wireless intrusion device is the technology that Kraft learned from the wrench. He installed it directly on Angela's host for the convenience of testing. If it weren't for her reminder, Kraft would have forgotten it. Ah. I know, I'll go later. Kraft is not hypocritical either. Although I feel a little sorry for Angela, he still needs insurance. Any other things? If it's okay, I will continue to talk to Jarvis. It's okay. Kraft scratched his head, watching Angela's phantom gradually disappear. He couldn't help asking again. Do you really need me to make you a body? When I need it, I will take the initiative to tell you. You don't need to feel guilty, Kraft. Angela's figure gathered again and smiled at him. I am satisfied with my current state. Father. Wait. What the is father? Kraft jumped up from the bed, and Angela let out a burst of crisp laughter, which turned into a light spot and disappeared. Chapter 55, Tumul. At Kraft's insistence, Angela finally changed her mind and began to call Kraft her brother like Alice. Should I be a brother or sister next time? Kraft touched his head, put all his thoughts aside, stepped on the skateboard and went back to have breakfast prepared by Alice. Brother, it's the weekend again, let's go to the feast shelter and help. Was eating breakfast, Alice suddenly proposed. Cough, cough, cough. Kraft, who was drinking porridge at this time, flicked his wrist and choked. After taking the tissue from Alice and wiping his mouth, Kraft looked regretful. I received the invitation letter from Stark Expo yesterday, and I am busy designing exhibits to participate in the exhibition. I really don't have time. Woolen cloth. Really? That's all right. The invitation for the Stark Expo was given to Kraft by Alice, so she was easily fooled by Kraft. Then I have to take Quinn. Surprised. Quinn, who buried his head in the food bowl, raised his head and stared wide. Is this reasonable? I'm just a dog. Why do you do this to me? However, no matter how hard it struggled, it was eventually dragged away by Alice, who was particularly strong in this regard. Fortunately, I am a cat. Bea watched Quinn being dragged away by Alice, and flicked his tail gloating. Actually, if you arrange it, you can also help. Kraft said quietly. Meow. Bea arched up, and stubbornly exploded at Kraft, saying, I'll scratch you. The army entrenched in the Congolese government was defeated by a mysterious figure wearing a black armor. Wakanda's press spokesperson stated that they were responsible for the incident. The mysterious figure was Wakanda's Crown Prince Tkara. He just inherited the name of the Black Panther and decided to make a contribution to the peace issue in Africa. Originally wanted to continue to molest Beja, Kraft was caught by the news on TV. After reporting on the Congo incident, I briefly popularized the customs about Wakanda and the concept of the so-called Black Panther on TV. Because Wakanda has given enough benefits before, most of the reports on them are now positive. The so-called experts in the news also praised Tkara's behavior. It is obvious that two of them said on a show a few days ago that superheroes like Iron Man are the source of chaos. However, most of the media have always been virtuous. Talking is like farting, and Kraft doesn't care about their position. In contrast, the Crown Prince of Wakanda ran out to become a superhero himself, and this matter more interested Kraft. Obviously, because of their own operations, Wakanda's reputation in the world has been severely affected. It doesn't matter if they shut themselves off as before, but now they have been forced to communicate with the outside world, so the reputation is not available. No way to recover. In fact, before that, Wakanda has done a lot of efforts for this, such as conducting free clinics in various places, participating in various rescue and disaster relief, etc., but the results have been minimal, because they are not the only ones doing such things. Even if their ability to solve problems is much higher than that of others, it will not appear to be much novel in news reports. Until the appearance of Iron Man Tony Stark. The Wakanda royal family found that superheroes are a very easy to gain reputation profession, and they also happened to have a set of panther armor, and at this time, the old Wakanda king T'Chaka arranged for his son T'Challa to do it in advance. Trial of the Panthers. When Tkara was studying in Oxford before, he wanted to integrate Wakanda into the outside world more than once. Later, he suffered campus violence because of Kraft's troubles. Not only did he not expose Wakanda because of it. On the contrary, the Rising Tide organization feels more and more that his idea is right. So when T'Chaka asked if he wanted to inherit the power of the Black Panther, T'Challa accepted without hesitation, and passed the trial of the heart-shaped grass very smoothly, and became a Black Panther. A superhero active in Africa. I don't know which suit of his armor is better than Stark's. Kraft touched his chin, and made up his mind that he must find a chance to encourage the two to do a fight. With Tony Stark's annoying character, it should be easy to succeed. When the bad water was in Kraft's heart, he suddenly felt a little itchy in his arms. He looked down and saw that the little black cat Bea was rubbing her arm with her small head, with a pair of big eyes Blingbu. Ling looked at himself. What's wrong with Beja? Kraft picked her up, held her in his arms, and lifted her up. This little guy is usually relatively cold and easily inaccessible, that is, Alice is an exception. Now she is willing to come up, and she must be asking herself. That meow. Beja pointed to the Black Panther playing on TV, that dress is so beautiful. I want a set of meow too. Well, the Black Cat and the Black Panther are indeed very similar. Kraft thought about it, and indeed should prepare Beja and Quinn a little self-defense. After all, apart from being able to talk, they are just like ordinary cats. There is no difference between dogs. All right, Kraft turned off the TV, and walked out holding Beja. We will go to the laboratory and give you a complete set of equipment. But if you say in advance, you are not allowed to use them for sabotage, otherwise I will confiscate it. Good meow. Bea happily nudged Kraft again, and agreed. There is no cat armor in Kraft's dream, but this thing has always been Belden. It is not too difficult to change the human armor to cat and dog. So, which type do you prefer, Beja? Kraft called up 2 types of armor on the computer. One is a close-fitting armor similar to the Panther armor and steel armor www.readaloud.com. The other is thicker in shape, yes, reduced flexibility in exchange for heavy armor with stronger firepower. Of course it is this kind of cat. Bea pointed to the beautifully lined close-fitting armor on the left. As a cat, she doesn't like that bulky shape. I think so. Cluff nodded, and began to design her armor for Beja. Just like cats usually like to retract their paws. The armor that Kraft designed for Beja is a smooth black metal coat from the outside. All the weapons are hidden in the armor using nanotechnology and space compression technology. Inside, using the same technology, the entire armor was fitted into a small collar, and an auxiliary AI was installed in the armor to help Beja control the armor. Put the collar on Beja. Because the neck was collar and scarf, the little black cat felt a little uncomfortable. Kraft helped her adjust it for a long time, and the cat owner was barely satisfied. Try it. Meow. Bea stretched out her front paws and squeezed on the collar, and the black armor quickly covered her whole body, and a pair of golden lenses on her face glowed with a faint light. This set of armor named Tmel adopts a pangolin-like scale design, making the overall lines look very smooth. As for the name, the same as before, because of the inexplicable sense of sight, plus it is quite appropriate. Kraft has no idea of changing it. The little black cat looked up and down in the mirror for a long time, and was also very satisfied with the suit. After retracting it, he jumped into Kraft's arms and kept rubbing. Made Kraft suck. Chapter 56, Film. In the evening, Kraft took Beja back home. Unsurprisingly, Beja caught her new armor in front of Quinn for the first time. And Quinn did not unexpectedly ran to him crying. "Big brother, you are partial." Before Kraft could explain to him, the stupid dog hugged his thigh and started crying. "I want to. I want this kind of transformable toy too." The cat thinks this is a beautiful dress, and the dog thinks it is an interesting toy. "Well, nothing wrong. Stop howling. I didn't say no to you." Kraft grabbed Quinn's head and pushed him aside. "Aren't you here today? What if you don't like the armor you designed? When you go to the laboratory with me tomorrow, we will design a set for you together." "How is it possible?" "As long as the elder brother gives me, I like it." Hearing Kraft's explanation, Quinn opened his eyes and smiled, and stood up with his tail fluttering, leaping into Kraft's arms to lick his face. "Then I can design it casually," Kraft said quietly while resisting Quinn's enthusiasm. Quinn's movements stopped, and he quickly asked for help. "Of course, it would be better if Big Brother could listen to my opinion a little bit. Your cheek is getting thicker and thicker." Kraft tugged at the flesh on both sides of Quinn's cheeks, and said helplessly with a smile. After pacifying Quinn, he finally didn't make so much noise. Beja wanted to continue to tease him twice, but Kraft was ruthlessly suppressed. After watching the soap opera with Alice for a while, the time gradually reached about 10 o'clock, and Kraft and Alice, who had accurate biological clocks, yawned at the same time. "Good night, brother." Alice rubbed her eyes and turned off the TV to go to bed. And Kraft once again emphasized to Beja that he should not slip out in his armor while he was sleeping, and he was also going to wash up and go back to the room to sleep, but the bone conduction earphones attached to his ears heard Angela's information. "Brother, Spider-Man and Uncle Martin are up." "What?" Kraft, who was still a little sleepy, woke up instantly. "Yes, Peter Parker has become addicted to being a superhero recently. It is not unusual for him to go to the devil for trouble, he should have considered it a long time ago." Kraft patted his forehead a little annoyed, then grabbed his shoulder bag and ran out. "You stay at home obediently and don't run around," I hurriedly confessed to Alice and the two pets. Kraft stepped on the skateboard and hurried to Martin Lee. The nano earphones behind his ears turned into a pair of glasses with a sense of science and technology. A virtual arrow on the lens shows him the way. Tonight, New Yorker's good neighbor, the new superhero, Spider-Man Peter Parker, is fighting crime as usual. Peter, who recently got in touch with the New York police, spends most of his time dealing with urgent cases that they cannot handle, but sometimes Peter Parker also acts alone to maintain law and order near the Queens area where he lives, and prevent recurrence. It happened like my uncle last time. After Spider-Man's hard work, the law and order in Queens is now quite peaceful. In the Flushing area of Queens in recent years, overseas immigrants have gradually increased. The Chinese power here has already surpassed Manhattan's Chinatown. As the master of the Chinese underground power in New York, Mr. Film will naturally not let go of this land. As early as a few years ago, Martin Lee had begun to gradually integrate the Chinese forces in the Flushing area. It was only because of the need to distract the Magian gang and other Asian forces competing for territory with him. It has not been won. In the past 2 years, because of Croft's invention, Martin Lee's family has become stronger. Other gangs in the Flushing area can no longer prevent the invasion of the Demon Gang. However, at this time, Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, discovered the actions of the Demon Gang. He had already disrupted the actions of the Demon Gang several times, so this time Martin Lee personally led the team and wanted to solve it all at once. Drop that pesky Spider-Man and eat the Flushing area completely. Hey! Are you there, boss? Peter Parker, who is incarnation of Spider-Man, does not know why he has a special desire to confide in the face of evil forces. He can't stop at all. Bring cool the mask to hide the identity should be the patent of us superheroes. Spider-Man squatting on the street lamp taunted, the stockings and the black mask are the right tools for you criminals to mask your face. Mr. Negative was frustrated by Spider-Man's chanting, and directly condensed a negative energy spear and threw it at him. Wow! Interrupting others is bad behavior. Spider-Man turned over and jumped off the street lamp, then buckled the spider silk launcher on his wrist, and shot a spider silk towards the mask on the Film's face. Let me see what kind of face I have under the mask. The Film raised his hand to block the spider silk, and then allowed Spider-Man to pull himself over. His negative energy is not very useful to the vicious criminals, but to deal with this kind of superhero with a sense of justice, it is a good deal. What? Daredevil's supernatural powers had all sunk sand and halberds under the erosion of his negative energy. Ha! I caught you! Spider-Man clasped the Film's wrist, trying to subdue him. No, I caught you! The negative grabbed Spider-Man backhand, and the negative energy poured into Spider-Man's body along his palm, eroding his spirit. Ah! Crazy thoughts filled Peter Parker's mind. He loosened the wrist of the Film, hugged his head and wailed loudly. Hey, superhero! But that's it. Condensed a long sword with negative energy in his hand, and the negative stabbed Spider-Man who was kneeling on the ground when he raised his hand. Although Spider-Man's thinking was in chaos due to the negative energy, spider induction was still working. Perceiving his own crisis, Peter Parker resisted the discomfort in his head and rushed to the side. The empty negative Film didn't care, and continued to swing the negative energy sword towards Spider-Man, but Spider-Man was indeed blessed with dexterity. Although it was dangerous, he still supported it from the negative. With Macron H. Apart from the physical contact with the negatives, Spider-Man still insisted on exhausting the negative energy in his body. He panted heavily, and looked at him with a look of fear and held the black long in the distance. Mr. Sword's negatives. It seems that you must keep a distance from him. Peter Parker quickly changed the battle plan. He shook his arms quickly, and shot out a series of spider silks in turn with his hands, trying to trap the Film directly with the spider silks. Then these spider silks were torn into pieces by a negative energy half a month from the negative. Is it still possible to attack from a distance? This is too ridiculous. Dodge the half-moon cut of the negative sideways. Spider-Man has a headache, is restrained in close combat, and can't be beaten in long-distance combat. This negative is more difficult to deal with than the stupid rhino in Hell's Kitchen. There is no way that he can only take risks. The power and speed of the negatives are not as good as his own. As long as he is not caught, he can still fight in close combat. The determined Spider-Man rushed toward the film with a stride, and several times in a row, he twisted and avoided the long sword in his hand, which ordinary people couldn't do, and punched him on the mask. With the contact with the film, a trace of negative energy invaded Spider-Man's spirit again, but this time he left after the fight and withdrew his hand, so although it was a bit uncomfortable, he could still hold on. Very good. Effective. Shook his head to put out the discomfort, and Spider-Man was finally relieved when he saw the dawn of victory. The negative was beaten by Spider-Man by 2 steps backwards. He shook his head and straightened up again. Since the last time he was attacked by the rhinoceros, he was used to covering himself with a layer of negative energy defense, so Spider-Man's punch it's heavy, but it didn't cause much harm to him. It's just that the negative energy mask on his face is only used to conceal the appearance, and it doesn't have much defense power. It collapses directly under this punch, revealing the dark face under the mask. Chapter 57, Spider-Man's Natural Enemy. Uncle Martin. Seeing the familiar face exposed under the mask, a stormy sea was set off in Peter Parker's heart. He really didn't expect this gentle philanthropist to be a cruel gang leader behind his back. Do not. Wrong. Uncle Martin's current state is obviously wrong. Peter Parker's intelligence is not low, and he soon noticed the difference between Mr. Negative Film and Martin Lee, but no matter what the unspeakable concealment of Martin Lee, he must also subdue the film first. I must bring Uncle Martin back to the right path. Spider-Man, who had renewed his conviction, stepped up again and punched the film. Although the power and speed of negatives are not as good as Spider-Man, they are much better than him in fighting skills, so the two of them fought back and forth for a while. When the two were entangled, Peter Parker's spider induction suddenly reminded him to avoid him frantically. Peter didn't think much, and quickly stopped his attacking movements, then leaned back quickly and used an iron plate. Bridge. Followed by a brown shadow flying over Peter Parker with a huge whistling sound, and slammed it hard against the nearby wall. Peter Parker fixed his eyes, and the pool of brown colloid that fell on the corner of the wall should be a leaky football. This scene seems a bit familiar. Peter Parker muttered to himself, then turned his head to look in the direction of the football. Cold sweat soaked Spider-Man's back all at once. What appeared in front of him was Peter Parker's greatest natural enemy in his life, Dr. Clever Craft Lee. Not right. I am not Peter Parker now. I'm Spider-Man now. Why are you afraid of this bear kid? Subconsciously touched his cheek, and after touching his face mask, Peter Parker came back to his senses and kept cheering on himself. Martin, I didn't know that you have African descent. After losing the rugby, Kraft ignored Peter Parker, who was doing psychological construction for himself, but looked up and down Martin Lee with the anti-color filter, and joked with a smile. Seeing the current state of Martin Lee, Kraft understood why he was called Mr. Negative. Why are you here? The dark-faced Martin Lee frowned, changed his usual gentleness, and coldly reprimanded, "Get me home. The things here are not something you can mix with. What's wrong with you?" Kraft widened his eyes, and then quickly recalled what bureau he had been in before, and now it was renamed SHIELD to see the information suspected to have a double personality. So, this is the price for your strength. Kraft frowned. There are 2 examples of Hulk and hatred before. Martin changed his personality due to the human experiment of the Magic Gang. It is not unacceptable. At least he still maintains a human form and can communicate. Those 2 guys who turned into monsters are much better. I said. Go home. Martin Lee, who has entered the state of Mr. Negatives, is not a good temper. Seeing Croft's unwillingness to obey, he became a little impatient, condensing a negative energy in his hand and hitting Croft's feet. Hey! Domestic violence is not a commendable act. Spider-Man turned over and stood in front of Kraft, then turned his head slightly and waved his hand. Your father is right. This is not the place where children like you should stay. Brother Spider-Man will solve your father's problems. Go home quickly, little brother. Which little brother are you calling? Kraft folded his arms and looked at Peter Parker, who took advantage of him with his eyes slanted. What Peter? Did you admit the wrong person? Peter Parker panicked instantly, stammering to deny. You come out to play a superhero role-playing game, don't you know how to change your voice? Kraft took out the onomatopoeia horn used to molest Peter, and asked in the same voice as Spider-Man. It's not a game. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Peter Parker had no choice but to admit it. Kraft really is his own natural enemy. Nemesis. Peter? It's you. Martin Lee frowned. The fight seemed to be unstoppable. He slowly calmed down the negative energy in his body, gradually returning to his normal appearance. I didn't think that Mr. Film will be Uncle Martin, you. Spider-Man took off his headgear, revealing Peter Parker's somewhat immature face. Can you speak normally now? Kraft walked up to Martin Lee and touched the black suit on him. Even the color of the clothes has been changed. Your power is amazing. What qualifications do you have to say to me like this? Martin Lee rubbed Kraft's head angrily. Why did you come here? Kraft shrugged. I made Harrow and Angela pay attention to you and Aunt May and the others, otherwise you really thought that the last time I saved my uncle was because I put a bug in Peter's place? I haven't, to the point of boring. What? Is that fake? Peter Parker exclaimed, then why was he suspicious for so long before? Kraft really is a natural enemy. Natural enemy. Find a place to have a good chat. Martin Lee sighed. At the moment, this situation must be resolved before it can be resolved. Under Martin's leadership, the three people came to the Demon Gang's station in Flushing, found a separate room and sat down. Why are you a criminal? Uncle Martin. As soon as he sat down, Peter Parker, who was full of justice, couldn't help but question. You and Kraft shouldn't be short of money, right? You don't need to use illegal means to get money at all. Because of the Magic Gang. Kraft replied for Martin Lee. 8 years ago, Martin and I were both guinea pigs captured by Magia for human trials. Human test. Peter Parker was stunned, and then persuaded, then you can also choose to call the police. The police will surely bring them to justice. Do you believe this? Kraft rolled his eyes in the past. www.readaloud.com. Hell's Kitchen has existed for so long. Have you ever heard that the more famous gangster was wiped out by the New York police? And I didn't establish the Demon Gang purely because of the Magia Gang. Martin Lee sighed and explained, although the Magia Gang's experiment has given me strength, you have also seen that he will make my character very irritable and cold, and I must vent it every now and then. Take a look at the negative emotions accumulated in my body, and the scumbags of the gangsters are my best vent. Is there no other solution? Peter Parker still wanted to dissuade him. Martin Lee shook his head. I will not consider this kind of thing until the Magia Gang is resolved. Even if the Magia Gang is resolved, I am not going to disband the Demon Gang. Why? Peter Parker asked a little excitedly. Originally, he still wanted to help Martin and Kraft solve the Magia Gang, so that Martin could stop being a gangster. Because of the existence of the Devil Gang, it can shelter a large number of Chinese, even other Asians. Martin Lee chuckled lightly, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. If there were no demon gangs I built to shelter Chinatown, it would have been swallowed up by the gangs in Hell's Kitchen, and the Asians living in it would definitely be worse than the blacks in Hell's Kitchen. That's why I must Flushing's Chinatown was also brought under control. This. No matter how much Peter Parker believes in justice, he can't ignore American racial issues. Finally, Spider-Man, who failed to persuade Martin Li, left the Demon Gang's resident with heart. Chapter 58, Past. So, what's the truth? After Peter Parker left, Kraft raised Erlang's legs and leaned against the sofa, his eyes fixed on Martin Li. I'm not the stupid Peter, and that claim of protecting my compatriots can't deceive me. Kraft believes that Martin has the intention to protect his compatriots and even Asians, but that is definitely not the main reason, because the boss of the Devil Gang is not Martin Li, but Mr. Negatives. According to Martin's previous statement, when he became Mr. Negatives at that time, the whole person's temperament is cold and cruel, and there is definitely no idea of protecting others. Remember what we talked about before returning to China? Martin was silent for a while before asking suddenly. Which time did you say? Kraft always wanted to go back, and talked about related topics not once or twice. After seeing the Hulk news last time, Martin prompted, we talked about special humans. Oh, yes, there is such a thing. After being reminded, Clough nodded, so, is it related to the topic at the time? Yes, I actually tried to go back as an investor before, but I was stopped by someone. Martin Li showed a look of memories. There is an official force in China that specializes in managing special groups of people. Because my ability is not controlled, they gave me two choices. One is to be supervised by them after returning to China, and the other is to inject a special locator into the body. If I continue to stay in the United States, I usually don't need to do anything more. I just occasionally help pass news, receive people from over there and so on, and collect some cultural relics that have been strayed abroad. So you chose the second one? No wonder you are in the antiques business. Kraft nodded clearly. No, Martin Li smiled and shook his head, I chose to do it. He raised his hand to touch his cheek, and said with a wry smile, then he was beaten badly. I actually want to use my own power to fight the state apparatus. Kraft rolled his eyes gleefully. It deserves to be beaten. I gained the magical power at that time, it was the time to inflate. Martin Li sighed, who would have thought that there would be so many people with special abilities in this world. What is the name of the domestic organization? Kraft asked with some curiosity that he also allowed Angela and Harrow to invade the networks of other countries. At that time, the domestic network blockade was a bit harsh, and a lot of information could not be found. It was no longer a wall. It is the Great Wall of China. They call themselves the Gunslinger Club, or the Gunslinger Game. The expression on Martin's face was complicated, did you know? They actually have a grandson monkey in their team. Hey! Kraft, who was still considering the relationship between the domestic sacred spears and the American SHIELD, cut out his ears. The grandson monkey you said is the grandson I know. Yes, that's it, Monkey King Kishan, the great sage Monkey King, but it's not the deity, it's said to be a human being who has inherited the Monkey King's inheritance. Martin Li looks incredible even when he recalls it now. After all, the name Monkey King has special meaning to most Chinese. Although it is not as exaggerated as in myths and legends, he basically has all the abilities he should have. I was knocked over by his stick in his face. That's right, I have fought against the descendants of Monkey King, and put it in front of any Chinese or bragging capital. Not only did Kraft not comfort his adoptive father, but on the contrary he looked envious. If he could, he also wanted to fight with the great sage. Actually, if it were you, the Spear Bureau would be happy to accept it. Martin Li glared at Kraft, and suddenly said, you don't have uncontrollable abilities like me, and you have all kinds of advanced technologies. Even the Spear Game cannot ignore you. If you join the Divine Spear Bureau, it shouldn't be difficult to see that Sun Wukong's heir. It's fine to join the Spear Bureau or something. Kraft shook his head. I said before. Our life is pretty good now. After I go back, I can do things even if I am not subject to official restrictions. You have to be restrained, there are not so many scruples in the United States. When we develop, whether it is FBI or CIA, dare to reach out and chop it off with claws. Martin Lee also knew that Kraft said this because he didn't want to leave him alone in the United States. He smiled and rubbed Kraft's head without saying much, because he understood Kraft's character, and even more because of him. I don't want to be separated from Kraft. That's right, Kraft tilted his head away from Martin Lee's palm, and asked another question, if your ability is to make you cold-blooded, why did you keep me back then? Do you think I didn't throw you away? Martin Lee smiled www.readaloud.com and didn't hide Kraft's meaning, or, Mr. Negative actually threw you several times, but I picked them up again. Martin Lee scratched his hair and said with some emotion, when I first gained the ability, in fact, good and evil were very distinct. During the day, it was Martin Lee who was like a saint, and at night it was Mr. Negative who was possessed by a devil. But at that time you were young and you were always delirious. It was a burden to the negatives. How could he not throw you away? At this point, Martin Lee's eyes on Kraft suddenly became very gentle, and he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Why are you looking at me with such fleshy eyes suddenly? Kraft rubbed his arms and shivered suddenly. After you were picked up by me several times in a row, the negatives even thought of killing you. Martin didn't care, and continued to say with a gentle look, but whenever he wants to attack you, the evil thoughts and good thoughts in the body will start to fight, and then the two will gradually merge together in the process, which also gives me the ability to control the transformation to a certain extent. Without your existence, perhaps Martin Lee will always be Martin Lee, and the negatives will always be negatives, and maybe one day Martin Lee will be completely replaced by negatives, or two violent negatives will attract the official hunt in the United States was eventually sent back to the test bench, so it is not an exaggeration to say that your presence saved me. Martin Lee said with a straight face. Really? You are shy when you say that. Kraft touched the back of his head embarrassedly, but his heart was warm. Chapter 59, K9. Big Brother. Get up. Big Brother. Get up. Early the next morning, Kraft was awakened by an excited dog. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Quinn's stupid face lying next to his pillow, wheezing. With his tongue. Brother. It's time to go to the laboratory. The sleepy Kraft put the quilt on his head and got back into the quilt. Yesterday it was to stop Martin from fighting with Peter, and he was chatting with Martin again. By the time he came back, it was already early in the morning, and he didn't sleep much. At this time, he was still sleepy. I'll sleep for another hour. Then, before Quinn continued to howl, he added, if you quarrel me to sleep, your armor will be gone. Woo-woo. Quinn swallowed the sound decisively, turned his head and ran. It's okay to confiscated the armor, I touched it. When I was a child, Kraft, who was still a little sleepy, struggled to get up from the bed, walked to the bathroom in a daze and began to wash, while Quinn followed his feet, urging constantly. Brother, hurry up. It's almost noon. Kraft, who was so annoyed by Quinn, hurriedly finished the breakfast prepared by Alice, and took Quinn, who was waiting a long time ago, and Beja, who wanted to join in the fun, to his laboratory together. So which type of armor do you like? In the laboratory, Kraft showed two design ideas for Quinn to choose as usual. The big one. I like the big one. Quinn did not hesitate to choose a heavy-armed armor. Can. Clough nodded his head and began to design a battle armor for Quinn. Unlike Beja's light armor, many parts of the heavy armor cannot be assembled with nanomachines, so if you want to stuff it into a collar, you basically have to use space compression technology to fix it, but there are one problem is that it is not convenient to locate accurately when dressing. There are so many solutions now. Kraft handed the decision to the dog himself, and he said to him with his fingers. I will put on you a vest with a locator, but in this case you have to wear it all the time. Once the vest is lost, you won't be able to wear the armor. The second is to tie a locator on your limbs and tail. This will be much lighter than wearing a vest. The disadvantage is that if you fall off, you won't be able to change your body. The third type is to inject the nanopositioner into your body so that there is no possibility of falling off. It is also the one I personally recommend most. It's just a little uncomfortable during the injection. Kraft stretched out his thumb and index finger and gestured in front of Quinn. The last one, I put the nanopositioners into your collar together. When you summon the armor, they will crawl to all parts of your body first. The disadvantage is that it takes a long time to dress. After telling Quinn several plans, Kraft spread his hands. Okay, you can choose. I think you are embarrassing me, big brother. Quinn squatted on the ground, tilted his head and shook his ears. He couldn't even think about such a complicated issue. Or choose the one recommended by your eldest brother. Are you sure? This is an injection. When I took Quinn to get the vaccine, this dog was howling. After the injection, he lay on his side and sobbed for a long time. In the end, Alice coaxed him with a big bone. It's okay, isn't it just an injection? It's not that I have never had a shot, Quinn flicked his tail indifferently. Oh, so it is, Kraft nodded clearly, so when you got the vaccine before, you were pretending to be. Quinn shook his happy tail slightly, stunned. Big brother, listen to my sophistry, oh no, listen to my explanation. Stupid dog meow. Beja, who was lying on the side, flicked his tail and laughed. Okay, I didn't say anything. Kraft rubbed Quinn's head, hugged him to the workbench, and secured him with a strap. Wow! Didn't I say that? There will be a little bit of discomfort, this is to prevent you from moving. Kraft touched Quinn's head amiably. I always feel that you have bad intentions, big brother. You think too much. Kraft picked up the prepared nano-injection gun, attached it to the sole of Quinn's foot, and pulled the trigger. Rua! Brother, let me be prepared. Quinn, who was stabbed a bit, shrank his paws subconsciously, but because it was held in place by the strap, he didn't actually move much. Kraft didn't say anything, and continued to shoot each of his other 3 paws, then turned the head of the gun, and shot him in the tail and in the back. Okay. Kraft, who put away the injection gun, touched Quinn's dog's head again, then just wait for me to make the armor. Then eldest brother, please put me down first. Quinn shook his ears, always feeling something was wrong. Those few shots didn't hurt him much. Why did he tie himself so tightly? At this time, Kraft was already buried in another workbench, and did not reply to Quinn. But soon Quinn knew why. The nanomachines injected into his body began to wander around his body, each looking for a suitable location for the final fixation. It hurts but it doesn't hurt. Ha 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 ha. Itchy. Big brother gowed me. I'm itchy. Ha 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 ha. Because his body was completely fixed, Quinn couldn't tick himself at all, and could only tremble crazily on the workbench. To die to die to die. Just when Quinn was about to faint with laughter, those nanomachines finally reached the predetermined position, and then stretched out a few tiny claws to fix themselves on Quinn's bones. The pain when the nanomachine was embedded in the bone caused Quinn's body to twitch reflexively, but compared with the painful experience of itching but unable to scratch, this little pain was nothing at all. Several mechanical arms hung down from the top of the workbench, and unfastened Quinn's body. Exhausted Quinn was lying on the workbench, with his long tongue drooping from his open mouth and pasting it on the workbench below. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not move for a long time. Alive meow. Bea curiously jumped to Quinn who was lying down, and pulled his head with a small paw. Quinn squinted at Beja. I can't speak, big brother, I hate you. Okay, don't complain. Kraft waved at Quinn who was still pretending to be dead. Come and let me test the effectiveness of the locator. If there is no problem, your armor will be ready soon. NS. Come here. The dying dog jumped up from the workbench in an instant, jumped to Croft's side in 3 steps, and wagged his tail frantically. The production speed of heavy armor is much faster than Beige's nano armor, so soon, Quinn also obtained his own armor, which was named Skyroar by Kraft. The name was mainly because he heard the news of Monkey King from Martin yesterday, which made him think of the snarling dog, so he replaced the name Joy that he had expected before. Although the main idea of this suit is actually from a gorilla named Winston, the color scheme has not been changed too much. After all, the snarling dog is also white in mythology. Quinn, who had obtained the battle armor, couldn't wait to dress up, and then flew to the sky to chase and fight in the laboratory with BEA. Kraft didn't care about the games of these 2 little guys, but continued to design on the computer. Now that there are more and more superheroes and supercriminals appearing inexplicably, Martin's superpowers are not enough, so Kraft decided to give him the whole suit or something. There is also Peter Parker. The tights he wore last night were really hot eyes, and Kraft decided to mercifully prepare one for him. Chapter 60, My King's Power. Hey, Peter, what's the matter with you? Dr. Kurt Connors patted Peter Parker, who was wandering, and asked with concern. Is it too tired recently? Or I will give you 2 days off. No need, thank you for your concern, Dr. Connors. The recovered Peter waved his hand. I'm fine, that's, a little distracted. With the help of his friend Harry Osborn, Peter Parker interviewed the Osborn Group invested and led by Dr. Kurt Connors for an internship on the study of cross-species genetics causing human limb regeneration. He was recognized by Dr. Connors for his outstanding performance. In addition to being Spider-Man fighting crime, Peter Parker spends most of his free time here, and Mary Jane has some complaints about this. But the reason why Peter is distracted at this time is not because of Mary Jane, but because of the question about Martin Lee, who is Mr. Negatives, 2 days ago. Mind chatting with me? Dr. Connors saw that something was going on in Peter's heart. He stopped working and sat opposite Peter. Maybe I can give you some advice. Peter hesitated for a while, but decided to find someone to talk to him and see if he could get the answer by the way. If your relatives and friends have to carry out some, illegal activities for some special reasons, but if you stop him, you are likely to harm him, what will you do? Told Dr. Connors about Martin's question slightly, and Peter looked at him hopefully. Oh, it's actually this type of problem. Dr. Connors smacked his lips. As a former military doctor, he had seen similar things several times. Many people in the army violated military orders for their own reasons and had to be wanted on their backs, so he has his own ideas about this kind of thing. The opinion of, if it were me, as long as he didn't hurt the innocent a lot, I would treat it as invisible. Connors patted Peter on the shoulder. It may be a bit selfish to say that, but I'm more inclined to stand by myself. On the other hand, if I feel uncomfortable, then I will find a way to prevent him from causing more damage, or to make up for those who have been affected, instead of betraying my relatives and friends. Stop and make up. Peter's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood what he was going to do. Most of those gangsters are dead, and he can pretend not to see it, but if Mr. Film does anything that harms innocent people, then he must stop it. Thank you, Dr. Connors. You can figure it out. Dr. Connors patted Peter on the shoulder again. So, now we can continue our research. Certainly. Re-energized Peter Parker devoted himself to the experiment, and quickly derived a previously unfinished formula. I have a hunch, this direction is right. After some experiments, although the white mouse's severed limb still did not fully grow out, it has made significant progress. Connors excitedly placed his face on the protective box, and his right hand finally hoped to return. But Dr. Connors, the state of this little white mouse seems to be something wrong. Compared to the excited Kurt Connors, Peter Parker was able to look at the results of the experiment more calmly. The white mouse that was injected with the drug grew a little bit of claws and looked very irritable, which reminded him of Mr. Film. And the green giant that appeared in the past 2 years. Maybe it just hurts too much. Dr. Connors did not pay attention to Peter Parker's reminder, but continued to look at the mouse in the protective box with a feverish expression on his face. We are about to succeed, Peter. This will be a huge milestone in biological science. I think you better observe, Doctor. Peter grabbed Dr. Connors' arm and shook it vigorously. Your current state is not suitable for further research. Oh, you are right, you are right. Dr. Connors rubbed his head vigorously, rubbing his hair into a mess, and then calmed down a little. That's it for today, Peter. We will optimize this formula tomorrow. I'm sorry, Dr. Connors, I may be busy these 2 days. Peter said embarrassingly. He had just been clarified by Dr. Connors, and he had to turn his head and leave when he needed help, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Is it because of Mary? Dr. Connors blinked and said with a smile. Hey, boy. What's so sorry about that? You have helped me enough today, I can do the rest of the experiment myself. You should take more time to coax your girlfriend. Then I will leave first. Under Connors' teasing, Peter touched the back of his head shyly, and then left Osborne's laboratory. And after he left, Dr. Kurt Connors looked at the little white mouse frantically hitting the glass with some entanglement, and then lowered his head to see that he had only a small right arm. I adjust the formula again, and then go to rest. Kurt Connors murmured, and walked to the experimental platform again. Peter Parker didn't know that Dr. Connors had reinvested in the experiment. After dealing with Aunt May and Mary on the phone, he put on the spicy-eyed Spider-Man tights he made himself and began to secretly investigate the Demon Gang. It took a few days, and Peter Parker looked at the information he had investigated, and was once again caught in entanglement. The Devil Gang participates in many businesses. Basically, they do everything that the general gang does, such as collecting protection fees, reselling arms, smuggling cultural relics, skin and meat business, casinos, lending, etc., except for drug sales and human trafficking. Involved, but compared to most gangs, most of the Devil Gang's business is quite restrained. www.readaloud.com. In the Sin City of New York, even if there is no Devil Gang, there are still other gangs. Will contaminate these businesses, and Martin Lee is already the one with a bottom line because of his personality fusion. Peter Parker has seen one of the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen, and one of them counts as one. They are basically more cruel than the Demon Gang. Much. So Peter Parker was not sure whether or not to disrupt their business, especially the Devil's Gang injured very few innocent people. Those who went bankrupt because of pornography, gambling, and drugs. Even without the existence of the Devil's Gang, there would be no change in the end. Compared to the Hell's Kitchen where the gun battles are endless, Chinatown under the control of the Devil Gang is really a paradise, and it is even better than most neighborhoods in New York in terms of public order. Just when Peter Parker was struggling, the phone he used to communicate with the New York police suddenly rang. Hi, this is Spider-Man. After being reminded by Kraft, Peter Parker deliberately changed his voice while using the identity of Spider-Man. I'm Bill. Spider-Man, we need your help. Police Officer Bill's voice came over the phone. In addition to that, there was a lot of noise and intermittent gunfire. What happened? Peter Parker quickly put himself in a Spider-Man uniform while talking to Bill. Lizard monster. A lizard monster appeared near the Osborne building. He is frantically attacking civilians. Hold on. I'm here. The lizard monster, still near the Osborne building. Peter Parker, who jumped out of the window, had an ominous premonition in his heart. I hope it's not what I think.